is Tango 4-3, course correction for parallel offset. Enable control, no clear visual. Request alternative instruction. Control, dispatch Biowave's containment down to Hangar 25. Some commander thought it would be a good idea to jettison their cargo while docked. On my way, Control. Unit Bravo 10, switching to formation Charlie. Dropping to petrol speed. Control, Delta 4-6 reporting in. That's a negative of potential pirate sea activity. Looks like we just inched into the wedding barge. Flight Control, this is Canis 6-2 Kilo, submitting docking request. Copy, we're awaiting your arrival, Commander. Security detail, Mike 2-4, receiving calls from a minor faction dispute in sector Kilo 3-6. En route now. Door jammed on Hangar 37. Until it's fixed, reroute all hardware to the main blast door. Security detail, Oscar 07, checking in. All clear. Security Patrol, X-Ray 35, commencing reback. Dark Tripper 4508, request pre-flight radio check and instructions, over. Copy that. Clearing a flight path for departure. Cooling fluid leak reported on pad unit 13. Can someone check it out? Roger, Control. We just received the situation. Everything is explainable for now. Control, this is Unit Hotel 55. Commencing live fire training scenario.
Hello everybody, how are you doing? Oh, I see Jonathan is on deck. That's awesome. Hey, I'm back playing Elite. It's been ages. Okay. So, what's the plan? As you can see, I am at Explorer's Anchorage, so basically Sec A star. And I want to go back to the bubble because Jonathan and Halifa and Igwig and people wanna play together. That makes sense. So let's see what we're gonna do. So I plotted the course to here. So if we, oh no, that's wrong. How does that work again? Right. I'm a bit rusty, folks. So I'm at Sec A star, right? And I have to go to the bubble, and this is pretty much how. Why does it keep doing that? The joystick keeps clicking, and I don't know why. I haven't been able to fix that. But anyway, so this is about halfway, I'm guessing. And that is about 400 jumps. So I don't think I'm going to do that all today. We'll see. The wife's out, and at some point she's going to come back, and then I'll probably have to have a bit of a social life. You know, if I ever get the chance to have the wife in the same city, that's kind of handy. Yeah, so Jonathan, if you want to hang out on Discord, just give me a shout, and I'll fire that up. Just, you know, if you just want to talk. But if you just want to watch, that's all fine as well. Hello to everybody else as well. We're gonna have a lovely, relaxing Saturday afternoon / evening with a bit of coffee here and some Elite. So yeah, big trip. Obviously, I'm here because Distant Worlds 2. This is where I dropped off the train, and then I actually did still want to go to Sec A star because I've never been there, and I've looked at that now, and I'm ready to head back home. So I've remapped some stuff at my joystick, my HOTAS. I put some stickers on everything, so I kind of know again what's what. So that should kind of work, but if I crash, that's probably just because I'm completely rusty right now. Might happen. So let's see. Hope everybody's doing all right. I just went for a run, 10 kilometers. I had some homemade pizza. Why is my shield? Why is my shield generator working? Have I turned that off? What's that? Actually, I have, but I'm not. I can probably should turn that on, right? Why can't I? Sorry, what's going on?
Thermal signature restored. Silent running.
What? No. God.
Thermal signature restored. Shields online.
Oh, this is because of that. Because silent running was engaged. Okay, for some reason. Thing is, things are a bit wobbly. My ship's a bit wobbly, so yeah. Anyway, went for a nice run. Feeling good. Hope you're also feeling good as well. And let's launch before something else breaks here.
Ship released. Departure authorized.
Let's try to not run into passenger liner coming through.
Landing gear retracted.
It's another one, man. There's lots of. I noticed there's lots of tourism. They all want to see the supermassive black hole, I'm guessing. It's interesting. I don't know. Is that a good vacation spot, like a supermassive black hole? Are we sure that's good? Let me just check something. Right, checking the audio levels here. Okay, that does look good. Can do that. Okay, where are we going? Maybe we should. Maybe we should fly a little bit
You are clear
around.
of the station. Flight control out.
Do not to say goodbye and everything. Clear the station. It's a nice Earth-like planet they parked that station on. Let's fly a victory lap before we leave. Can I boost? No, for some reason my boost doesn't work. This ship's been so long in the black that, I mean, I've tried to fix it up in the station, but it's got some bugs. I can tell you this. Some things are. Man, the traffic here is amazing. It's a lot going on. Jonathan is being quiet. He just saluted. Uncharacteristically quiet for him. Usually that guy talks almost as much as me, and that's an achievement. This back part of the station always, like these kind of oscillors or whatever they're called, they always remind me of Babylon 5. Nice. Nice looking. Look at the traffic, man. On what grounds are you scanning this vessel, officer? There's police brutality going on. Oh god, I'm gonna ram this. Oh shit. Well, at least I got my shields again. Man, this ship is not really maneuverable or fast. Sorry, now also here with sound. Oh, Jonathan didn't have sound. I broke my headphones. I only hear you on the left. Oh shit! I know what that is. Yes, thank you for that. Oh, sorry everybody. That's something I need to fix. Ah, god, I tweaked my Twitch thing. Give me a second, Jonathan, and everybody else. God, where was this again? No, that was not it. Okay, enhanced audio properties. Right, I'm gonna switch that because it's a microphone. I gotta switch it to mono. Now you can hear me on both ears, right? I don't know what that is about OBS. Like, why is a microphone per definition stereo? Yes, see, fixed it. Microphones are mono. I mean, that should be mono by default, but hey, I should know that by now. Let's do a
Frame shift drive charging.
So Jonathan, I was saying, if you wanna hang out and chat, you don't have to, but you know, just give me a shout. I'll fire up Discord. You can jump into the voice channel and tell me stuff about
1. Engage.
Welcome to Live ASMR with Fabs. Hello, welcome to my spaceship. I need to fly next to the sun, and then it gets really hot. So you see, this is flying almost into the corona of the
Fuel
sun.
scoping.
And we're getting really hot. That's my
Fuel scoping complete.
I don't think I have the right voice for ASMR. I do have enough microphones. I could do like a binaural setup easily. But yeah. So I put the LCAS overlay back on. I hope everybody likes that.
Frame shift drive charging.
How are you guys doing down there, up there in Denmark? Haven't spoken since yesterday. Is the building site across the road still on fire?
4, 3, 2,
All sunny,
1.
all nice.
Engage.
That's great. They put it out. Okay, so now we're waiting for the next accident. You realize that you'll have to do a that'll have to be a report now. You'll have to building site report updates. Oh, I should
Fuel scoping.
actually scan things. Oh, fire group fuel.
Fuel scoping complete.
We actually have very, as we say in German, durchwachsenes Wetter. It's very, it's changeable. It's like sunny and then it's raining the next second. It's like kind of thunderstorm kind of rains. We'll set up a remote reporting shot like the weatherman. Yeah, that'd be amazing. Just put a stream up today
Frame shift drive
on
charging.
the building site. I could get lots of views. Yeah, 14 degrees. That's
Four,
about the same. Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Engage.
Which isn't too bad. It was, it was warmer for a while there. But so if my light changes, I have a window open so I can look out. But it's again like light changes here. It's basically buildings that are just across are like white, and they reflect the sun a lot, which is nice. In sunny weather, it's
Fuel
actually like
scoping.
you're like in Greece, so blue sky, white buildings. But it
Fuel
does tend to
scoping
reflect
complete.
the sun when the sun is a certain angle. Right. Okay. I mapped something. Wow, it's got a lot there. I mapped something here on my joystick to have easier jumps. Let's see if this works.
Frame shift drive charging.
Nice. Now I don't have to reach down to the throttle and flip a toggle. You can do it right from the joystick. Of course, when I get back to the bubble, I'll have to remap everything.
3,
This is like my
2, 1.
exploration
Engage.
setup. It's like there's really some stuff that is mapped that I would need for combat again, but we'll do that when we get to it. Combat has probably completely changed anyway. So probably that'll be even worse.
Fuel
I
scoping.
don't know what I'm doing at all then.
System scan complete.
Oh, I like how he says
Fuel
that.
scoping complete.
System scan complete. I love this cockpit voice. Muriel K.
Frame
That's
shift
named
drive
after somebody's
charging.
girlfriend. Muriel K. This cluster. God, we have a lot of jumps ahead of us. Should have prepared some topics.
4,
Something
3,
to talk about.
2, 1. Engage.
I'm kind of envious of your building site. Carpets. I know very little about carpets. I try to avoid carpets in houses.
Fuel
We
scoping.
have a carpet in the car, in the camper van. But that's about it.
Fuel
Just like some-
scoping complete.
No, I don't know if you're German, you know this. There's this grey carpet they used to put in flats in the 90s. That's basically what we have in the car. What's your stance on carpets? That's a good like go-to
Frame shift drive charging.
topic if you don't want to have like political or you don't want to hit anything like religious or political where people could get dicey. Let's talk about carpets. Yeah, so that's the
4,
only carpets.
3,
That was already
2,
in the car when you bought it.
1.
So I'm not changing
Engage.
still serviceable. Khalifa actually had a 45-minute discussion about carpets with another streamer recently. Really? What's your stance on socks? What's my is there a stance on socks? Like, are there anti-sock people? I mean, I'm not
Fuel
a.
scoping.
You know people who use socks as like a fashion statement and they have like really colorful socks. I'm
Fuel
not that
scoping
person.
complete.
My socks are all various colors of black, dark. Most of them are black, and then I got some dark gray ones and some dark blue ones. and I usually get given them by my mom or somebody. Like I think I haven't bought a lot of socks in my life. They are barefoot all the time, people. Yes, so
Frame
the,
shift drive
I don't know if you
charging.
know this, but the actor who plays Miller on The Expanse is a barefoot all the way guy, and actually, he like whenever there's shots of The Expanse where you
three,
can't see Miller's
2,
feet,
1.
then
Engage.
he's barefoot. The actor's barefoot. He always goes barefoot when he can. And there's actually a shot where he's in his apartment, you know, when he does the Go 3D thing, where he is barefoot as well. That must have been very liberating for him to have a shot where he can actually be barefoot. To wear socks inside. In
Fuel
shoes, how do you
scoping.
feel about me walking around barefoot in the office in summer? I knew a girl that always was
Fuel
barefoot
scoping
apart from
complete.
hardcore winter, I think. I mean, I'm personally, I have very low blood pressure, and I have, from a kid on, I always had the problem with my extremities getting cold. So I actually definitely have to wear socks in winter. I also like to wear them in summer. I like to wear socks because I don't know how, I mean, this is different from person.
Frame
but this
shift
is
drive
great, by the way.
charging.
It's great content. I get like sweaty feet, but like not hot sweaty, like cold sweaty, which is not a nice thing to have. So I like to wear socks. I guess they
4,
sponge that up or
3,
something. I don't know.
2.
So I'm a
Engage.
all-time around sock person. I don't, you know, I don't care about people. Like if people want to wear bare feet in the office, I don't mind really. I think it looks a bit weird, but you know, if you're okay with that, I mean, you know, when I used to work in the office, I drove with the motorbike to the office and came in with like a
Fuel
leather cut,
scoping.
so who am I to say? But actually in Germany you're not allowed to do that. They're very strict.
Fuel
like,
scoping complete.
insurance and workplace laws about you have to wear like actually they need to be like somewhat protective shoes, like your toes need to be protected, stuff like that. So in case, you know, somebody
Frame shift drive charging.
somebody drops something on your feet, something heavy like files, I don't know. What's a workplace hazard as a publisher? Poking your eye with a
4,
fountain pen.
3,
Actually, these
2,
laws are
1.
universally.
Engage.
Doesn't really matter what kind of office there is. So, well, yeah, dropping stacks of papers, lots of magazines on your feet. Actually, paper cuts are a. You'll be laughing now, but actually, paper cuts are a serious hazard when you work in a publishing gift office. Hell, a lot of those. Those are
Fuel
not nice.
scoping.
I also wear socks, but during the 30-degree summers it was really nice to walk around barefoot, and all the other
Fuel
coworkers
scoping
are
complete.
flip-flops, so not that much of a difference in a way. No, that definitely not. They're like that's completely like a California style office then. If it gets really warm in summer, and for me that's like 36 upwards, 36 degrees, then I probably won't wear socks either. Yeah, paper cuts are not nice, I can tell you that much. Also, so I can tell you one
Frame
funny
shift
story.
drive charging.
When I was still working at the place, suddenly we had a massive power outage. The power in the almost the whole building went out.
4, 3,
And
2.
it turned out,
1.
so this was in winter,
Engage.
and it turned out a colleague had snow on their shoes. When they came into the office, they took their shoes off because, you know, they get wet when they have snow on it. And they just put the shoes under the desk. Now, what they
Fuel
didn't know
scoping.
is they were putting the shoes on top of a extension cord that had some
Fuel
empty
scoping complete.
sockets. And, you know, you can probably imagine the snow started to melt and it turned into water. And it dripped into the extension cord, and that blew like a number of circuit breakers like really badly. I don't know why. I think probably extension cord was crap or something. I don't know. Snow needs to be outlawed and shot. You say that, Jonathan, but what happened is the head of the company more populism. Hashtag more
Frame
populism.
shift drive
CEO,
charging.
well, it basically is outlawed in short, right? With global warming, there's no problem solving itself actually. But no, the CEO of the company at the time was in a, I think in a video conference or something,
3,
and
2, 1.
uh,
Engage.
got really mad when the power got turned off, and so at first he got mad at like the building people from the company who did, you know, the janitors, whatever, who were running the electrical systems, or you know, are supposed to care for that. And then when they figured out that it was
Fuel
the snow,
scoping. Fuel scoping
they actually
complete.
outlawed company-wide
System scan.
that
complete.
you have to put like they outlawed extension cords under the table, and we all got bored. Yeah, that snowman emoji is great. That's actually very fitting. That's what happens, right? You know, the snow melts. If you're a snowman, you know that.
Frame shift drive.
No, we actually got
charging.
new extension cords, big extension cords. Everybody put them. You had to put them on your desk. And now the problem is this was not a normal office and not a normal publishing company. I was working with people that were working with computers, right? And we had
3,
kind of basically
2,
hardware labs
1.
in the office.
Engage.
And, like, it was like they were building, you know, they were building PCs and shit, like to test. And you need a lot of extension cords, and to change all of that and put all that on the table, suddenly you don't have any space on the table, and everybody was pissed, and I couldn't completely understand, because it was basically because of one dumbass person.
Fuel
We had to change
scoping.
everything. And also, you know, I was thinking, this never happened while I was still there,
Fuel
but it's going to happen at
scoping
some point.
complete.
Extension cords on the table are just like asking for a whole different disaster, right? Somebody's going to spill coffee in there at some point. I mean that's
Frame shift drive
unavoidable.
charging.
I feel like. Anyway, why is that a rule? I was about to say, why is that? Yeah, well, they're just. I mean, that's not Germany, right? That's just the head of the company, like the CEO. You know, how CEOs
3,
sometimes get mad.
2, 1.
I've had
Engage.
bosses that had strict rules about extension cords and cables being all pretty and strong. What? Because of their OCD, we have standing desks, so our extension cords are those shelves under that table. Regulators. Wow. Like, I think my CTO recently followed me on Twitch.
Fuel scoping.
What? We have country strike team building event.
Fuel scoping
We
complete.
had a lot of cables lying around. Yeah, still, like if I had a CEO like that, I mean that would probably, again, like in Germany, there's probably some anti-bullying laws where that would be like. I mean, I would be like, you clean up the cables if you like. Cables are not meant to be. My wife's the same way. She hates cables. And you should look at this desk. Like you should look under this desk. I'm actually right now. I'm maxing out all USB ports on a huge tower thing, and I still have some stuff to plug in so I need to get a USB hub or something. But it's like I've got cables everywhere.
Frame shift drive
And
charging.
yeah, I don't know. I don't think we need rules like that, but this is how it goes. Germany, best country. Well, rules is what we do. We're good at that. We're good at rules, especially like semi-random
3,
rules, and then
2,
following them,
1. Engage.
and not asking any questions, not thinking about if they make any sense or anything. It's just like it's a rule. A rule is basically a law, and everybody knows you have to follow laws. I want follow the law. Well,
Fuel
that's how it
scoping.
goes. But the socks thing is interesting. That's just.
Fuel scoping
In general, I don't have
complete.
anything against cables. Is there a word for that? Like cable phobe? They're so annoying to vacuum around, and they always gather all the dust. Yeah, that's true. First world problem. Hashtag first world problem. It's the famous Judas Priest song, follow the law, follow the yeah, it's the no Judge Dredd. I am the law.
Frame shift drive charging.
Yeah, that's true with the cables, but like this is a nerd office, right? There's like man cave, there's like shit everywhere, like magic cards everywhere. They collect dust. There's like
4,
Warhammer
3,
stuff. I
2,
think.
1.
My wife is
Engage.
picking up on this room. And also we we have somebody who helps us clean because we just first world stuff and we just value our time more than we don't have that much time together and we just value that instead of like wanting to spend our weekends cleaning and shit.
Fuel scoping.
And basically I've told them that like in this room, like everything that's on it, like vacuum the floor, right?
Fuel
I'll clean up the
scoping
floor
complete.
before they come around. And I was like, everything on top of it, just ignore stuff that lies on top. Like, ignore the dust on there. I'm gonna clean that up at some point soon, TM.
Frame
Like,
shift drive
Shortly
charging.
after we get space legs. You just have to give up on some stuff.
4, 3, 2.
Crazy. I mean, you
One.
end up OCD like
Engage.
that boss. That is just not. That's a condition. I mean, I'm OCD, but I'm always trying to keep it in check. No, not that bad OCD though. Just have sometimes. I don't know. Many people probably don't know this about me, but I have this. Have you ever seen Monk? I sometimes have Monk
Fuel
things where
scoping.
my brain goes. You have to step between the lines on the pavement or something like this. Or
Fuel
like-
scoping complete.
I'm sitting here and the door is closed and I have this desire to look and see if the door is closed. It's just like dumb. I've considered to hire cleaning help and asked them to only clean certain things and ignore everything else, but I'm not sure that's a thing. Well, so in Germany it's very it's
Frame
it's
shift
very
drive
common
charging.
to cleaning people will be people who are like immigrants or something, and it's very common to do that off the books and without paying taxes,
4,
and we don't like
3,
doing that.
2.
So we
One.
actually there's
Engage.
hipster stuff everywhere, and there's like this hipster company, and they basically hire out cleaning people. You have a contract with the company, and they send you cleaning people, which is great because they watch that they get all do all the taxes. They have all the insurance. They
Fuel
make sure they have all
scoping.
the insurance, all the
System scan.
when they get sick, they get paid. They actually get
Fuel
holiday
scoping complete.
and stuff like that, and they get paid like a normal, just like if you work somewhere. It's pretty cool actually, and they're pretty good. I mean, with those people you could probably also go like, okay, don't clean this, don't clean that. Sometimes they rotate the people that do stuff, so you probably have to explain to them again. And we had this one lady, actually, she's coming back. I think she was on holiday for quite a while. I think she was on holiday and then got stuck there. I think she's from Portugal and she got stuck there because of the Corona
Frame
madness.
shift drive charging.
But like she's she's working on her German, let's put it that way, and also on her English. And we don't speak Portuguese, so sometimes it's a bit hard to explain things. But
4,
you manage,
2,
1.
1.
And
Engage.
she's great. She used to work in hospitality, cleaning hotel rooms, and they just work people to death. And the company was like, we don't want to leave, we don't want them to go back to that, so because apparently that was horrible.
Fuel scoping.
And I kind of like it when you do something like this. You get a benefit, and they also get a benefit.
Fuel scoping complete.
And I wanna make sure that they're paid fairly and stuff like that. That's really cool. Now the problem is that company doesn't exist in Düsseldorf, so when I'm moving, we'll have to figure out what we'll do. Really, I could clean the I'm not bad at cleaning stuff, but like I'm not bad at doing it when I actually get
Frame shift drive charging.
when I'm actually doing it, but my problem is getting to the point where I'm doing it. I'll just procrastinate, or generally I just work. So I'll be like, okay, talking to my wife, and I'm like, yeah, okay, so we need to like vacuum the
3,
flat.
2,
I'm like, I'll do
1.
that today.
Engage.
And then I'll start working, at 10 or something in the morning. And then work. Next thing I know, it's like 9 o'clock in the evening. And my wife has just said she's coming home and I haven't vacuumed. That's usually how it goes.
System scan complete.
But I don't think it's not really
scoping.
procrastinating if you're actually procrastinating by doing work, right?
Fuel scoping complete.
Seems like it's not. It doesn't fulfill the. It doesn't fulfill the requirements for procrastinating. Oh god, 384 jumps. This is totally how it works. It's just forgetting. Well, it's not really
Frame shift
forgetting
drive charging.
because through the whole day, I'm like, I know that I have to do it. I know. I'm not forgetting. I'm just like, okay, I have to do this first, right? I have to write this story first, and then I have to do that first. And I'll just
4, 3, 2, 1.
I'll just like
Engage.
deprioritize it continuously in my to-do list. And then it's actually on the to-do list most of the time. It's like written down, so I'm not forgetting. Like, I can't make use of that excuse.
Fuel scoping.
Jonathan is probably like, why is he doing this? Like, we were talking. So I was playing a bit
Fuel
of Elite
scoping
yesterday,
complete.
we were playing games with Wick and Jonathan and Khalifa, and then I was playing a bit of Elite, and they were just hanging out in Discord, which is actually quite nice. And Jonathan was like, just blow up your ship, and just you'll be back at the bubble. But then I realized I wouldn't have. Anyway, I had already docked at the Explorer's Anchorage, and I was
Frame
just
shift
back
drive
there.
charging.
And afterwards I remembered that I had actually docked on the way somewhere, so it wouldn't have helped. And I'm still not sure that you can actually like
4,
blow up your ship, and then
3,
if you don't
2,
pay the
1.
if you
Engage.
don't pay the insurance, then you're back at your start point, right? And this is my most expensive best ship. I don't want to lose it at all. Like, this ship costs a lot of money. By the way, one thing I can't forget, I need to like scan stuff. I don't really want to do
Fuel
in-depth scans
scoping.
because this is already taking as long as it is, but I am actually as you
Fuel
can see,
scoping
35% on
complete.
my Pioneer rank. So fill that bar up. That will be my first Elite status. And I kind of want that. But I don't think that'll happen on this trip.
Frame shift drive charging.
But you'll have to, kind of want to go there as do as much of it as I possibly can.
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
And coffee is good shit. Whoever invented coffee, I think it was the Turks. We salute you. They certainly brought it to Europe. I think coffee was brought to Europe in one of the sieges
System scan.
of Vienna
complete.
when the Ottoman
Fuel
Empire
scoping.
was besieging Vienna, and then it
Fuel scoping
crossed over
complete.
to Vienna, and then from there to the German Empire, probably. Guessing. I mean, the British for a long time were drinking tea, and white tea is nice. I think coffee is way superior.
Frame shift drive charging.
What's your stance on coffee, Khalifa? That's one of my go-to questions. I'm trying to not have
4,
prejudices, but if somebody
3,
says they don't like
2,
coffee, it's like
1. Engage.
my brain just goes like, can't trust that person. So be careful what you answer.
Fuel scoping.
Scooping. pumping that nice fuel.
Fuel scoping complete. Frameshift drive charging.
I'm scared Khalifa, she's not answering the coffee question. Maybe she's just typing. Seems to be writing very long
4,
essays.
3, 2,
Chat.
1. Engage.
I've kind of missed Elite. This is nice. This is like nice and chill. You can basically do this.
Fuel scoping.
I used to watch Star Trek: The Next Generation. I wasn't streaming this. I just like watch stuff on my iPad.
Fuel scoping
And,
complete.
do jump, scan, fuel scoop, jump.
Frameshift drive charging.
Galactic Center. It's actually called the Galactic Center. Nice. Anarchy.
4, 3,
Uh-oh.
1. Engage.
So, I don't have any weapons on board. What happens if the roaming Antifa gangs start attacking me? What will I do?
Fuel scoping.
Forgot all my police brutality torpedoes at home.
Fuel scoping
Man, I love how
complete.
fast this fuel scoop works. It's definitely worth all the money. And I believe it was expensive. Is it normal that one can travel so far?
Frameshift
or
drive
needs to
charging.
scoop food from suns? They are suns, right? Once in a while. What do you mean normal? As in science? Would that actually work in science? So I believe actually what the fuel scoop is what Star Trek calls a buzzard collector.
3.
So on the Enterprise D, you know how the
Engage.
blue things on the side of the warp engines, that's the warp coils. And there's like these red things in the front, those are buzzard collectors. And what they do, what the fuel scoop does, is collect free-floating hydrogen atoms from space. And obviously, if you're next to a sun,
Fuel
there will be
scoping.
more hydrogen atoms because basically, I mean, the sun is a nuclear reactor that burns hydrogen.
Fuel scoping complete.
And the solar wind, I think, is actually part of it. Is actually, I mean, there's lots of ionized and charged and shit, but so I think there probably would be hydrogen around. During my 4 hours of gameplay, I couldn't travel a lot without running out. Well, it depends on what kind of ship you have. So they have different fuel capacity. If you can see in the lower right hand, there's like a bar that says fuel, like over Marslock, Langley and Cargo Scoop. And there's a bar under that. And if you can see the blue bit right now, that is the amount of fuel I will expend for the jump. And actually, I wonder why is that so few. Actually, that's a good point. Maybe I have to look something. Now you're making me afraid, Khalifa, because it depends on what my plotting is set at. Oh no, it's set at fastest route. So as you can see, you can do when you plot a course, you can go fastest route, max 20,000 light years, or economical routes. I guess that's the plotting distance is 20,000. Economical would be, I think you use less fuel. But as you can see here, you can also set cargo mass and something. Like your jump range is dependent on how far you can jump is dependent on your cargo mass, because if you jump somewhere and you have more cargo on board, you need more fuel for the jump. And this is probably why I'm only using like this little bit.
Frameshift drive charging.
So it depends on your ship, on your jump range, on how laden it is, and how big the fuel tanks are. And there are some ships that are just. I mean, you can also put extra fuel tanks in.
Three,
I think.
2, 1.
I
Engage.
don't know how to spec this ship, but not anymore. But basically, some ships are better for exploring, and one of the reasons is their max jump range and the much fuel they can carry. And this crate is actually, I think this is a Phantom.
Fuel scoping.
Great Phantom is actually quite good for exploring. I used to have an Explorer,
Fuel scoping
and
complete.
that couldn't, like, that also would use more fuel. And then also, like, the more expensive your fuel scoop is, the more fuel it scoops, the quicker it works, and the more fuel it scoops farther away from the star. So as you can see, I just need to, like, kind of fly around the sun, and I've got enough fuel for the next jump.
Frameshift drive
And
charging.
here I was explaining buzzard collectors, but I think that's a kind of a cool thing. So the way that it works in Star Trek, so the Enterprise has a.
Four,
Talking about the Enterprise D now,
three,
I don't.
2.
That's what I know
one.
most about. Has
Engage.
a matter reactor, so it kind of burns hydrogen and deuterium, which is heavy, you know, schweres Wasser, heavy water, yes. And you know, which is also. So it basically burns. Well, no, it burns deuterium. I think it take. I think the fuel
Fuel
tanks are actually.
scoping.
No, I think it actually burns deuterium and anti-deuterium.
Fuel scoping
right
complete.
kind of antimatter. And so the hydrogen that gets scooped in by the buzzard collectors gets converted into deuterium, I guess. I actually can't remember where they get the antimatter from. I think they can't generate it. I think they just have antimatter on board. I think you need less antimatter, but I'm not quite
Frameshift
sure.
drive charging.
I mean, they're always talking about, like, the matter-antimatter ratio, and that kind of sets how big the explosion is inside the warp core. Who knows?
4,
I'd have to
3,
get my
2,
technical manual
1.
out,
Engage.
which I, of course, sorry, need to stretch. My back's doing crazy things. Okay. I noticed you haven't answered the coffee questions. I guess Khalifa doesn't like coffee. Just like,
Fuel
can't tell him,
scoping.
otherwise he thinks I'm untrustworthy. That's just my knee-jerk reaction of my brain.
Fuel scoping
I've
complete.
learned to ignore that. Especially when I was in the UK. So everybody's drinking tea all the time. I do like tea, don't get me wrong, but it's like not my, as a baseline
Frameshift drive charging.
hot drink for waking up, its coffee is clearly superior.
Four, 3, 2, 1.
So I guess
Engage.
Khalifa played 4 hours of Elite. Was Jonathan forcing you to do that? Is that one of his... I'm creating great content by forcing Khalifa to play weird shitty games? Yes.
Fuel scoping.
Well, I guess you have to play more Elite. I'm flying back for you. Doing this for you. Doing this whole trip
Fuel
for
scoping
you.
complete.
For you. For you. So no pressure. Enter FSS mode. I don't know.
Frameshift
Nobody
drive
got
charging.
time for that shit. You can join me struggling with suddenly having to navigate left, right, and up and down. Well, yeah, that's also you don't have a
4,
HOTAS.
3.
Like he basically
2,
fucked you over
1.
because you don't have a
Engage.
HOTAS. It's just like, there's just no way to play Elite. I mean, I'm in Team HOTAS. Or get the fuck out. HOTAS BTFO.
Fuel
I
scoping.
think there was a Beatles Radio episode called Full-Time HOTAS.
Fuel scoping complete.
I also like that word because it kind of sounds like hot ass. Hot ass. I went and bought a hot ass for Elite Dangerous. Oh, Reamed. Oh, hello there. Finally on the way back to the bubble, I see. Yes, Reamed. So this
Frameshift
is...
drive charging.
you have to thank Jonathan and Halifa. They kind of talked me back into the game, and also I want to go back. We want to hang out, and I guess we can hang out as well.
4, 3, 2.
Halifa says even
One.
I'm not sure it would have
Engage.
helped much if I've never used one. I don't think so. I think the thing about well, even a joystick, right? Not even a HOTAS, but like, you know, just a joystick is very intuitive. I mean, if you get my drift. You've basically used a joystick before.
Fuel scoping.
And I mean, the throttle is just the lever you pull forward.
Fuel
You're gonna
scoping
go forward.
complete.
I mean, right now I'm on full throttle all the time, right? It's just the thing I rest my hand on, and it's very, very relaxing, and it has lots of buttons, more buttons. So you need all the buttons. Does that say loot? Yeah, well, kind of. That's me. I should have that
Frameshift
emoticon
drive
on the channel
charging.
permanently. Only force Halifa to play games for 1 hour every week. Well, that's nice of you, Halifa. Jonathan. You know what? You know what would happen if I okay? You're not married, but you know, even if I wasn't married to Katie, if I would try to force her to play a game 1 hour only once, I would probably end up bruised in a corner. That's for the show on her channel. Yeah. I mean, it's good content.
Fuel scoping.
I'm a lucky girl, I know. Well, everybody's different. I think it's actually
Fuel scoping
it is a good
complete.
idea. You know, put yourself into different situations. I almost didn't stream Elite today, by the way, because when I turned my PC on this morning and I opened Steam, then Steam told me that
Frameshift drive
the
charging.
Command & Conquer Remastered thing was released, and I immediately installed that. I'm gonna have to. I wouldn't know how to do good content without
4,
that amazing man at my
3,
side. It's all
2,
his doing.
1. Engage.
His dong. It's all his dong. Guys. That's what he does. He's a content machine. Content machine and nothing there in between. Flying circus and a man from Denmark.
Fuel scoping. Fuel scoping complete.
My wife was very amused that we talked about Masturbation X once again yesterday. She's also waiting with bated breath for that. I've almost said bated breaths. That was a Freudian slip.
Frameshift drive
for that egg
charging.
review. Well, you keep talking about it, but the review is not up. As I told her, I kind of need to be in the mood. You know,
4,
I need to.
3,
I told her
2, 1.
I need to. You know, it needs to be the right mood. I need to, the right music. I need to set up some candles. Some rose petals, which I actually have right now because the our rose is flowering. Needs to be that time of the day. Yes. Wait, what? Yeah, and then
Fuel scoping.
have a nice dinner with my egg.
Fuel scoping complete.
What is this? A fake Tinder bio? Yeah. Well, I've never written a Tinder bio.
Frame
Once
shift
on
drive
Tinder
charging.
once for fun. It's actually Christmas at we were having Christmas at my parents' house, and for some reason, probably all the alcohol. For some reason, we got the idea to all install. Well, not all. Katie and me installed
4,
Tinder, and then looked at
3,
people.
2,
And
1.
I kept swiping.
Engage.
I don't know which direction it is. I kept swiping the girls away because I wasn't into them. And at some point, our parents live right close to the Dutch border. And at some point, it started me showing Dutch girls because I had swiped all the German girls away. Katie had more luck.
Fuel scoping. Fuel scoping complete.
My Tinder picture would just be me naked in front of my hostess rig in the flight seat. Yeah, they rejected the entirety of Tinder in Germany. No, I don't think that's how it works. But
Frame shift drive
I
charging.
widened the radius so much that it started including all the Dutch girls. And they were quite hot. Gotta say, Dutch girls are quite hot. It's just that language is like, I don't know.
4,
There's,
3, 2.
to me,
1.
if anybody's
Engage.
watching this Dutch, please don't be offended. This is only personal opinion, but to me, Dutch is the most unerotic language in the world. It is. Oh my god. I still can remember we were in a plane, and there was these two hot girls walked in
Fuel
and were sitting
scoping.
right in front of us, and I was bumping Katie in the arm.
Fuel
was,
scoping
amused.
complete.
And then they sat down, and I was like, oh, they're sitting right in front of us. And then they started talking to each other in Dutch, and I was like, oh, God.
Frame shift drive charging.
Well, that's that fantasy ruined. I mean, don't get me
3,
wrong, Danish comes
2,
close.
1.
Danish is actually, in many respects, quite similar to Dutch. It also has these weird guttural sounds. Basically like this. Danish is just puke. Yeah, Dutch is as well. It's just like... Actually, we have this saying in my in my
Fuel
family,
scoping.
because obviously we live close to the... You know how it is. If you live close to a border, there's all these... Actually, you really don't...
Fuel
you kind of love
scoping
each other
complete.
because the Germans go over there all the time and the Dutch go over... they go out to our Christmas markets and we go over there buying coffee or whatever. Or asparagus. But you kind of love each other, but you're always kind of fighting as well. Danish has no guttural sounds, all soft and drawled. Well, it's the same thing. It's like this. It's weird. As if one has hot potato. Yeah, maybe that's part of
Frame
it.
shift drive charging.
Well, so in my family, there's this saying that Dutch isn't a language; it's a throat disease. Well, Danish is all I can say is it's also not very sexy.
3, 2.
I apologize to all my
Engage.
Danish, and I have quite a few now. But yeah, Dutch is weird. Funny thing is that Dutch is really closely related to Platt, which actually my grandmother speaks, because she's from the Pomerania, the Mediterranean.
Fuel scoping.
And obviously a lot of people here in northern Germany speak that. Doesn't
Fuel
have
scoping
that
complete.
sounds though. Danish sounds like puke and grammatically very blunt, not as eloquent as German. Yeah, German is very eloquent language. Bitte beachten Sie,
Shift drive
bitte beachten
charging.
Sie die Corona-Ausgangsregelungen. That's extremely eloquent. I mean, I agree. German can be a nice language for literature and stuff. You can do very
4,
fun things
3,
with German, like
2,
films and you can do
1.
the same.
Engage.
But what gives German its why people are prejudiced against Germans. There's like this bureaucratic German, like the thing you will find on signs and shit, and that's just horrible. It's like bureaucrat speak. Oh no, wrong button.
Fuel
Danish
scoping.
grammar is very simple. You can't change meaning or color just by using special grammar. Okay. So they're
Fuel
just string
scoping
words together,
complete.
basically. Is it kind of like so? In French, it's kind of a bit like that. In French, I mean, I wouldn't say the grammar is easy, but you don't necessarily change meaning. The hard part about French grammar is like, especially, I guess, if you come from English, even if, well, if you come from German, it's kind of the same thing. So German and English are very flexible in like sentence structure and grammar, and you can say the same thing in like pretty much 15 ways. And especially in German, you can do that, but you have
Frame
to
shift drive charging.
obey like all the grammar rules, right? But in French, there's like very strict things, like the adjective always has to be after the noun and shit like that, and that's just it's just
4,
annoying.
3, 2, 1. Engage.
By the way, I don't believe that French is a very sexy language either. I don't. People say that it's a language of love and stuff, but I just feel it sounds it sounds a bit like hoity-toity, like kind of. I like
Fuel
English. English is
scoping.
pretty hot. One of my French co-workers finds
Fuel
German sexy.
scoping complete.
That's a new level of weird. I don't know. You know, people find very different things sexy. So maybe she likes, you know, maybe she's a. Oh, well, I don't. I just presumed it was a woman. But anyway, maybe the person is a bit. Jawohl, Leckerlein, says Dumm. Maybe the person is just a bit
Frame shift
submissive.
drive charging.
But I imagine if you're like submissive, then German's like the perfect language. Setzen Sie sich hin! I've had viewers mention to me they like my German accent. I don't know what they
3,
do when they
2,
watch my stream.
1.
What a
Engage.
theory. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. German is, I think lots of. So I had this in Australia, right? People find the German accent fun because of all like the war movies and stuff. Like I had this neighbor who
System
just loved
scan
my accent, and he was just like,
Fuel
we just
scoping.
watch Hogan's Heroes together, and like just loved that shit.
Fuel scoping complete.
Yeah, it's like, you know, it's the whole fascination sometimes with Nazi Germany, and also it's like
Frame shift drive charging.
it's people like different stuff. So for example, I just like almost any accent. I like listening to people. Like I love English with an accent. Doesn't matter if it's like a native, like, you know, Scottish
3,
or Irish or
2,
stuff like that. I love that.
Engage.
But so we were at a like last summer we were like at Katie had a work function. It was like all these people from the university, and there's like lots of people, obviously like postdocs and something, you know, people that are just over here for a few years,
Fuel
postgrads or
scoping.
even a few months and stuff. And she had this colleague who has this most amazing Indian accent, and the
Fuel
amazing thing
scoping
is
complete.
her name is Apurva, so everybody just calls her Apu, and she has the exact same accent like Apu from The Simpsons. I was just at one point, like, we were drinking, we were sitting outside at a restaurant, right, and she's talking, and I'm just sitting next to her like this, like my fingers, my like resting my head on my, just looking at her, and at some point she turns around, she's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" I'm like, she probably thought I was a creep, and I was like, I just love that accent. It's
Frame
so
shift
amazing.
drive charging.
And we're back with the Nazi Cecily Fair. Well, it's an hour. It's like 1 hour to Hitler. That's fab. That's very much restrained. Dum says Australian accent is the Saxony accent
3,
in German.
2,
No, Australian is amazing.
Engage.
Also, like people don't realize that there are several Australian accents, like the Queensland and New South Wales accents are, for example, are very different. They're a bit hillbilly, so yeah, probably Saxon. Like you'd think hillbilly, it's like Texan. I love accents as well. So good when there
Fuel
there
scoping.
actually are some in movies and shows, cool new languages. Yeah, I love that as well, but you know, Katie get annoyed because
Fuel
it's hard
scoping
to
complete.
understand. Viva La Dirt League and the Kiwi accents. Kiwi is hilarious. I also find that as well. Like if you use Australian, Kiwi is just Australian on weird steroids. Like the way they say fash instead of fish just cracks me up every time. Fashion chaps. And I love accents. I'm very enthusiastic and a little annoying about that too. Yeah, me too. It's just lovely. I like it.
Frame shift drive charging.
And I always try to use my German accent, but it's not happening, I think. For me, it's hard to hear Australian and Kiwi accents. Like, hard to tell them apart.
4, 3, 2,
Well,
1.
it'd be kind of hard for me to explain, like, which is which, but if you have two next to each other, you'll definitely... You'll definitely know. Like Australians all like mate, cobber, cobber, and New Zealand is more like
Fuel scoping.
it's more like can't really do New Zealand. That's my problem.
Fuel scoping complete.
If you love Australian accents, there's like, oh god, I forgot what it's called. There's like this Australian comedy sketch thing. It's a bit like
Frame
Mitchell
shift
and Webb,
drive charging.
and it's hilarious. But it knows this in categorizing accents and dialects, I guess. General, I also can't imitate them. Yeah, I can't either. It's like I'm bad at that.
4, 3, 2.
But like there's this.
One.
So if you know who
Engage.
Chopper Reed is this very famous Australian convict, and it's hilarious. Like if you just watch videos with him, it's hilarious in itself. There's like it's an interview with him where he's just out of prison.
System scan.
It's like I think it's in the 90s, and there's
Fuel
this Australian TV reporter, and she's interviewing him.
Fuel scoping
And-
complete.
In the interview, they talk about like him like shooting people, and he gets his rifle out, and he has this friend with him, and he gets the friend to put a beer can on his head and then shoots the beer can off on live TV. And so the sketch show
Frame
has
shift drive
so there's a
charging.
very famous, or relatively famous movie called Chopper, where Eric Banner played him, and then there's this in the sketch show. There's this guy who plays so good. They've got like these sketches where it's like a job
3,
interview
2.
with Chopper
1.
Reed, and like the guy asked the guy like in the job interview. So it's this guy with this handlebar moustache, right? Looks has like self-done like jail tattoos all over his body. And it's like, okay, so Mr. Reed, what do you bring to the job? Well, I got a baseball bat, a stick of gelignite,
Fuel scoping.
a 45.
System scan complete.
So good. It's the whole thing is like Chopper Reed
Fuel
goes to
scoping
normal life.
complete.
It's so good. A lot of that shit's probably very politically incorrect. I think it's from the end of the 90s or like the 2000s or something. Probably can show that on TV today. It's really funny. Got a stick of gelignite?
Frame shift drive charging.
Man, I love Australia. I'm gonna go back to Australia. Just noticed that watching English streams for the past years might have done a lot for my
3,
understanding of spoken
2,
English.
1.
And not just
Engage.
just like movies, shows. Yeah. Yeah, it does. I had like back in the day, I had a jump in, like obviously I was in Australia before and I could understand quite a lot, but I had even like pretty much everything, but like sometimes I had trouble. And I had to jump when I watched like all of
Fuel
Battlestar Galactica
scoping.
back in the day, because that is filmed. I mean, that was noticeable.
Fuel
Like
scoping
Firefly, I think
complete.
it was like Firefly did first, but then the new Battlestar Galactica. It's filmed in a kind of like documentary style. And yes, it's scripted, but like it has the
Frame shift drive
overhead
charging.
microphones and stuff like that. So it's a relatively realistic setting, and it's not mixed. You know, like if you watch the German dub, it's all done in a soundstage, right? But that
4, 3,
the actual
2,
audio that helped me
1.
understand.
Engage.
And then actually I could never understand Scottish people. Like I had real trouble. And then when I worked in the UK for a bit, when I lived in London, I met quite a few Scottish people. Actually started to hang out with some like in pubs and stuff, just to
Fuel
just to
scoping.
expose myself to the accent. And now I pretty much
System
understand it.
scan complete.
I was on a motorbike trip
Fuel
with my dad
scoping
2
complete.
years ago, and we were in Scotland, and I had to do like all, my dad is like, understands English, not perfectly but quite well, but like in Scotland he was like, you have to talk to everybody. I can't do anything here. And I actually was quite proud of myself that I had managed
Frame
that. And
shift
that was
drive charging.
that was like the last accent I had really trouble understanding. Now I pretty much understand everything. I mean, I started off with Australia, so that's kind of,
4,
you're like
3,
in grade
2,
11,
1.
and you can barely
Engage.
speak English, and they drop you off in like some hillbilly town in Queensland. After that, you'll get used to pain. Actually, it's a Danish movie production company that project that produced really interesting movies following some set rules: no dubbing, no
Fuel
artificial light, no
scoping.
sound effects, etc. These movies have very strict policies. Yeah, I mean,
Fuel scoping complete.
it's very interesting. In German TV, they do a lot of overdubs, right? Even if like in normal, I don't know, I haven't like Tatort, for example, like the long-running crime scene. I don't know what it's like now, but like 10 years ago when I used to still watch a bit of TV sometimes, they overdubbed the shit out of that. And I think that is also because Germans are just used to that. Like, I feel when I have friends and they kind of speak English, and I insist on watching every
Frame
movie
shift
in
drive
English, if it's an English
charging.
movie, and they have problems just understanding people just from the audio quality, because a lot of, I mean, it changes now again with like Marvel movies where everything's CGI and that's all done on soundstage anyway. But
3,
like, movies from
2,
the 90s generally,
1.
they're
Engage.
English movies, they're not, they have sound on set, right? And it's just with the overhead microphones and stuff like that. And I think English-speaking people are just more used to that, and because in German all those movies are dubbed anyway, Germans just got used to that dubbing, and they dub all kinds of shit here.
Fuel scoping.
And yeah, as you say, Halifa audio quality, that's really different, yeah. And I don't think it's better. I don't like that. It's like
Fuel scoping complete.
I like that, that what you say, like these rules, that adds something really special.
Frame shift
I mean,
drive
that's
charging.
one of the reasons I love Firefly. The cinematography on Firefly is amazing. That was really one of the first shows where they did a lot. They did a lot more with like handheld cameras than they would normally do in a production like this,
4,
especially sci-fi. I
3,
think.
2,
They did some
1.
special things
Engage.
where like the ship is one set. I mean, you can see it in the movie. It's not the same set. They completely rebuilt the set. But in the movie Serenity, the first scene where Mel goes, we might explode, and then he goes down the ship. That's actually all, like, there's a very long scene at the very beginning of the movie that doesn't have a single cut in it. And
Fuel scoping.
they built that, and then they had like lots of handheld cameras. They actually, one of my favorite trivia about Firefly is actually,
Fuel
it
scoping
has a lot of
complete.
lens flares, but aside from the, like, this was pre J.J. Abrams, right? It's not like J.J. Abrams' Star Trek lens flares where they're just CGI'd in. Actually, the producer wanted like this documentary,
Frame
like
shift
the
drive
cinematographer
charging.
wanted this documentary film feel, and they had very expensive Sony cameras with like very expensive Sony lenses,
3,
and they started
2,
filming stuff for
1.
test footage,
Engage.
and they actually sent the cameras back. They actually got the production company to get them like cheaper cameras with cheaper optics, so you get a lot of lens flares. I love that. Like make the picture more grimy. That's pretty cool.
Fuel scoping.
The damp atmosphere, sounds and effects, as if everything is recorded in the sound studio. German version
Fuel
of Fellowship
scoping
of the Ring, they
complete.
completely removed the sound effect, the ring talking to Aragorn, which freaked me out when I heard it the first time when watching in English. Well, no, what they do is often, I don't know how they do it these days, right? But like, when you dub a movie,
Frame shift
let's say in
drive
German,
charging.
they had to do all the effects again. Like, most of the sounds are done by Foley artists and not the original ones in the movie. I don't know how they do it these days. I think maybe depends on the production, but they would have like
3,
maybe a clean
1.
feed without all the
Engage.
dialogue. But what the hell? Exactly. They have, these dubbing studios, they had they did like, well, not all of the sounds, right? Sometimes they have like the background sounds, but like if it's filmed, if the English movie is
Fuel
filmed
scoping.
the old school
Systems
way, like
scan.
with overhead microphones and everything, right? And you maybe have some atmosphere microphones, but it's all
Fuel
like one
scoping
mix, right? You
complete.
can't. It's like a song. If you don't have the raw mix, if you want to do karaoke version, you have to re-record the music. So they have to also re-record all the background. So because they have to do that, often, for time and money considerations, there'll be less background sounds, and sometimes they're just shit. Like if you start listening to that, I would not recommend. The reason why I can't
Frame
watch
shift
dub
drive
movies
charging.
anymore in German, and I have to watch the originals, is I hear it. Like if you watch the original movies and then you start watching the dubs and you're actually interested a bit in audio stuff, you really start hearing it. Like put a movie of that
3,
like
2.
from the 90s,
1.
early 2000s
Engage.
on with like good headphones, and you will actually really notice it. Couldn't they just send them the Premiere files or whatever? In the old days, you didn't have, holy shit, so much Foley work. Yeah. So in the old days, especially like when they did film, right, it was completely different. But even now,
Fuel scoping.
I mean, right, let's say you're filming a movie and you're filming
Fuel
in New York,
scoping
and it's like
complete.
Robert De Niro walking down the street talking to somebody, right? They have a microphone on the actors, and they will generally, I guess, have like
Frame
ambience
shift drive
microphones, right?
charging.
But the ambience microphones generally pick up some of the dialogue and stuff like that. I think that's not like completely clean. I don't actually know how they do that now. I think they changed a lot of the
4,
production process now
3,
because
2,
with everything
1.
being digital, they actually
Engage.
do that. They have like clean audio feeds, because if you look at stuff like a Netflix series and how fast they get dubbed into German, I mean, part of it is because they're just spending less money on the dubbing, and they do, some of it's really shit as well, but and they do a lot of
Fuel
spend a lot
scoping.
less time on rewriting the dialogue. But yeah, I
Fuel
mean,
scoping
also
complete.
whenever you have CGI, right? Whenever you do stuff with CGI, you have audio from soundstage, and at that point you can just give them a clean. I mean, they have background assets like
Frame
where they
shift
have
drive
the background sound. They
charging.
just mix that together. You just give them the clean Foley files. A lot of the Netflix shows are shit in the first place. I think the dubbing would be the smallest part. Yeah, Netflix actually. Well, Amazon's the same thing, but like
3, 2.
I'm not a fan
1.
of Netflix shows.
Engage.
Generally, there are some okay ones, but like even if you talk about The Expanse, right, which is not a Netflix show, stuff like that, just if you distribute it over Netflix or Amazon, it just needs to get dubbed much quicker. Or Bosch, for example. Bosch is a great show. It's one of the best shows on TV right now. I feel it's an Amazon show. And and I don't know what the dubbing's
Fuel
like. I
scoping.
know I told my parents to watch it,
System
but
scan
I
complete.
have watched it in German, but I can't bring myself to.
Fuel
Actually,
scoping complete.
during dinner today, I watched the penultimate episode of Space Force, which is a Netflix show, which I kind of like. It's a good show. And I really feel like
Frame shift drive
I need to
charging.
go back and watch like especially one of the scenes and switch the language to German, because okay, just spoiling a minor joke from Space Force. I hope that's okay. They go to the moon, right? And the person who's gonna go first on the moon is a black woman.
2,
She's like, everybody's
1.
gonna watch me. I'm the first woman on the moon, first black person on the moon. I need like a good, I need a good line. And her line she comes up with is, "It's good to be back on the moon." And I keep talking about it. Anyway, then she goes out and she jumps on the moon, and like she's a bit nervous, and she actually says, "It's good to be
Fuel
black
scoping.
on the moon," which is hilarious. But I've got no idea how you
Fuel
translate that,
scoping complete.
and it would still be a joke. Like, you need really good translators to pull that one off. I need to see what they did. Maybe they just muted the audio or something. Just given up. It's
Frame shift drive charging.
It's good to be black on the moon. So also I love it that the bad guys are the Chinese. So that show is really, it's good. I mean, it's not great. Ars Technica called it like the best show of 2020 so far. That
3,
is
2.
like Tales from the Loop.
Engage.
Tales from the Loop is a lot better. And in generally, Amazon does better shows. But Tales from the Loop. I love Grand Tour. Bosch is amazing. I mean, they have the Expanse now. They do the Expanse. They didn't come up with that everything on that production, but they ramped that up and they're doing that well. So Amazon in general, I feel it's a lot better with doing these
Fuel
shows than Netflix.
scoping.
But Space Force is good. It's funny. It's got good characters. It's got a good setup, and Steve Carell is great. And Malkovich is
Fuel
amazing.
scoping
Actually,
complete.
I thought they would just put him in like in some scenes. Right, when they said Malkovich is in it, I thought, okay, they just have him in some like key scenes, and then they just, how they do that usually. And then I would just want to
Frame
have
shift
Malkovich
drive
is in the
charging.
show. It's kind of advertising. No, he's like the second, like he's the second character, right? He's the sidekick to the general. He's like the scientist, and he's great. He is amazing. Malkovich is just
4,
hasn't lost it.
3,
And
2,
Steve Carell is good as well.
1. Engage.
It's funny. It's a bit of a cop-out because they don't show Trump, right? It's always POTUS. In the first episode, they actually, when they get the mission, like Space Force, it's like POTUS has tweeted, "We're gonna have American
Fuel
boots on the
scoping.
ground, boots on the moon by 2023," and then
Fuel scoping complete.
he likes that's the Secretary of Defense, and he said, "Well, actually, he said boobs on the moon, but we think that's a typo." So POTUS is obviously Trump, and they talk about what's it, FLOTUS, or like the First Lady FLOTUS, I guess. And she's
Frame shift
obviously
drive charging.
Melania, but they never show them. That's a fun show. Still have the last episode to watch, but I enjoyed it. It's well worth a watch if you have
4,
Netflix.
3, 2, 1. Engage.
I also did kind of like. I have to watch the second season, but I really kind of did enjoy the first season of Lost in Space. Although I don't think that's an original Netflix product. Like Netflix just like one thing that just drives me insane with Netflix is like
Fuel
Netflix
scoping.
original doesn't mean fucking anything. Like The Expanse was a Netflix original, which is bullshit because it was
scoping
made by
complete.
Sci-Fi Channel back in the day. And there's like lots of other shows that are made by other entities, other networks or whatever, and they're not even exclusive to
Frame
Netflix.
shift drive charging.
Because usually there are like Star Trek Discovery, right? Star Trek Discovery is on CBS All Access, and The Expanse was on Sci-Fi, and then it's only Netflix. Like so
3,
Netflix
2,
exclusive would be a
1,
better title
engage.
generally, because at least in Europe or whatever, in your location, it's exclusive to Netflix. But Netflix original is like, original means you originally came up with it, as far as I understand it. That's just dumb. At least with Amazon originals, they, as far as I can tell, they
Fuel scoping.
that are actually the shows that are produced by Amazon. So Netflix original doesn't mean anything, right? So the fact that
Fuel
Space
scoping
Wars
complete.
Netflix original doesn't tell me by itself that Netflix actually made it, which would be good. You know, that would be a meaningful label, and that would actually be good for them, because that would mean that they can actually do proper shows.
Frame shift
And not
drive
only
charging.
like just throw shit at the wall and see what sticks. Which seems to be their general approach. One thing I think it's on Amazon. One thing I have to watch is
4,
so there's the
3,
Big Show has a sitcom now.
1.
It's called The Big
Engage.
Show. That's one thing I want to see. It's probably a disaster, but I stopped really watching a lot of streaming stuff since I got a UFC Fight Pass thing. I was watching people beat each other, which is very relaxing.
Fuel
That's a thing I could
scoping.
watch when I'm streaming Elite, just playing Elite. Just watch some UFC.
Fuel scoping complete.
Right. Oh God. So we've been doing this for almost an hour and a half, and we did like 60 jumps. Oh my God.
Frame shift drive charging.
This is really not going well, is it? So what are you guys up to?
4, 3,
Anything special
2,
happened
1.
Saturday?
Engage.
My Saturdays are always, you'd think like it's a day off, but it's always like Saturday is basically the only day I'm not writing. I usually write my Sunday column on the Sundays. Then it's always, just go shopping, have to do this, then you go running.
Fuel
then the day's
scoping.
over. Being lazy all day. Waiting for the fucking randoms to get
Fuel
ready in
scoping
the random
complete.
rage. Okay, so you're playing World of Warcraft, Jonathan. Is that it? Is that it? Yeah. Well, you've got no excuse to join the Discord then. You could join the Discord and, talk to me. Killing those boss boys. Good deduction. I used to play WoW. Come on, I'm not that... I'm not that
Frame shift drive
slow on
charging.
the uptake. I mean, it's been years, and I don't know many of the... Fine, he said. Are you coming to the Discord? That would be great. Wait, let me just finish this dump. Just dump? Jump. Just go take a dump.
4, 3,
You
2,
only had the prompt rage,
1.
though. No, he
Engage.
said raidy in the random raid. That is basically raid. To me, raid means World of Warcraft. That's the original raid. I mean, even when I was playing it back in the day, there were raids. Never did them. Katie and me just ran around doing random quests, I guess. I like looking at the
Fuel
scenery.
scoping.
And don't laugh, back in the day that was actually... I
System
mean, that
scan
when World of
complete.
Warcraft came out, it was actually...
Fuel scoping
like
complete.
from the world, and I mean it wasn't on the top of its game as far as visuals are concerned generally, but I mean it was generally the world was quite cool. Oh, Jonathan's in the... Hello,
Hello.
Mr. Jonathan. Oh, it's nice. Thanks for hanging out. This is, I'm in space. I'm far away from everybody.
Am I on the internet now?
You are on the internet. Bin ich jetzt im
Frame
Fernsehen?
shift drive charging.
Kann auch Schnittchen
Exactly.
spielen. Do you remember that?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a Wochenshow. That's a very old German, very
That was the
silly.
shit. When I was young,
Yeah,
that
that
was
was-
amazing.
When you were in school, like that was the thing, wasn't it?
4,
Yeah, that was when
3,
I was still living in
2,
Germany. That was before I was 11.
Engage.
Probably from when I was 7 to I was 11 I was watching that.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Danke, Anke. Zurück.
And he was also doing this this character that was like a motivational specialist. So,
Oh,
so
yeah,
he got
yeah,
like people with phobias in,
Yeah.
and he would lock them in like a dark cargo container to overcome their fear.
Yeah, with like lots
Fuel
of gel
scoping.
in the hair and stuff like that.
Mhm.
And they had Herbert Feuerstein with like Spartacus the stuntman.
Fuel scoping.
Oh
Remember
yeah, that's
that?
right. The old dude that was
Yeah, and
basically
he would
doing
never
a
do any
Evel
stunts.
Knievel.
Yeah. Yeah, he had like this evil Knievel outfit, right?
Oh god.
Ah, God, that was good. And then there was, of course, RTL Samstagnacht.
Yep. Yep.
Frame
Kentucky
shift
Fried
drive
Chicken.
charging.
Yep. My dad is an avid lover of stand-up comedy. So whenever like I spend a weekend with him, we would obviously stay up all night, or in my eyes, all night, and watch comedy and stuff.
I used to watch like,
3,
do you know,
two,
so Feuerstein's
1.
Nacht, right?
Engage.
Yeah.
Herbert Feuerstein used to do this thing where he would like broadcast from his flat once a year.
Right.
That's what like public broadcasting does in Germany. That's where your license fee goes.
Right.
And he would like have all this. So he lived in Cologne because they all live in Cologne. And he'd like Anke
Yeah, yeah.
Engelke was like in a flat next door, and he had all these
Fuel
stars in.
scoping.
And
No
I
way.
actually,
I didn't
my-
know that.
when I was like, I guess 15 or something, my parents actually let
Fuel
me watch it,
scoping
and I had
complete.
Yeah,
school
yeah.
like the next day.
Yeah.
It was like in the middle of the week. I actually fell asleep in math class next day because I literally watched the. I actually watched the one.
Frame shift
So this
drive
would make
charging.
no sense to anybody who's not like from Germany. But you know Hausmeister Krause.
Absolutely. That's
And-
where the Düsseldorf joke comes from.
Ah,
where
right.
they were like, oh, that guy, he's got a house in Düsseldorf.
Yeah.
And shit, you know.
You know the kid who
3,
plays him,
2,
like, you know that
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Engage.
like that's his other character, right? With the woolly hat.
Yeah.
You know how the kid got that role?
No.
So he was like really young, and he was he actually, so in Feuerstein's Nacht they had this thing, they had this phone booth,
Right.
and you could
Fuel
like in the
scoping.
street, and they had a camera, and you could ring up, and
like
so
to get on the show or what?
yeah, to talk to like
Fuel
Feuerstein.
scoping complete.
Right.
And Feuerstein had like, what's the Hausmeister Krause? What's the actor's name again?
Tom, no, something.
No, Tommy
He
is
is
like
really
his
famous.
character.
Tommy, yeah.
What's his name?
Ah,
Total Normal.
yeah. Shit. Can the chat look that up?
I'm looking it up.
Okay.
Total Normal. Galgverbot. God, I have to watch that again. What was his name? No, I'm not. I don't want the show.
My brain is completely malfunctioning right now.
I know what you mean. It's like all the English as well. So his character's called Tommy. Tom Gerhardt.
Tom Gerhardt. that's
He
right.
was on Feuerstein's Nacht
Right.
as a guest because they're obviously also from Cologne. And
Yeah.
this Axel Stein, the young guy, who's now, by
Yeah.
the way, very thin. If you
Frame
see him
shift
now,
drive charging.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that he was still doing something.
he lost all of the weight. Like if you Google him and look at the picture, you kind of
Right.
recognize him, but you're like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
So he rang in. He had like the woolly hat, and he rang
Yeah.
in from the phone booth
2,
and had
1.
like
Engage.
Feuerstein put Tom Gerhardt on, and then he like made an impression of him. Like he
Yeah. Oh,
talked
no
like
way.
yeah, and that's how he got the role on Hausmeister
Right.
Krause. Don't for both. Halifa says, I know almost none of the things you
Fuel
talked about.
scoping.
I grew up only with
System
ARD,
scan
ZDF, and
complete.
WDR. Well, Feuerstein's Nacht was a WDR thing.
Fuel scoping
So I grew up like
complete.
this as well because my parents, I know, some things they were very untechnological. Like we didn't get the internet until they got ISDN. So I only got I
Right.
had a PC in '89, but I only got the internet in
Frame
'98
shift drive charging.
because my dad had to wait for ISDN because he didn't. Oh, I'm entering the Empyrean Straits. I'm going towards home, leaving the center of the galaxy. Anyway, my dad didn't want to have internet where you couldn't ring the house anymore.
Right.
3, 2.
And then also, we
Engage.
didn't get a satellite dish, for ages. So at the beginning, we only had ARD, ZDF, WDR,
Right.
RTL, and Sat1. like the terrestrial
Yeah.
stations. I love that I can hear you like concentrating and you're like clicking. You're like furiously.
Sorry,
Still
I hope
scoping.
the clicking is not too loud. Like
No, it's
sometimes
great. I love it.
there's,
It's great. It's content, man.
I
I love
Still
this. We
scoping.
should.
the clicking. The clicking is superior.
I feel like I want to stream Elite more because you can like talk to people. I think this should be a feature. I should just call people
Right.
and talk to them.
I think that is that's something that
Frameshift
Hadifa and I
drive
actually have
charging.
done.
Good content.
When only one of us streams and the other one kind of just like
Yeah.
kicks off on the Discord and then leaves at some point when the chat is going, for example, because sometimes it just takes like half an hour until
2.
the chat has woken up or enough people trickle in.
He is the content machine, says Leafer. You are now the content machine. That's now your nickname.
Ah, God.
Jonathan, the content machine, MH.
Well, I mean, maybe I can upgrade that at some
.com.
point to be the content elite.
Fuel
The
scoping.
elite content machine. Ah.
Born to compete, never retreat.
Fuel scoping complete.
You know that today's D-Day.
Yep.
6th of June 1944. Allies are turning the war. Normandy, state of anarchy.
My birthday is not long
Frameshift
after
drive
D-Day,
charging.
so my dad calls me and goes like, "Oh, congratulations, Jonathan, to the day X days after the D-Day, where the
Is
Allies
that how your father
stormed-
talks? Hello,
stormed
Jonathan.
Well,
That's
he always puts on a benevolent mocking tone.
All right. You also, I guess he would call you Jonathan.
Oh yeah. Well, I think he would just call me son. Like
Son.
I call Halifa woman. He just goes like son.
Son. How are you doing, son? It's like a dad in an American like movie.
Yeah.
Son. Son.
Son,
today
explain this madness.
Today we're learning
Fuel
about the
scoping.
flowers and bees. So when is your birthday?
Fuel scoping complete.
I actually don't tell people.
Oh.
It's not necessarily a privacy thing. It's just I don't celebrate my birthday. So
Oh. Okay.
I had to turn people in my work away because they were like, "Oh, we're making a list of all the birthdays." I'm like, "Yeah, good luck with that." Like,
Oh, in Germany you would be an outcast if you did that.
yeah, what do you think I am?
Frameshift
I mean, in Germany I'd be fired. Here I'm an outcast. You know what I mean?
You just oh, this is actually why you left Germany. This is also completely understandable. No?
Right.
It's like you wouldn't tell people his birthday. I think in Germany it's against the law.
4,
Yeah, that makes you a traitor to the fatherland in Germany.
1. Engage.
Well, my mom's birthday is pretty soon, so that's why I was asking.
Right. Oh, because when we're the same star sign, maybe that's a really cool thing.
What star sign is it?
And
Right
and
now.
when you what's it called, Gemini?
Gemini?
Fuel
I
scoping.
basically the only star sign I know is like my star sign. That's all I can.
We should
Fuel
look up
scoping
horoscopes because you're playing a space game. We should look up star signs.
Definitely. Yeah. Does Alifa have
Bullshit.
anything to do? Can she just look up horoscopes?
I think that would be absolutely hilarious.
I'm a lion, by the way. The worst thing
A
about
Lannister.
The worst thing about Jonathan's birthday not being known is that his
Frameshift
coworkers
drive
can't
charging.
make him bring candy or cake to work. Yeah. Well, I actually enjoy, like at Heise I enjoyed it. Like in Heise I always brought Handwerkermarmelade,
What is that?
Mettbrötchen.
4.
So in Germany, for people who are not from Germany who listen to this, in Germany,
Engage.
at least in northern Germany and in western Germany where I'm from, don't think they do it in the south, or in the east, which is kind of cool. We eat like raw pork meat, like minced pork meat, on a bread roll. So you just put butter and then raw pork. Some people
Fuel
don't put butter.
scoping.
And then you put raw pork meat, and it's like kind of mixed with chopped onion, like raw chopped onion,
Fuel scoping complete.
and it's amazing.
Yeah, that's a normal thing. What are you talking
So
about?
I
That's
had
not
to
crazy.
bring that to work for my birthday for 65 people. Can you imagine?
Ooh.
A week
The
earlier,
amount of
you-
fucking meat. Jesus Christ.
well, they have met in most, bakeries in Hanover, for example, because there's the thing there's like where I'm from,
Frame shift
but not that
drive
much. So you have
charging.
to go there a week early. Like you're like, I want like 10 kilos of mat and 100 bread rolls next week. And they're like, okay, what's your name? And I put that on my motorbike, right? They give you like a big
2,
box, and it's like ice cooled because
Engage.
obviously you have to keep it cool
Right.
in the summer, but you have to keep it cool. Mat is similar to tartar, right? Well, yeah, tartar is minced raw beef. Mat generally is pork, but tartar is great as
Fuel
well.
scoping.
Actually, we had last time I visited my parents. I made a bread. I
Fuel
made a
scoping
sourdough
complete.
rye bread, like a really like German with a hard crust,
Yeah.
like a peasant bread. And my dad bought. Well, actually, he made tartar. He bought very fresh
Frame shift
beef
drive
and then
charging.
actually minced it himself. He actually cut it because
Okay. All right.
my dad's like a cooking aficionado. It's
Right.
like if you put that through a Fleischwolf, I don't know, like a mince meat machine.
Yeah, like the meat grinder kind of thing.
Yeah, it just like
It's not like an
doesn't
industrial
taste
one.
the- Doesn't
Yeah.
taste the same because it has a different texture. You
Right.
want to have it a bit less fine.
Okay.
So he
yeah.
spent like, so I spent ages in the morning like baking the bread, and my dad like spent ages cutting up meat, like with a really sharp knife by hand. Oh my god, this is all red. Holy shit. This is interesting. Actually, I have to check something. I think Windows has turned Redshift back on. Yeah. No, I want to turn that off. Colors again, weird. Ah, this is good content, but now I'm hungry.
Frame shift drive
Yeah,
charging.
thinking about the Met.
Yeah, when the guys
Oh.
like when Slippers was over.
Right.
Slippers and I mean Mike couldn't come. But you know, we had Matt.
4, 3,
And Slippers is like, if I'm dead next
Engage.
day, it's like the Matt's fault, but he wasn't dead. We had Mettbrötchen and Fischbrötchen on the same day. Which that's all you need.
That is a pretty good mix. I meant to ask, what got you into baking bread? Like, what
Fuel
lunacy possessed
scoping.
you to start baking bread?
Good question. It started when I started to become a freelancer,
Right.
and I was like, I don't know, what was it?
Fuel scoping complete.
I don't know. I
At
think
some
it was
point,
the Discord.
my
I think-
whole fucking Twitter exploded with people fucking baking, and I was
Yeah,
like,
that was
what
the
the
quarantine.
fuck?
It's
No,
so
no, no.
bad.
That was way before.
Well, here it's like the quarantine. You can't. The only thing you still can't buy here in the supermarket is rye flour.
Frame
It's
shift
all
drive
gone.
charging.
Really?
It's only wheat flour.
What?
Yeah, because that's the normal German baking thing, and the supply line is fucked or something. I don't know.
Right.
I think it was the Discord. I think somebody on the Discord was talking about it, and I specifically
Three.
remember that
2,
definitely the
One.
Discord gave me the link to that blog. There's a German, really great German blog called Plötzblog. It's a guy who actually is, I think he started the blog about, he's a geographer. And he started about writing about geography
fuel
on the blog.
scoping.
That's why it's called that as well, because that's like a geography term. No, geology.
Right.
Sorry, geology, not
Fuel scoping
I was
complete.
about to get really confused there. Thank you.
He's a geologist, and he's writing books about baking bread and stuff. He's like a sourdough genius, and
Frame shift
obviously I
drive
needed a German
charging.
blog because like German bread's really special. You can't really get that anywhere else, and it just I started with some recipes where you just use like you know, the fresh
2,
yeast you buy in the supermarket.
Engage.
And I actually
The
started with some
little cold square
cubes, yeah.
cube.
Yeah, and then I actually started with wheat bread, and it went well. I think it just worked from the beginning. I was like, wow. I was like, this is really easy. The thing why you usually can't do it, I think, when you're not a freelancer, is like, oh, you spend your whole weekend.
Fuel
Baking bread
scoping.
is really easy. It's really, really easy. The problem is you have to have like a timetable, right?
Fuel scoping.
So it has
complete.
like it needs to sit for 8 hours, then it needs to sit for 12 hours, then you need to do stuff for 3 hours. And in between you don't have to do anything. But you need to have like a way where you can like do that throughout the day. Or like there's lots of ways to do it on the weekend, right? You start on Friday and then you have fresh bread on Sunday basically.
Frame
but-
shift drive charging.
Get a bread baking machine. No, that's... Oh my god, Khalifa, we talked about this. This is like a fucking docking computer in Elite. That's not the point. Keeps the schedule for the... I mean, they have apps, right? And I don't use those. I just keep the
3,
schedule myself.
2.
But like,
1.
it's not so much the schedule. It's like, if I'm in an office, I can't do that. And the weekend, I've got shit to do, as I said today. You know, I need to go shopping and all of that. So that never would have worked. But now I can just do it while I work. And it just worked from the beginning. And then I really wanted like a bread like I like, you know, like the
Fuel scoping.
farmer's bread we have in Germany, you know, dark, really dark, heavy bread with that amazing crust that
Fuel
after 2
scoping
days you can kill
complete.
somebody with. Kind of like Terry Pratchett, the dwarf bread. Gosh, I want fresh bread now with butter still warm, dripping. Yeah, warm bread. You do a big slice. You put a lot of like thick butter on it and then salt. Sprinkle salt on it. It's the best thing in the world.
Frame shift drive
And then
charging.
I started doing like, I was like, okay, let's try sourdough, right? And then I was like, how the hell do you do a sourdough? And it's basically just this recipe. It's just like you put water and flour,
4,
mix that,
3,
and
2.
let it sit there for a few
1.
hours. Then you put
Engage.
some more water and some more flour, and it like worked the first time immediately. It worked like amazingly well, and then I started baking that with that, and that just worked well. And everything I did just worked well. I was like, oh, this is quite cool. This is actually not hard. It's actually just you need patience, right? You can't
Right,
rush it.
right.
Like sometimes it just needs,
Fuel
the bread
scoping.
needs to go a bit longer. And if you rush it, it's gonna turn shit. And then it gets better. Like, you know, the sourdough
Fuel
is like at the
scoping
beginning, it's not
complete.
that. It's like it doesn't. You know, the bread isn't as fluffy as it should be, but it just. The more you use it, the better it goes. Lifa says, but that's exactly when my dad was baking bread every day when he did his sabbatical. Yeah, I mean that's what I mean. That's
Frame shift drive charging.
that's kind of, and I can do it while I work. And it's kind of relaxing because I can relax a bit, right? I'm writing, and then I'll stop for 2 hours to do something for the bread, and then I put the bread aside, and then I just work again.
Yeah, I get that. That sounds very chill. That sounds a bit like brewing beer.
1.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
basically. I think it's. It doesn't take as long, but it's like it's a process like that. My dad knows you too, by the way. He's a fan. Wow. Of Jonathan or of me? That's weird. That's weird, but cool.
No, of you, because they're both massive nerds. Like, I think, so we got to know each other because I helped Khalifa spoof her MAC address onto the school network because our IT was incompetent.
So romantic. You know how Katie and I got to know each other? We met in front of the computer pool in school. Like in the door. Like they would unlock the door for you and you could use the computers, right? And
Right.
yeah. Obviously he's a fan of Jonathan. Well, say hello to your dad. That's cool. Hello, Khalifa's dad. That's pretty.
Frame shift drive
I'm not
charging.
sure he's online right now, but he actually recently started getting into Twitch because they were trying to broadcast some stuff.
That's cool.
So yeah, I'm always like super
2.
happy to talk to Luke's parents because they just keep studying. Like they just sign up for the next course at their whatever remote university of choice. So like, okay, that's cool.
What?
That's amazing. Not sure I would do that at that age. Probably just like drink tequilas and chill, you know.
Yeah, but like there's some people who do that. They like do like
Fuel scoping.
degrees.
System scan.
Yeah.
Like I always want to have a degree. I'm doing that now. That's pretty cool. I mean, I guess everybody does stuff, right? My father really, when they when it stopped working, he really
Fuel
like they
scoping
bought the house. They
complete.
didn't really plan to do that, but they kind of had to. Otherwise, it would have sold somebody else, and then they had to move out. And then he started doing stuff at the house
We accidentally bought a house. There we go.
for their Linux
What?
groups that they can't do physically. Now he looks into OBS on Linux. Yeah, that's cool. OBS works pretty
Frame
well.
shift
on
drive charging.
Linux. No, it's basically they were renting the house really cheap because they knew the people, and then
Right.
the people died and they bequeathed the house to their son, and
Three,
the son didn't want to
two,
own a house,
1.
and then he sold it. But my parents had a contract where they had like Vorkaufsrecht. Don't know
Right,
if that
okay.
exists in English. It's like if they sell it, they have to ask you first. Like you have
Right.
first dibs. And so they kind of had to buy it. And then now the downside if you're not renting, you have to do stuff on the house. And my dad he's like me, he never did anything like that.
Yeah,
But
yeah, yeah.
he got really into that.
Fuel scoping.
My mom, like her stuff, she usually got into suing.
Fuel scoping complete.
Right, yeah, I
She's-
always forget about that. But then you bring
she's
up
like-
one of your uniforms and stuff, and I'm
Like,
like,
yeah,
oh,
my stuff uniform. Yeah. And now she's just doing masks. She's actually an honorary member of the local,
Frame shift drive charging.
you know, the voluntary fire brigade,
right.
because she did like, I don't know, 100, 200 masks for them or something. Katie's parents bought a house.
4.
I mean, and her dad
Three,
is like a ham,
two,
so he like
one.
currently is just
Engage.
building new antennas, because if you're moving, you have to. I mean, the reason for moving is you have to have bigger antennas than the house you lived in. And
Right,
I mean, I
right.
called Katie's house when I first saw it. I called it the Star Destroyer because it was like a normal, you know, the German, like a normal,
Fuel scoping.
like a singular house that's on street. You know, Einfamilienhaus.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Just picture that.
Fuel
And then
scoping
on the
complete.
roof, picture like this antenna mast with like a huge parabolic antenna that looks like the things on the top of the Star Destroyer, basically.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So yeah, that was that. And now he's building it. Of course, he's moving and he has to have a bigger antenna.
Frame shift drive
Of
charging.
course.
Also,
I
he's,
mean,
he's moved
That's
closer.
a normal thing.
Well, it's also understandable because he's moved closer to the east. And no, you laugh, but they're
What
like
the fuck?
they're really close to the old border, and so they're like the Russians are problem, man.
4.
No,
Two,
really, like if you're a ham and you have got
engage.
into it, it's like you have like this wattage limit, right?
Right.
The amounts of watts you can use, and it's like, you know,
That is the signal strength, right?
well,
Or sorry,
Yeah,
I don't.
but
I don't
it's
know how
your
it works.
base power,
You're
right?
the guy with the license here.
well, it's your base power. You can increase
Fuel
signal
scoping.
strength with other means, right? You can have,
Right, okay.
you can boost the signal. The antenna plays a huge role.
Fuel scoping
But generally, the
complete.
more power that you have, the more you can put out. And
Right.
if you're next to somebody and you have more power and you're both talking to somebody far away,
Yeah.
then that guy will only hear the guy with more power.
Oh,
And
son of a bitch.
so in Germany, everybody's like lots of hams are using more power than they're supposed to be. But like the base power
Frame shift
in
drive
Russia, I think is
charging.
twice what you can have in Germany.
Oh shit.
But then it's also in Russia. If you're not in Moscow, if you're like in central Russia or somewhere, nobody gives a damn. So instead of like, if you're German, you have like 100 watts,
Four,
right?
3,
Then there's a Russian
two,
with like 2 kilowatts.
engage.
And then you have like, so if you have like these propagation stuff and you talk to Australia, right?
yeah.
And the Australian will only hear the Russian. Because when he pushes like the button on his microphone thing to transmit, like everybody in a 500 kilometer radius
Fuel
is like
scoping.
immediately silenced because he's just louder than everybody else.
That
So
that does sound like prop.
Russians are
Fuel
notorious for that.
scoping
Like in Germany.
complete.
Oh god, the Russians again. This is some Russian
Well,
guy.
I imagined a different context for that
So you
sentence, but yeah.
Der Russe, an sich ist der Russe ein netter Mensch, aber im Keller, nee, I need to
Ah.
add the accent. Der Russe ist ein netter Mensch,
Frameshift
aber
drive
ärgert,
charging.
wenn im Keller ist der Russe gefährlich.
Oh my god, is that the Werner quote or something?
Yeah, of course.
Oh god damn it.
2 days, Ärgert,
Another
wenn
another piece of culture that probably completely bypassed Salifa.
3,
tut es not, dass es hier rumoxidiert. Das ist ein Idealstandard, ein Original-Idealstandard. Das ist doch noch gut. Das ist doch noch gut. Werner, nimm da mal mit.
So basically, can you do a short description of what Werner is?
Oh,
like
God.
for somebody who has never seen it and has like no frame of reference.
It's
Fuel scoping.
it's a cult comic. It's like
Right.
a cartoon about
Fuel
it's from
scoping
northern Germany,
complete.
from north of here. Actually, I rode my motorcycle the other week, and I was like in town names, like, you know, when you get next to the Danish border,
Yeah.
there's
They
towns
all
called
turn
like
completely
Bullerup
ridiculous. Yeah,
and
yeah,
stuff like that, and that's like all
Frameshift
from
drive
Werner. Like
charging.
it's set there. They're like bikers. It's like a comic about bikers, and the guy who draws it's called Brösel, and then he made like these movies, and they're just like, when we were kids, they were just like this shit.
3,
Yeah.
2, 1.
There's this
Engage.
hilarious. So the first movie has good parts and really bad parts, especially it has like live action stuff. It's like
Oh,
all
yeah,
the
yeah.
comics are tied together by Brösel actually drawing stuff. Never heard of it, says Oliva. Oh my god.
Right.
You have to
Actually-
teach her some stuff, man.
Right. I apologize. I obviously have failed in my
Fuel
role
scoping.
as
Obviously.
the husband to be and provider by
So-
not showing her.
But
the Werner
that
movies.
first movie, if you only want to
Fuel
watch one
scoping
thing, it
complete.
starts with the best scene. It's like the football thing.
Yes.
So
It is
Werner
really
has
good,
a
yeah, yeah.
flat like under the roof, and there is like a town square below him, where it's just like people going to the market
In a northern German village.
in a northern German town, I guess. Yeah, and he drops a football, and then the football just gets everybody. It's Germany, right? Everybody kicks the ball away, and it just everything escalates,
Frameshift
and
drive
Werner is just
charging.
commentating the thing as if it was a football game. And there's like this hilarious stuff. It only works if you speak German. And it's like,
Yeah.
oh, das ist das vor eine Kiste Sprotten von Inter Mailand weg.
Engage.
Yeah. And
So
basically the premise of the reason why what they've chosen to tie the comics together with is that he gets kidnapped or something.
Oh yes, Rumpelstilzchen is involved for some reason.
Rumpelstilzchen is involved as well. That's very freaky. So it has a weird fantasy kind of touch. But all of the real
Fuel scoping.
like all
And the
live
woman who
action stuff
plays
is really low
Rumpelstilzchen is a
budget.
very famous actor.
Really?
Yeah,
Fuel
but sorry, what
scoping
you were
complete.
saying? What?
Oh, it's all kind of low budget and really
Yeah.
cringy in a way. But so the point is, he gets kidnapped and he's trying to draw something funny
For the king.
to make this gangster kind of guy laugh.
No, the
that,
king. He's the king. It's like some kind of fairy thing.
Frameshift
Right.
drive
No, he's the king,
charging.
and he has like because it's German, he has like sausages stuck on his crown.
Right.
And he
But isn't it also like that some dude visits him in his flat
Oh.
and that's like some kind of
Three.
gangster stuff? going
Yeah,
on?
it's
I'm
yeah,
really
it's
sure.
some
It's
weird-
all really weird.
He gives him like a magic pen. I think
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
the devil. I think that's like he's the deal with the devil.
Yeah.
But I'm really drunk when I watch this, so generally.
I mean, I was a kid when I watched this. I wasn't drunk. Like the
Well, I was at first I was a kid, which is kind of like being drunk if you're honest.
right.
And then
Fuel
I watch it
scoping.
once in a while, and Katie just goes away or
System
falls asleep. I
scan
used to watch it with
complete.
friends in Bonn.
Fuel
We
scoping
would just
complete.
get a case of beer and watch
Right.
Werner. And it's like Brösel, so the guy who draws, he basically made a living out of just being silly, and he's like a German Stan Lee, except he's more silly.
right.
I mean, he did this thing in the 80s. So he built a motorbike
Frameshift drive
that looks like a
charging.
motorbike in the fucking comic. It has like a instead of a front light bulb, right?
Yeah.
It has like
It
a
has
candle.
like a little lantern or something.
Yeah,
exactly. I
it's
remember
like
that.
ridiculous.
Four,
And then he made what the
three,
fuck says Oliva?
2.
And then he
one.
made this thing. He made
Engage.
this thing called a Werner Rennen. Or was it in the 90s? I don't know. It was like, I think maybe in the 90s. They did this festival at a, like it was a music festival at a airport in the middle of nowhere in northern Germany. And the thing was, he was racing his. So he
Fuel
built
scoping.
another motorbike that is powered by I think 16 chainsaw motors.
Fuel
I
scoping
have a
complete.
picture.
It's
I'm
called
gonna
the
paste
Red
it in chat.
Porsche Killer, and he did a race. Yeah, there's a link there, and he did a race against his friend in a Porsche. And he actually legendarily
drive
lost that
charging.
because he did a clutching mistake.
No.
Yeah.
Shit.
But did you know that they did 30 years later, so I guess it would have been
4,
in the
3,
90s.
2,
30 years later, so
one.
last year, I think, or the year before, they did another Werner Rennen,
Right.
like for the 30th anniversary. And he raced again against the Porsche, and there was like drag races and stuff. The guy's just crazy.
I did not know that.
He looks
but
like an old school rocker dude, like from the 80s. He always wears
Yeah.
like leather jackets.
Fuel
And
scoping.
I guess they're semi-popular in also like German biker culture because a lot of their stuff is about
Yeah.
motorbikes and
Complete.
stuff. And there's
Yeah,
one
yeah.
scene in the first Werner movie. Basically, the guy is a plumber, right? The main character is
Yeah.
a plumber, and he's not even a plumber. He's just a fucking apprentice, right?
Yeah, he's-
so
yeah.
everybody treats him like shit, and he's got like dreams of having a real motorbike someday.
But he has
And
a
then-
Mofa. Yeah.
He's got a Mofa, but they
Frameshift
actually
drive
made one of the
charging.
scenes so you see him imagining himself on the big motorbike and
Yeah.
stuff like that, and then it cuts back to him actually just driving a couple of gas bottles around for his
Yeah.
for his fucking job on.
And
on
then
his
everything
Mofa.
explodes. It's kind of like the
Exactly.
building
3,
site on the other side of the road there.
1.
Yeah, exactly. That was a real Werner accident, I guess.
Yeah, and it's like there's these biker dudes are the guys from the comics.
Yeah.
So there's this guy who has a coffee machine in his motor, and he always makes coffee for them,
Yeah.
and it's like built into the bike. There's the guy who has a beer keg on the back.
Fuel scoping.
Yeah, so they're kind of, you know, that's kind of biker culture, and they have like all the. So Bruce is a
Fuel
real.
scoping complete.
He isn't like he's just a make-believe rocker. He's like an actual. He knows things like the comics has like real stuff about bikes, right? And there's
Yeah.
like all these inside jokes with the TÜV, which is the German MOT, and there's this great sketch where it's
Frameshift
like the
drive
worst
charging.
blinker, where he's
Oh, yeah, yeah.
like his indicating system. He took like the lamps out, and has like he puts like a can of Wiener sausages
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
middle of his handlebar,
Oh.
and then he indicates
3,
by shooting
2,
sausages out the side.
Engage.
Es gibt auch Labskaus. oder Möhren, Erbsen mit Möhrchen.
Yeah.
So good.
And
There's all-
the guy can't believe his eyes, right? The guy goes like, "What
Yeah.
the fuck is this? That's not standard issue."
Yeah, they always say, das ist aber nicht original. It's not
Fuel
standard.
scoping.
And they have like all these northern German accents.
You know what? I worked in the same building as the TÜV
Fuel
in northern
scoping
Germany, or one of the
complete.
TÜV approved
TÜV Nord, yeah. Yeah.
whatever things. And like I gotta tell you, like the people who work there are some of the like, if they had lived in the 30s, they would have been Nazis.
Yeah, I know.
Like-
they're TÜV Nazis.
Like I'm not even talking about what they do with cars, just like what they like.
Yeah.
Man,
I know. That's why I love it. I don't know how long how long has it been since you've been in Germany? I like since you lived in Germany.
when was I in Germany?
Frameshift
Yeah,
drive
last year.
charging.
No, I mean lived in Germany. full
Oh,
time.
so I briefly lived in Germany when I was 21, I think.
Okay,
in
so a
Flensburg.
few years ago. So the TÜV used to have
4,
it's like this
3,
company,
2,
but it's like half state or something.
Engage.
But it used to have
Yeah.
this monopoly on the MOT, like on the tests, right?
Right.
But they don't have that anymore. They
Okay.
abolished that, and then now other companies who do that.
Okay.
And I
All
always
right.
go to GTÜ. GTÜ
Okay.
is like the Turkish TÜV. I don't know. I think they belong to a Turkish
Fuel
guy or
scoping.
like an ex-immigrant or whatever. But they have like lots of Turkish people working there, and they're like really relaxed.
fuel scoping complete.
I mean, they have to follow all the same rules, right?
Right.
But they go about it like a lot more relaxed. Like when I put my when I got my did that with the van, and I went there. I was
Frameshift
like,
drive
the
charging.
guy was like, "Oh, do you want to come when he does the check? Do you want?" I told him like I bought this car. It's like
Yeah.
it's 18 years old, and I've never like really
Yeah.
looked at some stuff underneath it because I don't have a thing I can put it on. And he's like, "Oh, do you want to come with when I do the testing? You want to see from below?"
Yeah,
And I was like,
that's really nice. Yeah.
"Is this like a joke question? If you're
Yeah.
at the actual TÜV, right, and they ask you this, that's like a trick." They
That's
wanna-
like your car's fucked. We just want to tell you how much.
We're gonna put you against the wall. Like that's you'll be shot with your car
Fuel
for
spike.
negligence or in the field.
The commissar does not approve.
Fuel
I
scoping
love
complete.
GTE. They are fucking amazing. Like I went there with my motorbike in Hanover, and I did my TÜV at like I think it's like it was originally like the 3rd of
Frameshift
February.
drive charging.
And so most people in Germany have like this. We have these Saisonnummernschilder. They're called like
Right.
they're license plates that are only valid in certain like let's say the most normal one is from like March to October.
Okay.
So you put it on like
Oh, is that old
convertibles
school? Yeah. Okay.
or
okay.
on motorbikes, and then you save on the tax, right? You don't have to pay
Right.
tax in those months, but you can't drive in those months. And we also call them Weichei-Nummernschilder as motorbikers.
Right.
Because if you see a motorbike with something like this, they're like pussies, right?
Yeah,
because
they
they
don't
never
go
ride
in the
in
winter. They're just in it for the good times. They don't
And
have
I-
to do the
Fuel
difficult parts of the
scoping.
video game.
Yep, exactly.
Uh,
Yeah,
System
not like me.
scan.
And there
Fuel
is like I
scoping
went there,
complete.
and I hadn't announced it before. I was just like, let's go there. I had some. I think there was something at work, and I had some time off, taken some time off for something, and I had to go to the TÜV anyway. And then I had a few hours in the morning. I was like, I might as well go there, right? And I'm driving there the beginning of February, and it had like snowed a week before, whatever. But now it was a bit warm or whatever. And I
Frameshift
go there,
drive
and I
charging.
drive into the thing, right? And I park my bike, and these two guys come out of the office, and they look at me like, "What the fuck, man? You want to go to, you know?"
4,
I'm like, yeah. Like,
two,
do you have any,
1. Engage.
can you do it now? Do you have time? And they're like, yeah, definitely. It's nobody coming. It's like, but what the fuck? You're driving here like in winter? We've never looked at a motorbike at this time of year. And I'm like, well, it's not that cold. They were really amazed, and then they were really nice.
yeah.
They were really cool guys.
Fuel
I really
scoping.
enjoyed that. We actually have
So-
this. So there's this Saisonnummernnschild. You see it very, very
Fuel
seldomly.
scoping
Sometimes on
complete.
SUVs. The other way around, where it's only in the winter.
Oh, so they have the summer car and the winter car, the Bonzen, basically.
Yeah.
up there.
And
right.
there actually used to be like this.
Frameshift drive charging.
I don't know what they call. Like they used. So there's like in the motorbike magazine in Germany, they have like comics in the back of the magazine, and there's this guys who does these comic strips, right? Joke
Yeah.
comic strips. His name's Perscheid. He does a lot of like, other stuff as well, but he's
3,
motorbike stuff.
2.
And he had this thing
One.
it's called Perscheid's Abschwindel.
Right.
Perscheid's Abyss, I guess. And he had like this thing where it's like it was like the opposite of Weichei-Nummernschild or something.
Right.
And it was like this guy with the motorbike who only had like a winter. He was only riding the bike in winter.
Okay, that's
Fuel
cool.
scoping.
But anyway, you want to say something? Sorry.
So quickly on the bike comic thing, my dad had these. Like my dad has had a
Fuel
motorbike
scoping
like
complete.
forever. Like I think since I was like 5 or something like that. Got his first motorbike, and he had one where basically a cop on a motorbike, like his bike breaks down, right, and he's picked up by some lunatic driver on an Aprilia or something, right, like one of the really crazy racing bikes. And basically the race driver offers to like bring him to the next
Frameshift
gas
drive
station.
charging.
And the cop looks over his shoulder and goes like, "Oh my god, that doesn't feel like 100. What is going here?" And then the guy just thinks this is a mile, indicator. It's not kilometers, it's miles.
Right.
You idiot.
3,
Right, okay, I remember that very vividly. I
Wow.
bet that's what the same guy or something like that.
My mother, my parents used to drive like shoppers. They don't drive other ride other motorbikes. But she used to have a shopper, and she used to have a Honda Shadow, which is a great bike.
Right.
But hers was re-imported from the US. So it
Oh,
had
yeah,
like
yeah.
all these special things, like you had to
Fuel
put these things in the TÜV thing that, you know. So for example, the indicators were always lit,
Fuel scoping
What?
and
complete.
when you indicate, like the other one goes out and one indicates, and then when you stop indicating, they're both lit again.
Oh yeah. That's
And
what you have on some cars as well, don't you?
Yeah, American cars have that, and so you have to put that in the papers. But also her
Okay.
like speedo was in miles,
Oh.
and that
yeah,
was
yeah,
always a problem. You always had to kind of judge, like, I mean, it's not that like when you get
Frameshift
like
drive
when it's
charging.
like just a speed camera that it's not a it's dangerous if it's a policeman with a laser gun, right? But if it's just
Right.
a installed one, they just flash you from the front in Germany.
Three.
So
Yeah,
with a
and since you
motorbike
don't have a
doesn't
plate on
matter.
the front, what are you gonna do? Right?
Okay.
Yeah, but she got like caught a lot of times, you know, without it happening. But like she didn't want to go fast. It's just she couldn't
Right.
estimate the 30 correctly on the speedo.
Don't you just get like a different thing? That doesn't sound like an expensive thing to change.
Oh, actually,
Like, can't you just get a fucking
Fuel
different
scoping.
plate on the bottom of the thing or something? I mean,
No, like with especially with like Japanese bikes, you
Fuel
you have to
scoping
change the whole
complete.
unit.
really?
And then it's actually a problem because it's because it has like the kilometers, and it's like people don't want to sell you that part because then you can cheat like with the. It's like anyway, it was too much work, and it was kind of cool. And like they never caught her because
Frameshift drive
it
charging.
never really happened with a laser gun.
Right.
I got once they got me actually in my hometown in Duisburg in like a industrial area. They actually pulled me over with the fucking laser gun on the motorbike. That was the only time I got caught on the
Engage.
motorbike. My dad and me, always used to so when my parents live in the very north of Duisburg, and anything north of that is just like rural area where you can actually ride a motorbike really nice. So we used to ride out there and go on a tour, right?
Fuel scoping.
And there was always this one
System scan.
installed speed camera. We just
Fuel
like,
scoping
we just always go
complete.
by and salute or flip him the bird. Khalifa says, I think these kinds of number plates exist in Denmark as well. Yeah, you also have like these weird number plates where like
Frameshift drive charging.
if you can only use the car on the job, it's like yellow, and then you have like a half yellow one where you can also use it privately, and but you save a lot of taxes if it's just yellow one, but you have to log everything,
3,
right?
2,
Yeah.
1.
You have to have like a logbook
Engage.
or like an app these
Well,
days.
no, I don't. Well, I don't think you need like a logbook or anything.
Yeah, you need to log every fucking drive.
On the semi-private ones.
On the semi-private ones, you only need to log the ones when you're using it for job. Basically, when you're using the yellow part,
Right.
you have to log it. And to get the yellow thing,
Fuel
you have to have
scoping.
certain amount of kilometers or drives or whatever on the job.
Right. But I don't think you need to do that
Fuel
like a truck
scoping
driver.
complete.
Like you don't need to.
No, it's not automatic,
you
but
know.
you have to like. So when we went to Sabaton Open, I went with some Danish
Right.
guys, and one of the guys had this on the van. Like he had a half yellow plate,
Right.
and he told me about this.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
Semi-plate ones can only have 2 doors. Otherwise, you need to remove the door handles. This sounds like Danish. I heard that they just changed some
Frameshift
law
drive charging.
that the police can actually put down certain dogs when they think they're like Kampfhunde, like dangerous
Yeah.
fighting dogs, and
Yes.
so it's really
Four,
it's really
3,
stupid for people who have
2,
like these half breed,
1.
like
Engage.
Yeah.
so we have friends who have like this. They took in this dog from like Mallorca or something, right? This street dog,
Right.
and they live really close to the border, and they're now really afraid to go into Denmark because like it's their dog is not but it could happen because it's like the policeman
Yeah.
decides, and
Yeah,
then if
yeah.
you don't have papers to
Fuel
prove your dog
scoping.
doesn't have like
System
pitbull
scan.
in it,
complete.
then they
There's
just
actually
kill it on the spot.
some dogs that are
Fuel
like
scoping.
banned
Oh god,
in
the
Denmark.
infamous dog law, says Khalifa.
There's actually like a group of there's like a small underground network of people when somebody like adopts a dog or when a log gets changed or something like
Frameshift
that. So
drive
I don't
charging.
remember which specific dogs that is, but they actually get the dogs out of the country.
Yeah,
basically.
Halifa
Like,
just
they-
said the same thing in this.
Oh
in
yeah,
the chat.
sorry.
Smuggle them out or something.
Exactly. So
The
until
infamous dog law. I'm guessing that's like a big topic in Danish local.
3, 2,
yeah,
1.
absolutely. I mean, we're also
Engage.
part of some Facebook dog groups because we sit dogs for other people sometimes. So people just meet with us, get to know us, and then they just
Oh
dump
yeah,
their
you
dog on
take
us.
pictures as well, right? I saw that.
Take pictures as well. Yeah.
You had this.
That's
gorgeous
mostly
dog
Halifa
one.
taking the dog pictures, by the way.
Sorry, what?
It's mostly Halifa taking the dog pictures.
Yeah, you had this series you posted once with like
Fuel
this gorgeous
scoping.
dog that you just had.
Yeah. Oh, we had the wolf dog. That's true.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
Fuel
So
scoping complete.
we met that dog when we were actually sitting another dog.
But
and
how is
it
that
was
a
final
but
down.
how is like fighting dogs illegal, but you can have a wolf dog?
See, that's a good question because when we met that dog, it was going completely ballistic, right? It was on the other side of like a fence, and it was like it looked like it wanted to kill the dog we had on the leash, right?
Frameshift drive
and basically
charging.
they had like on purpose like locked the door from the inside to one of these dog yards where you can take them off the leash, and they were like, "So sorry, she doesn't like other bitches. We're gonna be gone in 30 minutes."
You just
And we were
said
like,
bitch.
"Yeah, no worries." What? Yeah, because her dog doesn't like other female dogs, right?
That was a joke.
Oh, sorry.
Engage.
But we actually gave her a business card, like the owner, not the dog. And she luckily actually wrote us not long after, and we could go out and take some pictures.
Nice. Denmark
And
got
the
a
dog
lot
was
of
completely
hate when
cool.
the law came to life. Doggate. When the zoo killed the giraffe and the world went
Fuel
crazy, the
scoping.
infamous dog law was mentioned a lot. Was that in Denmark where they killed the giraffe?
Yeah.
Fuel scoping
And
complete.
people were being really hypocrites about it, right? They kill thousands of cows for like the country every year, and then they go like, "What? We can't kill the giraffe?"
Well, I mean, if you eat the giraffe, that's okay, right?
Frameshift
I mean, I
drive
bet they fed the
charging.
giraffe to the lions afterwards, you know.
I would like to try giraffe.
I wouldn't have anything against that either, but I think, I mean, you don't have a lot of them to go around, right? It's just they
that's-
killed it because it wouldn't make any sense for them to breed it because it would not fit
1.
with the gene pool of the giraffes that already live in captivity, right?
Yeah.
It was basically like the most common male gene or whatever. They were like, okay, we can't really put it anywhere.
I look over the Facebook page for the Copenhagen Tourist Organization that week. People were insane. Oh, I took over. Oh, you took that over. Wow, yeah, I believe that.
Fuel scoping.
Well, you know, when I talk to like the
System
so
scan
according to the
complete.
Swedish, you're like the
Fuel scoping
Nazis of
complete.
Scandinavia.
Yeah, a lot of people are very rule abiding. Like how much, like that's one of the things that pissed me off most during this whole Corona thing, right? At the top, we had 200 or 220 people hospitalized, and like 10% of those in the ICU. But people were like raging everywhere on Facebook and on Twitter, like, I just saw people, and there were 9 people together, and I know 10 are allowed, but that looked really dangerous. Or like, they were,
Yeah, so
You know,
I guess that's the proximity to Germany, right? I mean, some parts of Denmark used to be Germany and the other way around and stuff.
you know what? If it was the 30s,
Frameshift
they would have
drive
voted to
charging.
become Germany. Like the people who, Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, lots of people don't know this, but the border between Denmark and Germany was redrawn in like 1910
Oh, I know. We had that.
or
in
something. They had a
lot.
vote. So
Yeah.
so those parts that are now Schleswig-Holstein and the parts that are Denmark, they basically voted, and if the majority of the county voted to be in one of the countries, they just drew the
Yeah.
border. Well,
Yeah.
I guess they had a rule against like having exclave things, which doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
We got so many hateful comments. Fun.
I mean, we specifically didn't like Halifa back then when she was running the Facebook.
Yeah,
page.
with the Facebook page.
Yeah.
I mean the Corona thing was the same thing as well. Like Germans are just, oh, the government says. What I find really amazing, just to start a little political thing here right now, right?
Frameshift drive
So all
charging.
the progressive left people, right? They were all generally completely in favor for locking everything down, and it's like, oh my God, somebody dare to protest because our freedoms are being impinged. Like,
Right.
people's health is more important, right?
3,
Now,
2,
today there's like Black Lives Matter demonstration
yeah.
in Berlin, and everybody's like a centimeter from each other.
Yeah.
And they're all wearing masks, of course, but you know what? That's not gonna. Like,
Yeah.
you don't wear that for 8 hours. Like, you're gonna take that off, and at that moment, it's just like, even if it's just
Yeah.
for a second. I mean, and now they're all okay with it suddenly.
System
What?
scan complete.
Yeah. I
Fuel
think it's
scoping.
because people are really bad at kind of like I saw somebody on Twitter recently. What I mean to say is I think people are really bad at understanding
Fuel
people's
scoping
motives or
complete.
seeing that not like when people overlap in views, it doesn't mean they are a complete unison of each other's views, right? Just because you say privacy is important, it doesn't mean that you vote for the AFD and you think that homosexuals should be shot, right?
Frameshift
Right.
drive
Even though the
charging.
AFD probably likes their privacy as well and doesn't want like full government control until they are in control, you know,
Yeah. If you're the government, it's okay.
right? But I think people are really bad at seeing some of the stuff.
I think
And
what it
so-
is these days you just get put into teams. There's always 2 teams.
Yeah.
And that-
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean that's it's so currently it's like either you're against like you're against Trump or you're for Trump. Like you can't be indifferent about Trump, for example.
Right.
Like and
Yeah.
I'm generally
Fuel
very
scoping.
indifferent about Trump because he's a fucking
System scan.
America. Like he's in the US. I don't like they're crazy over there. Like,
Fuel scoping
I don't even get the whole
complete.
Black Lives Matter demonstration in Berlin because I'm like, what are you demonstrating against? The American president being an idiot? Why do you care? Like, I'd
Well,
be,
okay, so
it'd
to
be
be
okay
fair, I
if you're
think that is
demonstrating
more-
against racism in Germany, but
Right.
like, wouldn't you do that when something actually happens?
Right. I think so. For me, I think it's perfectly fine to have protests against racism, right? Because
No, I'm not
like,
saying that. I didn't say that, by the way.
know.
I didn't say it wasn't fine to have the protest. I just don't get the motivation of going
Frameshift
there.
drive
right.
charging.
personally.
It's no. Okay, I get that, but I think that is for me. That's not like the protests aren't exclusively like, oh, it's bad what happens in the U.S., right? That's just like the
It's the catalyst, yeah.
exactly,
Three,
you know.
two,
So everything that starts
one.
something, it's like
Engage.
when Me Too was the thing, right? That is like a couple of instances that spark a greater
Yeah, it
movement.
catalyzes people, yeah.
Right, and I think like when people say, well, what do we have in Europe that we need to demonstrate against? Like if you ask a black person or if you ask any foreigner, like I have a
Fuel
coworker
scoping.
that is a Muslim and he sometimes walks around in like the typical traditional
scoping
clothing and he's got a
complete.
beard and stuff like.
Yeah.
You know, you wouldn't exactly walk up to him and offer him bacon, right? Like it's you know, the cultural heritage is kind of like he bears that with pride, which I think is cool. And he actually gets attacked on the street. I was
Yeah,
like,
yeah, I
oh
know.
shit, you know.
I actually
That's
think
really shitty.
I actually think so in especially in Germany I think the it's not right. I think the prejudice against religion, especially against Muslims, is much worse currently
Right.
than against black people. I
Frame
think
shift
a
drive
lot of
charging.
more people actually don't care about, you know, they're not afraid of black people, you know,
Right.
per se, but they're afraid of people who look like Muslims and they think they're like look like
Right.
terrorists because they have a
Four,
certain beard and they're
three,
wearing
two,
different clothing.
One.
Right. So I think that for me like fits into like the greater scheme, right?
Totally,
Like,
but
it's-
you're not on
you
the
know.
Alexanderplatz shouting Black Lives Matter if you're a Muslim in Germany right now. 'Cause
No,
you're
no,
not
but
black.
I mean, no, but but I think the same is true for like you can easily find instances that happened within the last
Fuel
1 or 2
scoping.
months of the life of every non-white person, right? And I think that to a
Fuel
certain extent, I don't know how much
scoping
they feel represented by these demonstrations, but I think to have a discourse about racism is good.
Totally.
It's like
Yeah.
like when for example when you have certain topics in a movie and they like for example you have not like necessarily like Brokeback Mountain, but you have movies that either categorize that
shift
display
drive
something that is
charging.
not usually in mainstream media, like homosexual relationships that is like getting a lot more normal, or transsexuals or whatever, right? Even though like maybe they get beaten up in the movie because the movie is set in a time where that was basically
Three,
nobody cared if somebody beat you to death or something.
Engage.
It's still like the conversations that happen afterwards when people, like people talk about it afterwards or go like start thinking about stuff. I think that is really important. So I think for me the discourse is more important than if the thing that caused it.
I know
is
what
the
you
thing
mean,
that
but
it's
like
protesting for.
I completely
Scoping.
understand it. If it was like a generic anti-racism demonstration, but it's
Right.
specifically Black Lives Matter, which is a
Scoping
specific
complete.
American thing, which is something we really don't have that problem. We have other problems. I'm not saying like our police force has other problems. Like we have
Right.
lots of neo-Nazis in our police, right? That's a specific problem. We have problems with the police, which supposed to investigate,
shift
like
drive
the right-wing terrorism we had in Germany, and they weren't investigating that, and they were actually hindering the investigation as far as
Yeah,
you can tell.
absolutely. But for me, a lot of people that are upset about these the Hannibal cases and the issues, that's people protesting today.
Yeah,
Engage.
sure, completely. Yeah, but like
But
they have
the
the wrong
name
message.
on it doesn't matter, right?
They're like
I don't think they have the wrong message. I think they have exactly
I think
the
if
right
it gets
message.
reported as Black Lives Matter in the media, then it's you're against Trump. You're setting a signal against that.
I think that is too much of a narrow look on that.
Fuel
Well, the problem is
scoping.
it's a very specific. It's a very specific message. That is.
I don't think so.
Fuel scoping.
I don't think so.
complete.
It is 3 words, and what you understand as those depends on your background.
Well,
right?
maybe I just know what they mean because I'm actually tuned into U.S. media. Maybe
Right.
that's the difference. Maybe the normal German just think it's a generic racism thing, which is not.
Right.
Seriously, I mean, there's
Frame shift
I
drive.
mean, there's a
charging.
discussion in America happening, a valid discussion, where people are like, yeah, but like you're excluding other people that are,
Right.
it explicitly excludes Mexicans, for example,
Ready.
Yeah.
which have
Yeah,
the same
that's-
problem with the LAPD as black people.
Yeah. Yeah.
And anyway, I don't want to really discuss that. But,
no, I get that. I'm just
everybody's
saying
tuning
it,
out, I'm guessing.
It doesn't I'm just saying it doesn't mean or for me, right? It doesn't have the same limitations, and I don't live in the US. Otherwise, it would
Fuel
probably be a lot
scoping.
more specific for me there as well, right?
Well,
But for
I just have
example,
a problem with the, not because of that. I just think
Fuel
I
scoping
mean,
complete.
If you listen to the not the last but the one before, the Private Citizen, I actually didn't.
I have not listened to that.
Yeah,
one
well,
yet.
I'm trying to explain my point there. I actually
Right.
think it's very harmful. So I think a big problem we have, especially in social media and just the way our opinion is formed, everybody
Frame
gets put
shift
into
drive
teams.
charging.
Yeah.
And with like it's the black people against the white people, and that's just like it's not helping. I can understand the impulse completely. Like I completely understand that impulse, but in the long run, it's not helping. It's like the Balkans,
Engage.
right? So you have one ethnic group does something bad against the other ethnic group, and then you have the impulse to strike back, but it'll never end. It's like it's this.
Right.
It starts.
I think, to be honest, I think that is like, for example, that for me that goes a bit into the category with replying to like with all lives matter or something.
Fuel
And for
scoping.
people who either have suffered directly or who have friends and family harmed, I think that is
Fuel
just
scoping
not
complete.
appropriate.
Well, I understand that argument, but on the other hand, it is, just to be a nerd, it's technically correct. It is like
Yeah.
I explain on the Private Citizen why I would usually, that would be the thing I would say, but obviously I can't say that because I know what it signifies, and I know that like right-wing people are using that.
Right.
So for me, it's
Frame
like I
shift
just
drive
basically settled
charging.
on like humanity matters. So for me,
Yeah.
the thing. So if you watch that video with the cop like killing that dude, right?
Yeah.
Like sitting, putting his knee on his neck and until he's dead. For me, that isn't a bad thing because he's
Three,
black. For me, that is a bad thing because he's a human being.
Engage.
Yeah.
And I would be as outraged about that if he was like Indian or if he was white or if he was. I
Yeah,
don't care.
Absolutely.
You're
I
killing a
agree
human
100%.
being. That is the bad thing about it, and that is the only thing you actually need to say.
Yeah.
And if you stop police from doing that to any human being, you by definition stop them
Yeah.
from doing that to black people.
Fuel
Yes.
scoping.
I agree 100%. But I also think that
System
that's
scan
missing the issue in the US
Fuel
in a lot of
scoping
cases.
complete.
No, I actually
Because-
think that is the issue. I
I don't think that's the issue. So
I think the
because
issue-
if you look at the if you look at
Frameshift
statistical
drive
data
charging.
for the severity of punishments, not necessarily in like not only in like police brutality, but also in prison sentences. of,
yeah, I mean, I
like,
talk
how many
about that. I mean,
times,
there's a
you know,
thing in the 90s.
4,
There's a
3,
very famous law about this
1.
that actually Joe Biden was one of the senators who passed it.
Yeah.
Is this thing where crack cocaine is like crack cocaine, you get 30 times, or you got is now Obama changed it to 18 times more prison time than powder cocaine. And
What the fuck?
yeah, and that is because
Fuel
crack
scoping.
cocaine is used by poorer people, by black people, by Mexicans, and they
Fuel
didn't want to.
scoping complete.
They didn't want to send the Wall Street dudes to jail for 20 years,
Right.
who are all using cocaine, right? And Obama changed. By the way, Obama changed that from like 32 times to 18 instead of completely abolishing. Guess he could get it done, but
Yeah.
I mean, there's lots of laws like that, and that's I talk about that on the show. It's actually I
Right.
think the problem is the U.S. is inherently a very racist country,
Right.
but part of that is also because it's also teams, because I mean I completely understand why, and I'm not saying like it's kind of unfortunate, but like kind of the black population is also defining itself by being black. Right, and that is inherently nobody's
Well,
thinking
no,
about
well,
everybody just being human beings.
Right. I
Frameshift
understand that. That is
drive
that is personally also my but that is our ideal picture of the world, which it is not yet, and which we don't have any right to say, oh, this is how it's supposed to be for everybody. So, for example, to say, oh, black people shouldn't define themselves
2,
for like
1.
based on their skin color
Engage.
is maybe not really ours to say, because like if you say, oh, there's so many things that are part of black culture, you know, if it's specific music or dance or cuisine or whatever, that is awesome for people to have and preserve.
Yeah.
The stuff that we want to get rid of, right? We basically say everybody should live their life. We don't give a
Fuel
fuck,
scoping.
right? As long as they don't piss us off. And then like basically what we want to get rid of is the hate based on
Fuel
these.
scoping
Yeah, but
team
what I'm
thing.
saying is I'm not saying they shouldn't do that. I know, like I don't would ever see it my point to tell anybody to do anything. I'm just saying if you look at it from a sociological, like from a science perspective, you look at it from a
Right.
historic perspective, right? You
Yeah.
see a pattern, and the pattern just tells you that
Frameshift
this
drive
problem will
charging.
never go away until people stop thinking those categories. It's just like, so this is the same reason why I'm against women quotas, for getting rid of the injustice towards women,
3,
because the only way to get rid of that injustice is to
Engage.
stop thinking in categories of men and women. I understand that there's an impulse that men were basically completely making women subservient for like 4,000 years or whatever, right? I understand that. I understand there's an impulse to roll that back. But as long as you go, okay, we have to
fuel
put
scoping.
this certain part of the population here, you will get pushback
Fuel
automatically from
scoping
the other people.
complete.
From the group on the other side. If it's black or white, doesn't matter, right? It's Asian or whatever. If it's
Yeah.
men or women, as long as you try to solve that
Frameshift
problem
drive
in this
charging.
technical way, and you're still using the category, the problem will never go away.
Well, I'm not sure I agree in all contexts. So when you say this problem, you mean inequality of women
Yes,
in leadership?
there will always,
positions, for example.
if you
2,
institutionalize
1. Engage.
these categories, and if you say, okay, we have a problem, we do not have enough women CEOs, right?
Right.
And then you have rules where you put in women in CEO positions to solve this. This makes men feel they feel like they're treated unfair.
System scan.
If they-
I mean,
complete.
first of all, I
Fuel
think
scoping.
you're wrong, obviously. No, let me explain.
Fuel
Because I don't
scoping
think that necessarily works in the for all companies, right? You can't just make decisions based on gender.
Frameshift
You just
drive
can't fire
charging.
pregnant people, right? That's cool. But for example, for political parties, that is they're supposed to be representative. So I know that the
Frameshift
what is it called,
drive
the Eco
charging.
Party in Germany, Bündnis 90 Die Grünen, they have a gender quota, I think, and I know that some Danish parties have that. And there, I actually don't necessarily think it's a bad idea because they're supposed to represent the population, and I think there it's actually fair to.
But that's not the level. That's not at all the level I'm arguing on. I'm not saying. I'm not even judging if that's fair or not, or if it's good or not. I'm telling you that by doing that, you're antagonizing the other side, and it might work in certain, like, let's say the Green Party, right? If you
Right.
have a very, if your target audience is very
Fuel
progressive
scoping.
and actually thinks this is a good policy,
Right.
then the other side will probably not get antagonized.
Fuel
But
scoping
in
complete.
wider society, of course, like if you do something like this and you put women into certain positions, you put women in positions.
Put women.
Even if that works, like as a technicality, it just antagonizes people. It's the same thing.
Frameshift
It's like
drive
if you do
charging.
like certain
Right.
like eco policies and you live in a city, you antagonize people who live in the country and who
Yeah.
are farmers and stuff.
Yeah, that's cool. But I mean, it's also not the point of a regulation to make everybody
3, 2.
to make everybody happy, but to make everybody happier on average, right? So we make, for example, if you have a regulation about what you can pay people, you have a minimum wage or you have some safety standards, that obviously makes industrialists unhappy, but it kind of makes the workers
Well,
have
but it's
more limits.
okay as long as it's a regulation
Fuel
that
scoping.
works for the whole of the population, based on a, if it's like, okay,
Fuel
if you have like
scoping
rich
complete.
people and poor people, right?
Right.
That is, you can do that because your decider, your border between the two groups is permeable, right? Some people earn money, some people lose money. It's not based on how you're born. If you have
Right.
if you have these rules on gender, or like if you have a population where you have like, in Germany it wouldn't be black or white. In Germany you would have
So
people
you would
with
call
Turkish
it
heritage.
inherently wrong?
Sorry, what?
Frameshift drive charging.
Inherently wrong? It's because it's an inheritance.
Yeah, I guess.
I'll see myself out.
I mean, you have like it's a different. So, and that's not even the problem for me. Like, not the actual laws or whatever you're doing is the problem. The problem is you are deepening the divide. The only way to solve this, and I think it's unrealistic. I completely agree with you because I believe human beings are assholes. But the only way to get rid of this, if you look at it from a very high level, a problem like this, is to stop thinking in those categories.
Right.
And I actually think it will happen.
I think
mean,
that's a long-term goal. I think it's fine for people to play catch-up in the meantime. I know I'm. I kind of like identify with you a lot when you say, "Oh, I was bullied in school. People are assholes." Like I feel the same way. Like I was always the.
No,
the
I actually
strong,
believe
strong
people are
little kid,
assholes
so-
because of John Locke.
Oh, but
Actually,
I mean,
it got deep
in
in
personal
philosophy.
in personal experience, I can totally attest to that. People are
Frameshift drive
assholes.
charging.
Or a lot of people are. But I think it's fine for groups that are less fortunate on me to get a catch-up advantage, right? Like if I look at it from a game developer's point of view, I think it's completely fair to rubber band people. If you're in 8th place in Mario Kart, you get a speed boost. If you are a woman who feels uncomfortable or easily patronized by people who tell her that she's wrong all the time, or who want to show her that, oh, you're doing it wrong, when they go to a coding boot camp, I think it's perfectly fine to have a women's only coding boot camp, or like Rails girls we have in Copenhagen, right? So I think that is perfectly fine.
Fuel
That does
scoping.
not rub me the wrong way or go like, oh, I am pissed off. I really want to, like, why do they get something that I don't get? Because that's a greed or envy, right? That's
No,
not,
I mean, it does rub me the wrong way, but not because of greed or envy. I look at it and I think what you're doing there is actually you are short term doing something, but in the long term you're sabotaging your mission. I mean,
I don't.
what you're
I don't
doing.
think so at all.
Well,
Like,
I know you don't think so, but like,
you know.
it's like people who don't think so are always
Frame shift
surprised
drive charging.
when then certain political parties suddenly get a lot of votes, right? There's like, okay, you have this whole Black Lives Matter thing, but like, you don't realize that actually a large majority
3,
or like a
2,
big part of
1.
the US
Engage.
is actually not on your side there, and they're the people voting for Trump. And then they're like, why did Trump get voted in the second time? And the thing is, like, if you analyze that and you understand that you're deepening the divide and you're not pulling people together, then people like Trump win. Like, the
Feel-
real
But okay,
Trump-
sorry. I don't think I am splitting a huge political divide by saying maybe we should kill fewer black people,
Feel
and
scoping
also we should
complete.
enable women to follow the
No,
educational
but you
path
don't live in
they
Arkansas.
want. No, that's true.
And I don't think you
also
understand. You
have
live in
very
Copenhagen.
limited-
You don't understand people live in Arkansas.
I also have a very limited impact on the people in Arkansas. I don't think a lot of those people even read my blog,
Frame
right?
shift
So
drive.
if
Well,
I
I'm
put
not-
a Black Lives Matter banner on my blog, they'll go like,
I'm not
"Well,
talking about your impact. That's not what I mean. We're not. And I'm talking about what you do personally. You do believe personally. I don't care. Like that came out wrong. I do care, but like I don't want to change your opinion. I'm just
3,
saying. I'm just
2,
trying to explain my
Right.
viewpoint.
Engage.
I understand. Like basically, you're saying you got to pick up people where they are right now, right?
No, basically, I'm saying
Or,
I'm not.
you
I'm
know.
not. What I'm not doing, and you can criticize me on that. It's completely valid. What I'm not doing is I'm not producing a solution that. I'm not saying we should do this. All I'm saying is, and that's the easy way to do. I
Fuel
understand,
scoping.
but it's
Right.
like just where I'm coming from. I'm sitting on the sidelines and I'm looking at what's happening. I'm telling you, this is going to make everything worse.
Fuel scoping complete.
This is going to make everything worse. And then the other thing I'm telling you is like, yes, I talk to a lot of people who are like you, have your opinion, because I know most people I know are
Frame shift
more
drive
in that
charging.
direction politically, I would say. And they're always like, yeah, but like, they say this is all right and this is all good and we need to do this, but then they don't understand why there's pushback in society.
I
They don't
understand there's
understand why
pushback.
why
It's
AFD
fine
get
for people
votes, why-
to disagree, right?
Engage.
It's not like I don't think I'm personally like fueling hate with the right wing by having a certain attitude, and I understand that we need to get a little bit off the team A team B thing. I found somebody on Twitter recently who was basically posting the like all lives matter thing, and I tried to have a conversation with them a little bit. And then, like, you go to their profile and you see they're
Fuel scoping.
retweeting people that basically have
Systems
no
scoping.
Sharia law in the US in the name. Like, I'm still not sure if they're a troll account or if
Fuel
they're a real
scoping
person,
complete.
right? Because that is the same kind of populistic thing you have in some Danish parties as well, where they just state a super obvious thing and get easy sympathy points, right? So we can't just limit ourselves to saying, oh, this group of people, there will be pushback. If you don't fall for the
Frame shift
populistic
drive
bullshit.
charging.
And there was one political party here. They had a poster up with a guy in a suit sitting on like a chair, and then the caption was, "It makes me angry when people are like robbed at gunpoint or whatever."
3, 2,
Or,
1.
it's like, of course,
Engage.
like that pisses everybody off.
Yeah, but
why,
you're doing the same thing than the populist people are doing. You're currently doing the same thing the other way around, because the people
Right.
I'm talking about are not the populist people, not the people that listen to that. The people I'm talking about are like
Fuel scoping.
just normal people, right? And they have normal life experiences, and they're sitting there and thinking, okay, but like,
Fuel scoping complete.
I live in an area of LA where like 95% of all crime is being committed by black people. And I don't understand how I mean, I'm obviously think this is wrong, and you shouldn't kill people, and this cop should be fired. But like, I'm thinking the police is doing an important job, and sometimes they have to arrest black people, and sometimes they die. Sometimes they arrest white people, and sometimes they die.
Frame shift drive charging.
And I'm not with the
But
people.
that's a different issue. Sorry, I think that's like the state of the police in general obviously like plays a big role in this, right? And like how the U.S. deals with crime and
2,
what kind of sentences you get for it.
Engage.
Well, I
policies
actually don't think it does at all, because like it's actually quite, if if you look at it, right? So currently, the U.S. media is basically saying this is all Trump's fault, right? Because some stuff he tweeted or whatever, and he put a fence around the White House, right?
Fuel scoping.
Right.
Now the police issue they're talking
scan.
about has nothing to do with the federal government, at all. Actually,
Fuel
the left
scoping
people are currently
complete.
saying we need to get the military in because the police is shit and the military need to patrol, or like the National Guard. Now those are,
Right.
well, the National Guard isn't, but the military is a federal institution. That's actually you calling Trump for help when you call the military in because he's
Yeah.
the commander in chief. The stuff that like I
Who
listen to like
who
this.
calls in the military? That sounds like a horrible idea.
That's what I'm saying. It's like the Americans, they're
Frame shift
idiotic.
drive
So they're like,
charging.
our police is too racist, let's call in the military.
Yeah, what?
Like,
that
you're
sounds
dumb. You did
horrible.
the same thing in 92 in the LA riots. Like, how dumb have you, like, yeah. Anyway, they didn't have our experience. The fact that you even can call in the military
3,
legally,
2,
it's already a problem with your
Oh,
Okay.
actually, I recently got a new coworker who used to live in Russia, and he was saying like, it is not great. Like we kind of know this, right? But it's always like scary to hear that in person. He was like, if somebody did a thing with Putin, like Saturday Night Live, with Donald Trump, they
Fuel
would not have a
scoping.
job the next day, right?
Yeah.
If somebody like impersonated Putin,
Well,
the
they don't
same
have,
way,
they don't,
that
like,
would be it.
they
Fuel
don't really have a
scoping
separation
complete.
between the military, the police, or the intelligence service. Really.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of scary. But
Okay,
like,
I quickly gotta fill my water bottle. Please talk about fun, happy things.
I'm gonna read out what
Gotta be
Halifa
right
said
back.
because I completely
Alright.
missed that. You fill your water bottle. So Halifa said, I've once read a good article about how the world is progressing at an amazing speed, but for the middle class and political middle, it's somehow lost in that development, which pushes them to the right side because they stand for known and familiar values. Actually, Halifa,
Frame
that's
shift
like that's a
drive
huge issue I
charging.
have. So I'm conservative, I would say, these days. Now, I considered myself very left and very progressive when I was young, and actually until like maybe 5 years ago. And now, because of what the left and the progressive people are doing, I just like I can't be part of that.
2,
And now I feel like I'm
1.
conservative.
Engage.
And a lot of people just confuse conservative with right wing. I think the problem is that right wing people often tend to be conservative, but that's like, you're mistaking cause and effect, because people are basically saying if you have conservative values,
Fuel
then people
scoping.
in Germany, for example, would assume you're right wing, which is idiotic. I mean, conservatism just means
Fuel scoping complete.
so you have two streams in society, right? So you're moving along with your society, and something happens, and there's a conservative
Frame
view,
shift
like,
drive
to make it
charging.
very simplified a lot. There's a conservative view and there's a progressive view, and something happens, and the conservative instinct to react to this would be, oh, my ship's nearly burning down. Would be
Frame shift drive charging.
let's
Change
not
is
change.
bad.
Sorry.
Change is bad.
Yeah, the conservative view, well, not really. The conservative approach would be, let's err on the side of doing things like we've always done.
4,
And the progressive view
3,
is,
2,
1,
1.
let's
Engage.
change things because change is generally for the better.
Right.
Now, I believe that this is well known that people say you start out left and then you go to the right the older you are. You get more conservative. I actually feel that happening for myself, and I think generally that's true. I think that's because when you're young, you're idealistic and you read and you're in university
Fuel
and you're like,
scoping.
you don't have like, you have more idealism and less
Fuel
life experience.
scoping
And as you get
complete.
older, you have more life experiences, and that kind of dulls your idealism. Because you figure out stuff like, it's not all like you can have good intentions, but people are generally assholes, and then the group you're with that has good
Frame
intentions actually
shift
gets
drive
corrupted.
charging.
Or like you do stuff like, I look at stuff when I was young. I thought the internet was amazing, and when smartphones came to be, I was, this is the best thing ever, right? And
Yeah.
now I look at it like 10, 15 years later,
4,
and I look at what
3,
does
2,
what has it actually given us, this
engage.
computer in our pocket? Right? It has given us, yes, we have now navigation apps, but we had maps before. How much of an improvement is it, and how much are we paying for that by being tracked 24/7?
Yeah, I get that.
And that's where your conservative instinct comes in.
System
You're like,
scan
okay,
complete.
good tech.
Well,
Fuel
so I
scoping.
wouldn't necessarily call that is that conservative?
Yeah, that's
I mean,
that's what conservatism
Fuel
means.
scoping
You're
complete.
conservative with something. Like something changes in society, and you're like, let's err on the side of caution. And if you're progressive, then you're like, well, let's change things, because change generally, like, we move forward as humanity, right? The more we learn.
I don't entirely agree on the definition, because
Frame shift drive charging.
like to be wary with data and to not be fully trusting in the state or in the government is I mean, not necessarily conservative, depending on.
But
I mean,
you're looking from a German perspective.
3,
Right.
If you're in America,
engage.
it's completely like the left is generally progressive and doesn't care about privacy at all, and you know.
Right.
But also, like, that's the problem. Like, that's what I was saying to Alifa. Like, conservative and progressive, you have to separate that from left and right,
Yeah. Yeah.
because it often overlaps. But so I would call myself,
Fuel
in my policies, I'm actually center left.
Yeah.
Fuel
If you go left and
scoping
right,
complete.
right? If you go political parties.
Right.
But I'm a lot more conservative. Like I'm
Right.
probably as conservative as some like the more left-leaning parts in the CDU would be in Germany, which is our conservative party. So
Frame
so
shift
there can
drive
be
charging.
there can be a difference, and I think there's a problem that a lot of people see conservatism as inherently right-wing,
Right.
which like I don't think is the case, because it's not the case for me, and I know lots of people who are like the CDU, the typical
3,
CDU
2, 1.
voter is
Engage.
very conservative, but not at all right wing. Actually, I have P111, which I think never said anything in the chat. Hello, said I do clinical psychology, and I get these questions quite a lot, especially lately. The truth is there aren't these big bad boogeymen
Fuel
out there, only
scoping.
people. The answer to how can people be racist, violent, flat earthers is day and age is a mental phenomenon known as psychological
scoping complete.
reactance. Yeah, I think people are generally, I mean, that's just, I think you can be like, a big problem with this is also that you like reinforce your prejudices, right?
Frame shift drive
These days,
charging.
and you live like in a filter bubble. And
Yeah,
like,
well, I mean, that's also why I try to talk to people. That's why I don't unfollow people who like post homophobic shit, because their weird free church thing or whatever compels them to, right? And I actually engage with them on posts I disagree with. I like in a manner that is not like aggressive, right? Because it's like, you know, obviously I wouldn't want them to meet my gay friends, but you know, like, it doesn't mean that they're inherently bad, you know. Like there's people who take exit programs from
System
Nazi
scan complete.
skinhead groups or whatever, and they actually end up doing some good in their life. You know what I mean?
Fuel scoping
Yeah.
complete.
And I mean, there could, I mean, there's that, you know, you can have life experiences where you just grow up in a certain environment that will make you homophobic. That doesn't mean you're generally a bad person. I mean, I like.
Frame shift
So
drive.
if I got older, right, I got more conservative, and I actually think like I grew up with like my parents are more left wing than me, and actually I think a lot of the beliefs I held when I was a teenager and still in university were actually
3,
just
2,
knee-jerk reactions from my
Engage.
upbringing.
Right.
So for the longest time I was against nuclear energy because my parents are both dead set against nuclear energy, and at some point I realized I just never thought about I never thought about it.
What's the alternative, basically? Yeah.
Well, no, I never really thought about it. How does it work? How does it work? What the
scoping.
dangers are, and you know, I understand the
Fuel scoping complete.
the impulse, but I think like now I basically think it's basically what's it called, NIMBY, not in my backyard. Like you don't want to have the nuclear power plant where when it blows up you're in the radius.
Right.
But that's the same thing like windmills. You don't want to live next to windmills. The thing are fucking loud.
Yeah.
And I never knew that until like I visited my friends who live next to the fucking things.
Yeah.
And they're fucking annoying. when you live next to them. So it's like,
I mean, we have so many of them in Denmark, but we also don't have the population density where everybody has to live next to them. You know what I mean?
So in Hamburg here, there's a famous thing. So
Frame
there's a
shift
famous
drive
nuclear power
charging.
plant, which is just up the river here in Hamburg,
Yeah.
called Krümmel, which had
Right.
lots of accidents. And there's actually like there's been studies done, and they think there was like leukemia case and stuff. So the people living around that thing
3,
were
Yeah.
dead set against that thing, and now it's
Engage.
shut down, and they're disassembling it, right?
Right.
And I ride along there with my motorbike, and what they did is like on the other side of the river, where like the people who were in the community who lived were dead set against the nuclear power plant, and for decades you had like on TV they had like the signs in the front yard, you know,
Yeah.
Fuel
nuclear energy or
scoping.
whatever, and now they built lots of
Systems
wind
scan
parks there.
complete.
And now you drive through the village, and like at the beginning of the village, they're
Fuel
protesting
scoping
against
complete.
windmills.
Yeah.
And you're like, so where's your power gonna come from? Right? If you put a cow fart generator there, whatever they're called, like the biomass things, right?
Right.
They smell like shit.
Frame shift
People
drive
will start
charging.
demonstrating against those things. Like, where do you like? That is
Not
like-
making people happy.
I understand the impulse, right? You don't want to have it in your backyard, but that like generally, and also, my parents would get mad if they see this because they're like, I still have discussions with my mother about nuclear energy, but I basically think, so, I think like the German Angela Merkel's energy policy, right? To completely abolish all nuclear power after what happened in Japan.
Yeah.
And now
I
going
think that
all-
was a mistake, to be
And now
honest.
going all Greta and saying we want to be
Fuel
all green,
scoping.
and we're going to get rid of all the coal and all of that, and then, but like, if you're logical,
Fuel scoping
we could have been,
complete.
we could now already be completely green because nuclear power is basically green. I mean,
Right.
if you could, like, I understand that it makes that it has a problem, that it creates waste, but it's very little waste. Okay, you can't, you have to put it somewhere where you
Frame
won't see it
shift
for
drive
10,000 years,
charging.
but it's very little waste, and it has no imprint on global warming. Like,
Yeah.
it's the perfect technology especially if you would need a stepping stone towards the fucking windmills everywhere.
Yeah. Well, I hear what you're saying. So
3,
regarding nuclear power, I'm actually not that.
Engage.
We're discussing everything today. Do I still have
We're doing
viewers?
a special discuss everything. Fab
Piss.
stream.
Fab
Fab
pisses,
history politics.
Fab
stream.
flies through the galaxy and pisses everybody off along the way.
So I'm actually not that like scared of nuclear power. I think the waste issue is something we're like, okay, well, what are we gonna do with it? Well, we're gonna think about it later. That's a bit of a that's a thing you put on future generations.
Yeah,
as
but
well.
we could have solved a lot of that. We were working on technologies to fix that in the 80s, and there are like the power plant my parents protested against because it was like closed down there in Niederrhein, the Schnelle Brüter, right? That was a step to that basically eats its own
Right.
waste.
Right. There is, I think the thorium reactors are also really
Frame
interesting.
shift
Basically,
drive
they never
charging.
got put to use because they would not have stuff you could use for nuclear weapons as a
Yep.
byproduct.
Yeah.
So that's why they never.
Well, we had one
never
in
really
Germany.
used.
You know, we had one in the
Oh, we
rural
did
area.
have one. I did not even know.
Yeah,
that.
but that had
3,
tons of problems
2,
all the time.
Is that was that Recklinghausen?
Engage.
No, it's what's it? Is it
No,
Hamm?
that was actually in use.
It's actually
Oh, really?
next. It's like the TH something. It's like it was like a test reactor. It actually
Right.
they had a they had an accident
Right.
where they claimed they didn't have an accident, and then
Fuel
That's always very popular.
people found these pellets, and they were like saying they can't be from the reactor, but they were like. They found these pellets and they actually showed
Fuel
that they're
scoping
radioactive.
Complete.
And the guy who proved it was a general practitioner doctor who is the brother of Herbert Grönemeyer.
No way.
The singer,
What?
the singer who's also in Das Boot.
What the fuck?
Like,
This
his
is wild.
brother is a GP and he lives around there because Herbert Grönemeyer is from Bochum.
Yeah.
And so he actually did found some pellets on a roof, and they
Right.
did some, and they shut that thing also down. Like, and there was like all the well, it was basically that this is pellet. No, they were like round balls like these reactors where you just put the balls in the top and they fall out the bottom. And the reactor design was just shit because they would fall apart and then they would kind of break apart and then some old pellets would be still in there. And basically you control the reaction by how much material you put in. Right? And it falls out the bottom automatically. But if it doesn't fall out because it falls apart, it like you get uncontrolled reaction.
Frame shift drive
and shit goes
charging.
wrong. But like they were working on that problem.
Yeah.
It's like the wind power, right? We were leading. I remember under Gerhard Schröder, we had the Labour Green Coalition, right? They had huge subsidies for windmills, and they put them everywhere in Western Germany, right, where my parents lived. They started to put up windmills. And there were German companies who were at top of the world in building the fucking turbines. And
Siemens did a lot of turbine building as well.
Yeah, they had like a lot of companies, the solar world, like they had solar stuff. And then Angela Merkel got into power and they cancelled all the subsidies all ran out and they didn't prolong them. And so like these basically people put them up because they were only, if you were running them, they were only worth it if you had the subsidies.
Right.
And also the building was, at that time, it was very expensive. We have a lot of progress since then. Socks, carpets, that's the lever. She's trying to put us on
No, I think it's just a response to Cope 111s.
Right.
Or they were discussing all the things or something?
Yeah, anyway. So they actually, the subsidies ran out and they just first of all, they took a lot of these windmills down when they ran out because otherwise they would be too expensive to operate. And then all the companies got bankrupt. And now actually the Dutch, who kept going, they're like leading Europe in this development, and like lots of the turbines, lots of the technology for this shit is like from Dutch companies. And we were like 5-10 years ahead of them, but the subsidies ran out and they didn't prolong them. And now Merkel is pushing like the windmill power. Like 20 years later, we could have been 20 years ahead. We could have already had all the windmills.
Conservative hypocrisy there. Just,
Well, basically, yeah, but she's not. Well, it's not conservative.
The Lippenbekenntnis is real.
The problem is it's not conservative to go back. Unless something is broken, and that wasn't broken.
Yeah.
Conservative, like Merkel shutting down the fucking nuclear power plants wasn't conservative. Conservative is we have these things, they're working, none of them exploded, right, since the 50s. So why change anything?
Wasn't there a one that was in the press a lot, the RWE Vattenfall something?
Well, a lot of them were like, my favorite story is the one in Koblenz. So when you drive from Bonn to Koblenz along the Rhine, it's beautiful. It's like all these castles, and it's beautiful. And then when you drive into Koblenz, the first thing you see is like a cooling tower and a nuclear power plant.
Right.
And you're like, oh, this is great. And it never went on. They never started it up.
Right.
Because they build it. Okay, now get this. Like earthquakes in Germany are not really a thing.
Right.
And it's not like San Francisco. We don't really have fault lines and stuff, right?
Right.
But the most active, I guess you could say, it's kind of a little small fault line. And it's not big earthquakes, but the most active earthquake region in Germany is exactly there where they built the power plant.
What the fuck?
And they built the power plant, and then everybody was protesting for good reason, because some scientists did, hey, this is a really geological unstable region.
The nuclear Drosten basically raised the finger.
Right, but the people who built the power plant, they knew that, but then the protest was too big and they never put it on power. But like, what?
What are they doing with it now?
That's my favorite. The second favorite nuclear power plant story is the test reactor we had in like pretty close to the border of the Netherlands, like where my parents live. What's it? The Forschungsreaktor in where is it? Jülich?
Yeah.
Okay, so they built a reactor. It's like a scientific reactor, right? And so they built this reactor, and it's like this old school. It's kind of like it's small, but it's kind of like the old. It's like from the 60s, I guess, and it's like a design. It's more like Chernobyl than a modern nuclear reactor. And basically, it didn't like
Frameshift
it
drive
didn't have it
charging.
had shielding. It had like a concrete basement stuff to, because of meltdowns and stuff, and it had shielding on the side, but it just had a
Right.
normal roof over the top, right? So they run the reactor, and
3,
like 10 years
2,
later, like the
1,
trees
engage.
around the facility is like a forest,
Yeah.
right? The trees start having weird effects and start kind of like dying, like leaves fall
You
out.
gotta be kidding me.
Yeah, and they're like these nuclear scientists, they're like, this looks like radiation damage, but it's like, and they like test the trees and they're like, this is
Fuel
radiation
scoping.
damage, and they're like, how can this be? And they like test, and there's like no radiation coming from the side
Fuel
because
scoping
the
complete.
reactor is shielded, right?
Oh my god.
And they
Yeah.
discovered actually they discovered an effect. So basically the reactor wasn't shielded at top, right?
Right.
And it was radiating to the top. Now this normally you'd think that just goes into space, no problem, as long as no airplane flies directly over that.
Right.
And even then you're just exposed very slow. Well, they discovered
Frameshift
in
drive
certain weather
charging.
and with certain clouds, the radiation gets reflected from the clouds back down and kind of scatters to the side of the reactor.
Well, I mean,
And
at
that
least
was
we
what
got
was-
to figure out a cool thing.
Well, it
with
was
the
a
whole
science
thing,
reactor,
you
right?
know?
Two.
That was basically an experiment. They didn't know they were running it, but that's hilarious. So they do so little about nuclear power. It's like when you read so one of my favorite Wikipedia articles, there's like a Chernobyl article that's
Right.
just like the timeline, and it goes like into seconds, like everything they know. And it's such a good study of human
Fuel
error.
scoping.
And it's like they had people working at the plant, like I think 2 people at the plant, like the
Fuel
main
scoping complete.
engineer and like one science guy who were from Moscow knew how a nuclear power plant really works. And all the other
That
people
doesn't
didn't
seem like a lot of people.
they didn't know basic shit about radiation.
Well, that
So-
scares people. Don't tell them that.
Yeah,
you know?
that was what the Soviets were like. That's socialism for you. Just don't tell people anything. So the thing explodes, right? The thing
Yeah.
literally goes like, and they're like,
This
that
is
sounded
good.
like the reactor exploded. And then they like look at the instruments. They're like, this can't be it. I mean, it can't just like everything we know and everything we learned about this reactor, it can't explode in this state. And they're like, it didn't explode. But this like,
Oh
what
my
was
God.
what was the explosion? They literally sent a guy out to go outside and look, and he comes back in and he's like, so the roof of the reactor is gone, and there's all this graphite lying around. That guy died 2 months later, by the way,
Frameshift drive
because he was just
charging.
walking around outside. It's just like, oh, look, graphite. Yeah, and then they were like, how could this happen? Like, what happened to the reactor? And they had like to wake the main guy with like, we don't know how this exploded.
3, 2.
We accidentally the entire reactor. Well, you know, that happens. That happens to me sometimes.
It's just like, it's like fascinating to me. One of my like guilty pleasures, I guess, is like reading these catastrophe things, how they happen. Like, it's amazing if you wanna scare yourself of flying.
Oh yeah.
The Air
Fuel
France.
That was,
Scoping.
by the way, that was some of the really, really cool podcast episodes I think you ever did. Was
Yeah.
for the
Fuel
Yeah,
scoping
Radio Nowhere.
complete.
the what's it called? The Boeing.
Oh yeah,
uh,
the crash. Yeah.
That was really good. I was like looking very curiously at the angle of attack
really
sensors and
like
stuff when I
doing
got on
that.
the next plane. I was like, oh, this is so exciting.
If you
Because
read-
I'm just too dumb to get scared, right? I'll literally go on the thing and do it again if it went on fire the first time.
Well,
right?
the
So-
reason why I
Frameshift drive
am afraid of
charging.
flying is because I wouldn't say I'm too intelligent, but it's kind of like I think about everything, and I'm like I was just constantly imagining what could go wrong, and so I was
yeah,
like,
I mean, I have that as well.
so
but
the Air
it-
France
in a calm state
Airbus,
of mind, you
3,
know.
2.
so the Air France
One.
Airbus like crashed,
Engage.
right? That's
Yeah,
an
yeah.
amazing story. So they also had like icing on the. I think it was also the angle of attack. No, I think it's the pitot tubes. But it's like you have to read that. Like the Wikipedia also has like a second by second, like what they know, like from the
Yeah.
black boxes and stuff. And it's basically the head pilot
Fuel scoping.
is asleep, and like
Right.
2 pilots who are not that experienced are flying the plane with like
Fuel
a third guy
scoping
watching.
complete.
Yeah.
And Airbus, so in a Boeing, so you have two steering wheels in plane, right?
Right.
And in a Boeing, I mean, they're all, it's fly-by-wire, right? So they're force feedback. But they kind of
Shift
behave like,
drive charging.
you know, they have feedback like you would pull a real thing. It's just they
Right.
have to be fly-by-wire because there are forces these days with these planes that you could actually pull them with your muscles in certain situations. But like in a Boeing, if I'm sitting in a pilot seat on the left,
3, 2,
and I
Right.
pull my
One.
steering wheel
Engage.
towards me or away from me, the one on your side
Oh,
does
I
the
think I
same thing.
remember this. Yeah.
And in Airbus, it doesn't do that. In Airbus, it takes the... I don't understand till today how you can make a design decision like that. That just seems dumb. In the Airbus, it like it takes
fuel scoping.
the average of both inputs. So what was happening is the plane stalled,
Fuel scoping
which means
complete.
if a plane stalls, it's too slow to generate lift.
Yeah.
And what you do is you pull the nose down,
Frame shift
which is
drive
counterintuitive
charging.
because you're falling, right? So, but you pull the nose down to generate speed, to generate lift again, and then you can pull the steering wheel back to go back up.
Yeah.
Now, they didn't really know they were falling
4,
because the instruments
3,
were fucked.
2.
But if you're an experienced
Engage.
pilot, and well, they knew they were falling, but not like how and why.
Yeah.
And if you're an experienced pilot and you're like, we're stalling, we're falling, the only way is to pull the nose down. That's the only thing you can do. Now, they woke up the experienced pilot and he told the one guy to do it. And so the unexperienced pilot was
Fuel
pulling the
scoping.
steering wheel back and was in control. The experienced pilot wakes up and tells the other
Fuel
guy or gets in
scoping
the seat or
complete.
whatever and basically says, no, we have to put the nose down. And what they didn't do is in a plane that you have like these procedures where you say, I'm in control, right?
Oh,
And,
right.
and then the other guy has to relinquish control. So you can't both pull at the steering wheel. But they were doing that. So what was happening is the experienced pilot was going nose down, we need to generate speed. But the other guy was just pulling up. But because of how the cockpit is
Right.
configured,
You don't notice what your co-pilot is doing.
Yes,
it
he
just
didn't realize
goes like,
that.
I have 2 signals, gonna average them. Who came up with that? Probably a programmer. I
And-
mean,
Frame shift
Yeah,
drive
it sounds like a
charging.
programmer did that. And then the thing is, the heartbreaking thing is, you can hear on the black box the moment the experienced pilot realizes. And he's like,
shit.
let go of the fucking steering wheel, basically. And the other guy lets
Yeah.
go, but they're already,
3,
they're
2,
too low.
1.
Yeah.
Like, they've
Engage.
stalled for so long that there's no way they
That's
can
gonna-
generate the lift, and they just go nose down into the Atlantic. Everybody's dead. I mean, that kind of scares me, but it's this thing where scary things kind of, you have this morbid fascination. Like, it fascinates me how that stuff happens.
Fuel scoping.
And of course,
Yeah.
now it's probably not going to happen because they trained, it happened once, they figured out how it happened, and they told
Fuel
everybody.
Yeah.
scoping complete.
But still, I mean,
the really crazy thing about the Boeing story is also that, how many people actually kind of knew that there was a
Frame
bug.
shift
Right?
Yeah.
drive
They didn't really,
charging.
I mean that
Didn't really
thing, that
fix
is
it.
just amazing. And like how basically the FAA just didn't they do I mean, you notice they do airworthiness directives now all the time. I think they changed it. Like, they didn't have an airworthiness. They didn't say
1.
airworthiness
Engage.
directive is basically a must obey thing that they put out, and every pilot has to read it and they have to do training for it and stuff.
Right.
And they knew what the problem was. Like, the second crash they could have completely avoided if they had just forced people to. They kind of told people, but only in like a non-committal way.
Fuel scoping.
Right.
And the second plane only
System
crashed because the
scan
pilots
complete.
didn't realize what the problem is, or only realized it too late.
Fuel scoping.
Yeah.
And they would have
complete.
known from the beginning and could have saved the plane. Like, the only thing they had, I mean, they already did the right thing. They switched off the faulty system, but then the plane got kind of
Frame
hard to
shift
steer, and
drive
at some point they
charging.
switched it back on and then crashed. Oh, there's so many amazing like, there's like this crash, like, I don't know, in 70s. I think it was a really old 737. I mean, it's a really bad crash. But, like, the plane
Yeah.
takes
3,
off,
2,
right?
1.
And they go like, something is weird. And then the tower, so from the tower they see the plane taking off, right?
Yeah.
And the left-hand engine detaches from the wing and actually flies over the wing and falls to the ground. And they like tell the plane, "Oh, you
Fuel
just lost
scoping.
one engine." And they,
Excuse me, you're right up there. Well, whatever do you mean?
yeah, they're like, something felt weird. Yeah, you just lost your engine, and the plane,
Fuel
of course, I mean,
scoping
crashed.
complete.
Lots of people died because they weren't high enough. They couldn't gain altitude to go around, and oh god, I think that was basically because they did. So you know they do lots of maintenance on planes, and like for some of them
Frame
you have
shift
to
drive charging.
take the engine off.
Okay.
And
I don't know this. I don't know how plane maintenance works.
Well,
Except
for
that they knock on stuff to hear if it's alright.
yeah, and for some of it, no, I think these days they do a lot with like X-ray and
Right.
3, 2,
even spectral analysis
one.
or something.
engage.
But like for some things you have to take the engine off, and they have like these forklifts with like. Oh, hello, wife just arrived, and you have to open the windows. Probably a good idea. And you have to like take the wing off but basically when they put the. Are you alright?
System
When you
scan complete.
put it when they put it back
Fuel
on,
scoping.
they have this special forklift, and they actually knocked into
Fuel
the
scoping complete.
thing that you attach the engine to,
Oh, that
and they
sounds.
didn't tell
inconvenient.
anybody. Like the guy who did it was like, "Oops, don't tell anybody." That like structurally weakened the
Oh my
pylon.
God. It's like this classical meme where it's like when
Frame shift drive
you hit your
charging.
brother and you're trying to get him to not tell mom or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's like no, it's not that bad. Don't tell mommy company or whatever.
Yep, don't tell
Ah,
anybody.
shit.
Yeah,
God damn it.
I mean that's and they learn from that, right? They have then special rules and stuff.
3,
Other rules where that
one.
just can't happen.
Engage.
I mean, there's lots of things. I mean, the first Boeing probably crashed because somebody ran into that angle of attack sensor.
Right.
And I've noticed now, by the way, since I know this, so when I was in Cap Verde earlier this year,
Fuel scoping.
and there's really small airports, like really small airports.
Yeah.
And there's this thing where you like land on
Fuel
the airport
scoping
and
complete.
you're in the plane's half full, and then they like people actually, it's like a bus, right?
Yeah.
They stand on the tarmac and then other people board the plane.
Right.
And so you're sitting there a while, they take like the luggage out, and I'm looking out of the window, and I see like shortly before we take off again, I see like the captain walking around the plane,
Yeah.
Frame
and,
shift
like,
drive
just-
charging.
optically like checking everything, so that
Yeah.
nobody's like knocked off a pitot tube or like an angle of attack sensor. Yeah, because like you get like these
3,
luggage handlers,
2,
right?
Right.
one.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
I
yeah.
guess in some
Engage.
airports you don't really trust them or something. You know, they
Yeah.
have to work quick on something. They bump into something, and later on your fucking plane crashes. Nobody knows why, because they just bent like a thing.
Yeah.
There's also like, oh, if you wanna see something really disgusting, if you Google, you can find pictures of what it looks like
System
when a
scan
person goes through an
complete.
airplane engine.
Fuel
Oh
scoping.
Jesus!
And
Why the
the-
fuck do we even Google that shit?
And,
Fuel
well,
scoping
it's me, right?
complete.
I've got the. It basically looks like somebody poured like a truckload of met into the engine,
God.
except it's more bloody.
I mean, I know the video where they
Frame
like put a
shift
frozen
drive
chicken to
charging.
it and stuff, where they go like,
Yeah.
"Oh, this
and
is how we
now
test
imagine
how a
that
bird
with a
gets to it."
person. Like that's actually a that happens to like engine engineers. Like once every 3 years, somebody gets sucked through an engine.
3,
God damn it!
2, 1.
Also, you
Engage.
know about the Chinese thing?
What?
So the
What,
Chinese
what
have
have they done now?
the Chinese have this thing with coins, to put coins to places.
Oh yeah, I heard about an
So-
old
so-
woman that basically put a coin.
It's
into
not
them.
old. It's like a lot of people do this. So when you board on the tarmac, you can basically often just go right up at the plane, right?
No.
Well,
Fuels.
I mean, you
But
have
okay,
like
but
you have
I
like
don't need that.
like these lines, right? Where they
Yeah.
like these how they separate
Fuel
lines as well. But
scoping
if nobody's
complete.
watching, you can walk up right through the engine. And
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
like lots of cases where like Chinese people in China have put like coins on like the lip of the engine, or they throw them into the engine.
Sounds like the worst place to put a coin. I
Well,
mean,
it's
you
a
know?
way, like even when they notice the people throwing the coin in, right?
Yeah.
Everybody they have to take the engine apart at that point.
Oh my god.
And
Frame shift drive charging.
and there's situation where they didn't notice and they just sucked in coins and you just destroyed, I don't know, what's it, $2.6 million of a Pratt and Whitney engine. I mean, that's
Goddamn.
even bad.
4,
Goddamn superstitious people. It's
one.
they're the worst.
engage.
Like one morning when I was walking to work in London, I lived relatively close to, I lived like in the path of taking off planes in Heathrow.
Right.
I see this plane, British Airways plane, who had obviously just taken off at Heathrow, like trailing smoke from an engine and
Yeah.
trying to climb. And then obviously turning
Fuel
around.
scoping.
So I get to the office, I'm like, turn on the BBC, I want to know what happened to that plane.
Yeah.
And later on they had a news story.
Fuel
Um,
scoping.
So they were
complete.
doing routine maintenance on the plane, on the runway, on the tarmac.
Right.
And you have like these maintenance covers that you take off the engine and then you can look inside.
Right.
And the engineer obviously forgot to latch
Frame
it.
shift drive charging.
So
Oh shit! So it
It
was kind
actually-
of dinking around in there or what?
no, it actually like
Wiggling.
it got when the plane took off, it got ripped off the engine.
4,
Like
3.
ripped like some
2,
metal bits that
one.
flew off and got
Engage.
sucked in the engine and then actually hit the backside of the fuselage and
Oh god.
bumped something there as well. Yeah, I mean they took off and like, but the pilot didn't notice, right? A passenger on the left side was looking outside the window, told like the flight attendant that the
Fuel
engine was trailing smoke, and then they told the captain, and then they had to turn around.
Fuel
Apparently
scoping.
the tower
Unbelievable.
didn't notice either.
I mean, flying is like has become such a normality. I used to partly also fly for work, short distance, actually like to the little island that Denmark has, Bornholm. That,
Oh,
that
Bornholm,
everybody
yeah.
always forgets
Nice place.
about because it's like, you know, it's not on the general map. They like, you know, zoom it in, like they just plonk it in there where it's not in the actual position where it actually
Yeah, it's kind of like Tasmania.
is. Yeah.
Frame shift drive charging.
So for me, it's just like getting on a bus, right? It's like.
Yeah.
Like when I flew for work, you don't even have a seat reservation on the
What
little
what
plane,
did
right?
you fly, like
just
a
walk in.
turboprop or like an actual jet?
No, it wasn't a jet engine. So it actually had propellers,
Yeah,
and then your
turboprop.
luggage was just wheeled in a cart, and then you could go
turboprop.
back to that area where you.
Those things are
Pick it
fucking
up.
scary. Have you ever seen what happens when a propeller blade detaches?
No, but I
There's
imagine
like
it goes
images
all
where
kinds of ways.
it goes through the fuselage and just stuck in the. Like there's pictures
Jesus.
on AV Herald where that happens, and luckily nobody was sitting on the seat.
Oh,
But
Fuel
it's
shit.
like
Yeah.
the propeller blade just went through 2 seats, and it's like a photo from the inside.
Right.
Fuck.
Fuel scoping complete.
But I mean, for me, I really like. It doesn't like bother me, and I can't like keep the focus on that, right? I know, like, you know, sometimes shit happens, you know, whatever.
Frame
So,
shift
yeah.
drive charging.
Speaking of vehicles, of exciting vehicles that might kill you, I picked up skateboarding a little over a
God.
year ago. So I had a skateboard as a kid, and then basically
You will-
didn't skate for 20 years, and then I bought a skateboard. I was like, fuck yeah, I'm gonna skateboard.
1. Engage.
So I've done that for a year now, and I kind of got Khalifa into standing on a longboard as well, and sometimes we skate home
Posting
from work, right?
Christmas Santa Claus.
I think that's more of because of the terrifying eyes. I'm not
Yeah.
sure I understand.
Yeah. Probably.
But I actually recently ordered one of the electrical ones, where you just have like a little remote, and then you have like
Systems.
a big battery under the board. So I'm
Fuel
very
scoping.
excited for that to arrive.
Do me a favor. If
Fuel
it starts
scoping
smoking, get
complete.
off it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's even one of the Chinese ones, but it's
Yeah.
a relatively good replica of the original boosted board, and the boosted board, the company was
Frame shift
recently
drive
went bust
charging.
actually. And they were bought by Lyft, the electrical
Yeah.
scooter
And now
company.
busted board.
Yeah. So I'm really excited for that, and I make all my coworkers try my skateboard all the time,
3,
and so far
2,
nobody has gotten
1.
hurt.
Engage.
You will break bones. I'm positive.
Well, possibly. I mean, so far I've been like really lucky. Apparently that happens.
Khalifa
very
like that busted board.
I mean, I'm relatively lucky by just being able to walk off the board or falling in a way where I don't take permanent damage. I think that's like, you know, the dumb luck kind of thing going on.
That's good. Yeah. Drunk people.
Fuel
and
scoping.
Yeah, drunk people and kids, you know, never
kids.
get hurt or whatever.
Protected.
I just need to make sure that I'm
Fuel
intoxicated whenever I
scoping
get on board.
complete.
That might be a challenge on my way to work, for example, but I'm sure I'll find a solution.
I will have to go to the toilet for a bit. Everybody, I'm just switching to standby mode for a bit. We'll be back in a second.
Woo! Wow. Okay. All right. All right. All right, here we go.
Hey everybody, I'm back. I got some red wine. The wife said I didn't have to stop playing, so that's good.
Nice. Oh, I have no idea what mine says.
The wife indeed.
Can I still play video games?
Woman?
I think so.
So the wife
Frame
was like,
shift drive
"Oh, you're wearing
charging.
your uniform again." And then she was like looking at the Starfleet uniform hanging on the rack, and she was like, "You have too many uniforms." I was like, "No."
3.
Halifa says the woman says,
Engage.
Oh.
Sounds like it's raining, very soothing. Oh, cool. Space toilets. Oh, you mean the oh, that was the Super Cruise sound, yeah. Actually, you mentioned yesterday, you mentioned the decals, right? And I have a
mentioned
mission
what?
now. You mentioned like some
Fuel
elite,
scoping.
like ship decals.
Right.
And I have a mission now because there's a Hutton decal and I need to get that.
Fuel scoping complete.
Man, I already earned my my patch. If you have to do like combat engagements for or some other stuff. I think I
Really?
did exploration. So now I need to get a decal. I need to figure out how that works, and then we probably have to do combat together.
Frame
Oh,
shift
I'm
drive
all game for
charging.
combat.
I'm
I don't have
deputi-
like the prismatic shield generator, which I think is a default thing for every like high-end
No, I
combat
don't
pilot.
have that.
We need to grind that a little bit.
Yeah, we can do that, and then I'm deputizing you as a trucker.
3.
All right.
2.
Because
Yeah,
what you do
maybe.
then is like, you know how Hutton
Engage.
controls certain systems, you have to go there and like fight crime so that
Right.
the Hutton truckers get more influence.
Right.
For
Is
the
that an
mark!
is that an actual faction? I'm.
Yes,
I
it's
have no idea.
I mean, yeah, that's why Hutton Orbital, like they.
I thought there was all like
Fuel
metagame and like
scoping.
community, like the fuel rats or something.
Well, it kind of is because
Fuel scoping complete.
I think Hutton Orbital existed. They made the group,
Right.
like the player group around that, and then when they put factions in the game,
Right.
they actually made the faction. So Frontier made the faction that
Frame
controls
shift drive
Hutton
charging.
Orbital, the
Got
Hutton
it. Okay,
truckers.
got it.
And now I think the mug is actually an item in the game. You can trade
Okay.
that. They put Centauri.
Yeah, you
Magazine
can
in
sell
it.
it. You can buy the
Yeah.
mug and then sell it, and the further away that is, because it's one of these unique whatever items.
And
Engage.
there's also Centauri Mega Gin, which is the official drink of the Hutton Truckers. Although
Okay,
I have
alright.
a nice 2016 Merlot.
Okay, that looks lovely. I'm gonna need to make myself a drink. Jesus Christ. Yeah, we came a very long way from political discussion and everything.
Well, yeah, that's-
Fuel scoping.
when I say
I mean, we went straight to nuclear
Systems
power.
scan.
From Black Lives Matter
Yeah.
to nuclear
got
power.
everything.
We got everything.
The
Fuel
Nazis got
scoping
mentioned. I mean,
complete.
when I say let's hang out and play Elite, I don't mess around.
Yeah.
I even had some feminism in there.
The spaceship elite. Oh yeah, we got feminism in there. Yeah. That's true. It's true. Well, not necessarily feminism. It's
shift
more like
drive
women
charging.
only, or what is it called? Quota stuff. I don't think every feminist agrees with that. You know.
No, I don't think either. Like, I consider myself to be a feminist. Let's just keep going. So I
Alright,
I-
okay.
so I think I was raised by my mother. She is a OG feminist, like, you know, from
Right.
'68 kind of.
Yeah.
Let your hair grow and naked boobs and all that shit.
Yeah.
And I got raised in that way, but for her, feminism was always equality.
Right.
Fuel
So she's
scoping.
actually pro quota in some ways, and she has, you know, the good arguments. I'm not against quotas.
Fuel scoping complete.
As I said, I don't. What I was saying.
But so your point is it's gonna antagonize people. Basically.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
not necessarily
So
bad.
Yeah,
but
I
it's gonna
just
piss
see
people
that.
off.
I'm not against the policy in itself. I'm just saying you have to keep in mind that we need to progress to that, from that
Right.
to, yeah, which probably will never happen. It's like socialism, right? You never progress from communism to actual socialism,
Right.
because that is
Frame
like the
shift
perfect
drive
world, and that
charging.
never happens. But I'm a feminist in the. I would never call myself a feminist today, because today being a feminist means something very different. Like, for a lot of people, means putting women
3,
first in
2,
some, like, for me feminism is equality. I'm an equality.
I think that totally qualifies you as a feminist because, like, in Denmark, it's almost become like a curse word, and I don't think like that you think that women should have the right to abortion or to not be beaten.
Right.
You know.
But I think the main, like, in my, so I guess I'm technically
Fuel
a millennial, right? And
System scan complete.
generally millennials who consider themselves feminists
Fuel scoping
do not
complete.
advocate equality. Most
Right.
of them. They advocate putting women in a better position than men to make up for like thousands of years of suppression the other way, which I can understand, but that's just not what I want. That's not what I stand behind. I want to live in a world, and
Frameshift
my mother
drive
was basically
charging.
like, don't care about what other people do, but I'm raising you in a way that you look at a person as a person, right? I mean,
Right.
everybody has prejudices. I said that in the podcast episode, by the way, as well. You know, this is just goals. Like, you'll never achieve that. You always have prejudice. I think that's how the human brain's wired. I think that's just like how we, you saw something running on the prairie, and you're like, that's a cheetah, right? You don't stop, and actually that's a leopard or something. You know, it's something. It's yellow. It's running. It
Fuel
probably wants to
scoping.
kill me. Like, that's when prejudice is actually, like, the pattern recognition actually works.
Yeah.
I think when we went into
That's
society,
Fuel
the
scoping
negative
complete.
bias that we have. That
right,
we,
and when we went into society, we just applied that to, a guy in weird clothing with a beard must be a Muslim terrorist.
Right.
I think that's actually the same part of the brain. That's how it works.
I think a lot of
Frameshift
it, so
charging.
just as a side note, I think a lot of the stuff that we overcome, or that we hopefully will overcome as a species, is like lizard brainy stuff that makes us
And you,
fear
I
things
think,
that are
I
dangerous,
think it's
right?
very important that you also recognize that you will never
3,
really overcome it.
2,
Like, what
1.
Right.
we're doing when
Engage.
we're overcoming is we train the other part of our brain, the intelligent university part of our brain, to recognize this pattern and steer against it.
Right,
Like,
exactly.
I'm currently trying.
That is overcoming for me.
Yeah,
mean,
but
yeah.
I don't think, like, I think lots of people don't think that. I think lots of people think we will progress beyond that thinking, and
Fuel
I feel like
scoping.
we have to recognize that we won't, because we're just wired that way, and evolution works in
Fuel scoping
increments of tens
complete.
of hundreds of thousands of
Ex-
years.
Absolutely. I think you're right. I'm not sure that people necessarily mean it the opposite way. Like, I don't think. Also, that's probably a scale how much people believe that and
Yeah.
how much people are into neuroscience. Because I'm like as generally interested in the brain, and I don't think that's
Frameshift
like
drive
everybody's hobby.
charging.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I think in general, people I think are on the same page. They understand that we unlearn behavior that is instinctive to us that is probably not very nice.
Yeah, and for me, it doesn't really work that way. I don't know if that's just my experience. That's how my brain works. I really can't really. I mean, I could, like, my parents probably unlearned a lot of things when I was young, and that stuck, because I think it's because your brain is still developing. But there's some instincts that my reptilian brain does, where I have prejudices that I literally have to pull back every time. Right?
Yeah.
It's not getting better. It's just like,
Fuel
I
scoping.
see something and my reptilian brain goes like, oh, this is a danger because this guy has darker skin or whatever, right? And I
Fuel
constantly
scoping complete.
fight against that. I like, my brain goes, no, that is silly. You're being an idiot.
Right.
Be realistic. And I think that's just how it works. And that's why I feel like you can never be, at least
Frameshift
from my
drive
experience,
charging.
I mean, it's personal experience, but I can never be completely free of prejudices, but I try to be as well as I can. And my parents have taught me, because we'll go back to feminism, that, it is try to see somebody as a person,
4,
not
3,
as
2,
the opposite sex.
One.
But also,
Engage.
my mother is a realistic person, and we recognize that has its natural borders, right? Because I'm speaking for a heterosexual person here, right? If you're gay, it's different, but it's kind of still the same way.
Fuel scoping.
You have to treat the other sex differently in some point if you wanna.
System scan.
Like,
Right. So I'm not saying we should all be robots, right?
No,
Like,
what I
that's-
mean is
that's
like
my
not in
intent.
your daily life, right? I treat my wife as basically my best friend, and
Right.
as I would treat anybody. But the point is, I'm heterosexual. To find a sexual partner, I have to differentiate between men and women, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because
I
I'm
think
looking
that's
for
also
women,
not
and
the-
if I was gay, I was just looking for men. But then I had to differentiate as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's
Frameshift
also not.
drive
I
charging.
don't think anybody has that goal, and I think it's also one thing to like think in a certain way, and the other way, one is like to act. Right? You can find like lots of people hot and
Yeah.
you know have the wildest fantasies, but the
That's the
basically
pulling
threshold
yourself
to, like,
back, right?
sexual
You're not
harassment
doing-
is, like,
You're
exactly.
not doing like the sexual harassment because you're like, but you have to recognize that where that comes from, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And I mean I think that's also just a somewhat natural impulse. Although that's
yeah.
not, I don't think that is so much evolution. I think that's just hundreds of years of
Fuel scoping.
societal training. I think we can get rid of that, but that's gonna take a long time.
Fuel scoping
Yeah.
complete.
Although there's some, there's some like, I mean, some of it is like, yeah, some of it is trained generals, but another part is just like, a certain way that men behave towards women is just like, probably hormonal or something. There's definite things there, and I'm not saying that applies to every person, but I think for the majority, that like certain male behavior patterns, for example,
Right.
you can see them in primates as well.
Yeah.
Frameshift
Yeah.
drive
They're
charging.
not completely societal, and that's why I don't buy the gender studies bullshit where there's like no difference, after your genitals between genders.
Well,
that is clearly not the case.
3,
Sorry, that's
2,
so the
one.
last
Engage.
interesting study that I was aware of is that there's no foundational difference between male and female brains, basically.
Yeah, I
and
don't
that
think
is
it's a
basically
brain
to say-
difference.
Well, so I think a lot of the behavioral patterns are I guess that's a bit of a foundational
Fuel
thing, right?
scoping.
But if you look at the behavior, I think that is like some stuff that happens very automatic at like a very low level.
Fuel
Like if you
scoping
take away
complete.
speech and put a couple of humans together, I think
Yeah.
that would look very much like
So I think
a primate group, right?
I don't think but I don't think that is like a brain. I think that's hormonal. I mean, you can see that. You can put people on hormone replacement therapy and they start
Yeah.
they tell you they start feeling different. I mean,
Yeah.
just talk to a woman who's going through her period. I mean, there is psychological things happening there that men do not go through. We don't have that.
Frameshift drive charging.
Or at least on a different schedule, right? Because there's still a varying amount of testosterone
No,
that
I
can
think
also
we have
lead to like
different.
highs and lows. And
I
stuff
think
like
we
that,
have hormonal changes. I think they're just not comparable. I think that.
Yeah.
I mean, we
I
have-
think they're also not that extreme. I'm very happy I don't have to have to.
Well,
have-
I feel like
have to be in
they're
pain every day.
extreme in other ways. I feel like a lot of the what people would call some people would call it alpha male behavior. Other people would call it toxic masculinity.
Yeah.
I think some of that stuff is like testosterone. Like if you do, for example, if you pump a lot, like if you pump a lot of iron, right? You do
Right.
like a lot of muscle training. Your
Fuel
testosterone
scoping.
levels change dramatically, and people
Really?
start behaving differently. Yeah, sure. You get like, I mean, so
Fuel
there's the thing. Do you know what
scoping
a TRT is?
No,
Testosterone replacement therapy.
no.
So that's the thing. You know how I do watch UFC, right? Martial
Right.
MMA.
Is that like steroids or whatever?
Well, steroids have been illegal in MMA forever, right? It's like
Right.
they used to do that in wrestling and stuff. But like there was a
Frameshift drive charging.
while some time ago where TRT was legal in the UFC, and people did TRT. There's a guy called what's this Fedor Milinkovic something. I
Right.
mean, I don't think he was in the UFC when he was doing that.
3,
Or maybe it
2,
wasn't illegal in
1.
UFC, but like in other organizations. Anyway, it was legal somewhere.
Right.
And I don't really understand how it works, but basically they give you testosterone, like they raise your testosterone levels,
Okay.
which for a male just causes them to gain a lot of muscle mass, like
Right.
in freakish ways. I mean that it's kind of like steroids. You can see that like steroids is kind of the same way as anabolic steroids, right? It's like that's a
Right.
male growth hormone. I think
Yeah.
generally male. I mean that doesn't mean that women doesn't have it, but yeah.
No, but predominantly present in males. That's
That the
why
thing you could die
men on
from.
average
Well, Halifa-
gain muscle mass 15% faster or something.
Yeah, something like this. I don't. I think that's steroid. Like all the wrestlers and everybody who
Frameshift
died of
drive
steroids, you
charging.
die of that because what steroid like anabolic steroids do is they make you grow. Your
Right.
muscles grow, right? Now this has one downside. Your heart is a muscle,
4,
Right.
and
3,
these people get like if you're on steroids a lot, you get a huge heart, a very powerful big heart muscle, which sounds great, right? I mean, you'd say that isn't bad, but
I thought it had something to do with that the veins also you can't actually support like all the muscle mass because the arteries and the
that's
the
probably
blood
another
vessels
problem.
don't flow.
Basically, you get circulatory problems. I mean, the heart
Right.
problem is just your heart wears out. You die when you're 40 or something because basically,
Jesus.
the heart is it's not supposed to be
scoping
a stronger
complete.
muscle, right? It's there to last you a long time.
Right.
And if you make it just really strong and work out a lot,
Yeah.
it's gonna be really efficient for a while, but then it's just gonna stop and then you're dead. And these people all got heart, like there's lots of wrestlers who got heart attacks, like 43 or something. TRT, I don't know. I don't think that it's been tested so much that it probably has all kinds of like. I would be scared. Like even like if I was a trans person and I would like do hormone replace like the conversion therapy or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, I can understand why you wouldn't do it, but it would scare the fuck out of me.
Frameshift
because I think
drive
if you
charging.
screw with hormones, I mean, it's very easy. So if you
I mean, on the other hand, women on the pill do that like.
no,
on
that
a-
was
on a
that
monthly
was
basis,
going to be
right?
my argument. Yeah, but talk to a woman who's been on the pill for like 10 years or whatever,
3,
and then uses
2,
a different method
1,
of contraception,
engage.
and how that like changes things. That changes all kinds of things, like
Yeah,
your
yeah.
mood, your body, like you know.
I think that is, by the way, like, so speaking of feminism, I think that is one of the inherently sexist things in our society. That is, I think, in a lot of cases, by dumb people. I'm not saying all men, right? I'm saying
scoping.
by a lot of dumb people,
Hashtag all men.
it is expected of
Fuel
a woman
scoping
to just be on the pill.
complete.
Yeah.
And I think also given the gravity of you know the hormones, I think that is a bad.
Actually,
expectation.
I had this discussion with my wife, and I was like, so I would take like a male pill probably, because I think that's just fair, because you know she took the pill for quite a while.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't have vasectomy. I draw the line at that. I don't want to have that done. Can't.
No, that's fine. That's
Even
also-
if I would never
that's
want to have
not
children.
That's not necessarily permanent, but that is still.
I'm not a friend of operations that are not necessary generally.
Right. Yeah.
I don't like that. Halifa says the most soothing part of this stream is when you hit a sun and fly around, and one stares on that little dot, finding the circle.
Frameshift
That
drive
is
charging.
soothing, aside from all the discussions about nuclear power plants, racism, feminism.
Estrogen, testosterone.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I actually have a. So you say like lizard brain and danger and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I recently was at the Copenhagen main train station. Maybe a bit more than a year ago, and a black guy asked me if they do the sneaky thing where they just talk loud enough for you to hear it, and they just look like they're not talking to you, but they go like weed, cocaine, pills. LSD,
Oh,
you
that
know?
thing. Yeah.
That is a really fascinating thing. I don't know if that speed trainer has like any
Fuel
specific
scoping.
name or something. But basically, he was trying to sell me
System
drugs,
scanning.
right? And I mean, you know, I was wearing a suit, so I can't blame anyone for trying to sell me
Fuel
drugs, right?
scoping
Because I look like some kind of
complete.
yuppie asshole sometimes, right?
Well,
With a
the
mohawk.
suit I could get. Yeah, I've never seen you in person, but like from the image, I could see how people would get that impression if you wear. a
Yeah,
suit.
why would
Like,
anyone think that?
If
Okay,
you wear a
know, I
really
get it,
sharp
right?
suit, yeah, I get it. Yeah.
So you know, and
Frameshift
then
drive
on the
charging.
subreddit, somebody was asking where to
Oh,
buy
only
drugs,
by
and
the way,
somebody was
only
like,
222 jumps to go.
Oh, there we go. We almost got you halfway there.
Yeah.
We're amazing.
Yeah, you're great. I love this. Okay, so subreddit.
So on the Copenhagen subreddit, somebody was asking where to basically buy some Mary Jane, and so he's like, talk to the black guy at the town square or whatever, or go to Christiania, right? They have this free state here. And I was like, well, you know, I mean, I was thinking about, is that racist? I mean, that is also a bit of statistical, that's like empiric
No, it's also
research,
probably
right?
no. If it's just literally one black guy doing that, it's like, and he's the only
Yeah.
black guy in the place. It's a good direction.
On the other hand, like imagine being the guy that somebody walks up to on the town square and goes like, "Sorry, can you sell me the wheat now?" And the guy goes like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
Okay,
Like,
I have a good. I have a great story about that. I have a. So, I'm incredibly. God, why can't I remember the name? What's privileged? I'm very, very privileged. I'm so privileged I can't remember the word. So I didn't have rich parents.
Somebody clip.
Somebody clipped that. I'm so privileged. Okay. You know, so I've always, my parents weren't rich, but we always had money. You know, I'm white, whatever. Like I'm very privileged.
Frame shift drive charging.
So I never, like I like to drink, right? But for the longest time, I never did drugs. Like I smoked weed for the first time probably like 5 years ago.
Right.
4, 3,
and
2,
so
1.
about
Engage.
God, this has been 10 years ago now. So I never done anything. I've never literally done anything else in my life than drink alcohol and smoke a cigarette.
Right.
And I loved Jason Momoa and Stargate Atlantis.
Right.
And I was like, I want to have dreadlocks.
Right.
And so, so I was in Australia in 2005.
Yeah.
I never, you know where this is going, right?
I know where this is going.
I never,
Complete.
I didn't go to the hairdresser. I had really long hair. Katie actually made me dreadlocks. And I'm living in Bonn. I'm going to university, and suddenly I have dreadlocks. And the reaction's already fun, like with work colleagues and right. They see you. I never told anybody. They see you next week. And
Da kommt der Hanfmann.
Frame shift drive charging.
So I would walk through town in Bonn to university, and like immediately, almost from day one. Yeah. So the first thing was people would come towards me and say, "Hast du mal lange Blättchen?" So I didn't know what that was. I knew it was like it's like the papers, right? The wrapping papers, and they're special wrapping papers. So I kind of got that. I'm not dumb. I knew kind of what it was, but I didn't specifically knew what that was. So like a few days later, I'm meeting my friend who's like, always smoking weed. I'm like, dude, you gotta explain to me what lange Blättchen are.
Fuel scoping.
Yeah.
Because it's really weird when people ask you and you don't know, and they probably can see that on your face. And I'm like, I need to know where you can buy those, right? And he told me. So from there on, I knew where they could buy them. So I could like direct people to what.
That is the most naive shit I've ever heard in my life.
And like every 2 days, I had somebody come up to me and ask me, and then people started to ask me where they could buy weed. Right. And once or twice, I really got upset. Like I was in the middle of something, probably listening to a podcast. I got really upset, and I was like to the guy, dude, I never smoked weed, like really loud, probably like in the town center. Nearly smoked fucking weed in my life. Just because I have dreadlocks, I'm not like some weed head. I have no fucking clue.
Can you please conform with the stereotype now? God damn it.
And then I did kind of, because then I was kind of like, okay, so I was like to my friend, I was like, okay, you need to tell me where you can buy
what is this weed
and he's like,
talking about?
he always wanted me to try weed, because I was like always ranting stuff. He said, you get really mellow, and I'm like, I don't want to be mellow. That's the reason I didn't try weed for the longest time, because I didn't fucking want to be mellow. Like the first time I actually tried it.
That is the thing I don't like about it, believe it or not.
Well, actually, I got older, and I know I like being mellow, and I like that. But anyway, so Halifa is laughing her ass off. But so I actually learned where you could buy weed, so I could direct people to where they were bought by weed.
Yeah, that is the next level of fucking nerdy thing. Like,
now, the amazing thing was, when I had dreads, I got confronted once or twice, mostly on the internet, with people who said you can't have dreads as a white dude because that's cultural appropriation, right?
Right.
And I would completely flip out on that. I was like, you know how fucking
can imagine-
racist.
I wanna see
you know how
somebody say
fucking
that to your
racist
face.
that is. And I completely don't subscribe to the theory that you can't be racist towards white people. I think you can. I think as a white person, because you're so privileged, you just gotta. It's your because you have all that privilege. It's your responsibility to just swallow that, right?
Yeah.
And I will
Fuel
do.
scooping complete.
But sometimes I will tell people, actually, that's fucking racist. To tell
Yeah.
somebody just because they have a certain skin color, they can't have that haircut? Like,
Yeah.
just divorce that from what you're actually talking about. How fucking Nazi is that? I mean, even the Nazis weren't so Nazi to tell people, like, oh, you're black, you
Frameshift
can't have that
drive
haircut.
charging.
You know, they
Yeah,
were
they were
really
more like,
shitty
you're
towards
black,
black people.
you shouldn't
but-
exist, you know?
Yeah, right. But they never said you
Right.
can't have that haircut.
Yeah.
I mean, how the fuck is that? Like, what the fuck?
Four,
And then the more,
three,
and
two,
this got so.
One.
Actually,
Engage.
I'm so upset about this because this whole thing, like, you shouldn't have that haircut when you know black is cultural appropriation. Actually, the experience of having dreadlocks for about 4.5 years taught me, as a very privileged white person, a lot of things about stereotypes.
Right.
Like, the police would constantly pull me
Fuel
over.
scooping.
Yeah.
I've
Yeah,
never
yeah.
been pulled over by the police ever. And the most fun thing was, so I was working
Fuel
for,
scoping
I was
complete.
doing school support, right? For
Yeah.
like an ISP, and they did like pro bono, like IT support for schools.
Right.
And we had company cars, but
Frameshift
not really.
drive
We were all like
charging.
students, and we had like
Right.
a Ford car, which is like this tiny
yeah.
car, is KA, right? This tiny car.
I know.
And
I know.
you use that to transport hardware, right? So
Yeah.
I'm in this Ford car, and it's packed to the gills, probably
With like a fuck,
illegally,
yeah.
with switches, right? Switches,
Okay.
like network
yeah.
switches and cables and computer parts to the roof. And I'm driving
Yeah.
through Cologne, and the police pulls me over in this van. And they pull me over, and they're like, routine stop, we have to search you for drugs.
Right.
And I look at the guy, I look him in the eye, and I say, routine
Fuel
my
scooping.
ass.
Uh,
I'm like, yeah, routine, right? And he was like,
Yeah.
well,
Fuel scooping
and I was like, no,
complete.
it's okay. I'm like, okay, I'm on the job. You can search my car as long as you want. I have one thing. I'm gonna call my boss, and I'm gonna tell him that you pulled me over. You'll search my car, and you'll have to tell him that that's okay. He's like, okay, yeah. So I call my boss. I'm like, they pulled me over. He's like, yeah, I know why. I'm like, we all know why. And I'm like, they're gonna search my car. I'm gonna
Frameshift
give you the
charging.
officer here, and then I knew this. I knew this would happen
Yeah.
because they pulled me all the time. I had a book with me, right? I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, guys, there's a cafe over there, right? I'm gonna go over there. Just tell me when you're finished.
4, 3,
And they hadn't looked in the car, right? So I'm walking away with my book, right? And I look back, and I see the guy open the trunk of the car and nearly get like clobbered by network switches. And the look on his face was priceless. He was like, what the
Oh,
fuck
God.
have we done? And for about like 3 hours, they pulled this
They
car
just
apart.
unpacked the fucking car over.
And
Fuel
of course,
they really wanted to get something on you.
oh
Jesus
yeah,
Christ.
and they no, they didn't. The thing is, so I know this from.
fuel
I mean, I know
scooping
people in the
complete.
police. You're committed, right?
Yeah.
So German police also does this, like, it's not really racial profiling, but they can do like this stuff if they have like. But the thing is,
Frameshift drive
once they
charging.
want to do that, they're committed. They can't just go, no, we're not searching your car now.
Right.
And so they had to search my car, and because they're doing it and they're they're German, right? They had
Yeah.
to search it properly, and for a long time.
Well, of course, yeah.
And then they have to put it all.
Frameshift drive
One of the rules they have,
charging.
they have to put it all. Like, it's like, well,
Yeah.
U.S. police probably does it and puts all your stuff on the side of the road. No. They have to put it together exactly as it was.
Yeah.
So the fuckers were sweating, and I'm like, you earned that. You
Three,
maybe this gonna teach you something about fucking prejudice.
Yeah.
I was just sitting there.
Ah.
Hey, I don't have to do work. I'm just reading this Terry Pratchett book for 3 hours. I've got coffee.
Yeah.
And it was so
think I got,
amazing.
like,
I talked
the
to
first
the girl.
time the police asked me who the fuck I was, or like in Germany, was when I just got a mohawk and I
Yeah.
was walking around
Yeah.
and stuff. You know, I basically looked like I was
Fuel
gonna throw a brick
scooping.
at that car just for
System
for no
scan.
fucking reason, right?
I can tell you, when I had dreadlocks and I went to a
Fuel
concert
scooping
with this
complete.
friend, right? and we drove back, and he just rolled a joint. Like he flapped down my, you know, the glove compartment on the Twingo, and it makes like kind of a table, and he rolled a joint. I'm like, I don't have anything against you smoking weed, but they're gonna detect that in that car when it's search it. But they never did. I guess that got away. But like, I mean, that taught me a lot about prejudice. And then the most amazing thing is when I got rid of the dreadlocks, because you know they do like these. I thought my camera had died, but I was just not moving my hand. When I got rid of the dreadlocks, because your hair is kind of weird, right? I just shaved my head. And I always wanted to see what it looked like when I had it completely shaved. So I completely shaved it, like I wet shaved it, right? And for like a few months, I had a completely shaved head. I really liked that. I stopped with it because my mother, who had
basically because she doesn't want you to look like a fucking skinhead.
Well, that was one part, but I wouldn't have listened to that argument. But she also had breast cancer and chemotherapy, and she was like, "This reminds me of that," and I don't want that. And I was like,
that is a legit.
But like, for a few months, I had like shaved hair, right?
Right.
And I shit you not, everybody thought I was a neo-Nazi. I was wearing the exact same
it's
clothing.
Just your face. It makes everybody assume the worst, you know?
It's my face, right? Yeah, because I'm so handsome. It's my Viking chin. But it's so amazing. Like, I didn't change anything about my clothing style, right? And in the 1 week, I was like this no good weed head to everybody, and then the next week I'm like a neo-Nazi. And I can remember. So at this time, Starbucks was completely, like, it wasn't like today, where everybody's used to it. It was kind of new everywhere. Bonn had a really early one. It was always packed.
Right.
I used to go in there with my laptop, and right. It was always hard to find a place. And if you had like a seat, then like people would like, if you had like a seat on the table and there are like 3 seats around, people would always, this was pre-corona for all the kids out there. Would always like cram around you.
Fuel scoping.
Right. I would go in there. And I would sit down on the table, and people would actually leave.
Fuel scoping complete.
And nobody ever sat next to me. Like in the public transport, no matter how packed it was, everybody was afraid of me.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
That is actually something that I kind of had slated to talk about, but I didn't like. You totally segued me into the topic because so you talk about.
You're already slating stuff. This is getting really professional.
Well, I mean, just mentally. I didn't actually have a paper.
I know.
So, so when you say, you know, people find the appearance like threatening or something like that, or when your lizard brain goes like, oh, that's threatening, right? That's like, I think that's a thing that lots of people deal with, and I think some subcultures have more of a problem with that than others. So for example, when I think about the black music scene, not like black as in skin color, but like as in like industrial and goth and stuff like that, there's like a lot of
you mean that kind of black? Yeah.
Like threatening looking.
Or metalheads, they're all like
people, right?
They wear like soldier boots.
Exactly, or like a very militaristic.
They're all Nazis.
Shift drive charging.
Well, I mean,
Sabaton, they sing about tanks. There must be Nazis.
To the untrained eye, a lot of them kind of look like Nazis, right? So sometimes I'm thinking about like when I walk around.
No, they've got long hair and painted fingernails. Neo-Nazis have no hair.
Well, but I think people outside that scene can't really categorize that. I think they just find goth people terrifying or possibly dangerous, whereas they're actually just fucking weird. I mean, there is a shit ton of very, very disturbed people, right?
Well, most of them are just nerds.
You know. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I've spent a significant portion of my youth in like goth clubs or metal clubs and stuff, and there were some really, really fucked up people, right? But they weren't like categorically like against foreigners or whatever, right? They weren't like, you know, categorically racist or anything. Some of them were just fucked up, but you know, not specifically on a political spectrum fucked up.
As in
so
drugs
I'm like
fucked up, or
Well, or just like generally weird and believing in
Frameshift
some
drive charging.
very esoteric.
Oh yeah. It goes with the
You know?
the druid bullshit.
Yeah, and like there's like, you know, like painting a Norse rune on their face in blood or doing some weird shit. I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, that's kind of not my vibe, you know?
Three,
Like,
two,
I enjoy all that as like a franchise, you know, and the music and stuff, but not like, you know.
I'm down with the
Actually
lore, but
believing.
you're taking it too far.
Yeah, no, but you know what I'm saying, right? It's
Yeah.
like, it's great to to listen to Sabaton, but I wouldn't actually enjoy blasting somebody to pieces in a tank, right? Or the amount of people that I would enjoy blasting
Fuel
pieces
scoping.
from within a tank is very limited. You
I
know
would
what mean?
enjoy driving around in a tank.
I would as well, but that's not the same thing as
Fuel
going full.
scoping.
I think
Grenades.
Sabaton, like the band members, are pretty much the same way.
Yeah, and I mean, like, I find it a bit difficult because, like, when I walk around in a hoodie, and in like more like military looking clothing,
You look
I
like
think that actually
you would look like a fucking thug.
Frameshift
Well,
drive
so I think
charging.
actually, especially people of color and women that wear hijabs, I actually think they make a lot less eye contact with me than
Yeah,
they
I
make
think-
with the average.
I think it's
citizen.
your skin. You have very white skin. At least
Yeah,
in pictures.
Three,
I think in a hoodie
Yeah.
you would look very scary.
one.
And I do have a lot of hoodies, and I go running in hoodies, right? I look
Just
like
need to go in the
I'm
sun more.
hunting from
Get a
some- for
tan.
some- Yeah, right. But I
was
mean,
so-
it's like, so I'm always thinking about like, how can I like I have like a really. stupid
But you're
smile on
living
my
in
face every
Denmark.
time.
How are you gonna get a tan?
Yeah, good. That's true. But so I'm worrying about like how to show
Fuel
that
scoping.
you're an ally and you know not constantly wear a fucking rainbow flag. You know?
Yeah, just that would have been
Fuel
my solution.
scoping
Wear a fucking
complete.
rainbow flag.
Yeah, it's like a cape or something.
Yeah.
We have such a beautiful picture from like multiple pride parades in Copenhagen with somebody wearing like the
Frameshift drive charging.
flag as a cape that looked so.
Oh,
so
it's
awesome.
you know what I love is like these crossovers that are like so somebody wearing a peaked cap, right? You'd
Right.
think they're a Nazi, right? Unless
Is
they're
that-
gay.
Is that like a Peaky Blinder thing? Because I kind of
No, like a peak,
not-
like a bit like a Wehrmacht cap, right?
Right. Yes.
If you see someone like that, they're a Nazi in Germany.
or they're on the way
Except
to a convention, right?
yeah, except either or they're like a metal band or they're gay, right? It's like
right.
the leather daddy thing. Usually
Right.
caps made out of leather then. But like
Fuel
I love
scoping.
that there's like gay subcultures where they basically have
scanning
Nazi uniforms as a kink.
Fuel
You know, they're
scoping
like
complete.
latex, long
Yeah.
coats.
It's
fucking-
basically like SS uniforms. As well.
yeah, they are. They're basically it's pretty close.
Frameshift drive charging.
Yeah, that's not wrong. It looks similar.
So
but
I
that's
have
what I'm
this-
saying, right? It's
I-
it's really freaky how close that is visually, but how far apart from
Yeah.
each other they
So I
actually
have
are, right?
I have this
Frameshift drive
great coat,
charging.
right? Which is when it's really cold and when it's amazing. It's a Swedish watch battalion great coat.
Right?
But it looks like an old Wehrmacht's great coat, or like the
Right.
old
Three,
Bundeswehr used to have
two,
those, but they haven't had them for
one.
years.
Engage.
But like the only way you can tell it apart is like on the buttons. It has like the 3 crowns.
Yeah.
But when I wear that, people think I'm a Nazi.
Yeah.
I actually had somebody talk to me like, "How can you wear a Wehrmacht coat?" I'm like, "This is from the Swedish army. You know
yeah.
what side on the Second World War they were on?" It's just like because it's Feldgrün and it's kind of like the
Yeah.
same cut.
But I think the Bundeswehr Parker, at least, that is like a total
Fuel scoping
lefty.
complete.
That's a left,
uniform
yeah.
around
But
the world.
that makes no fucking sense.
Yeah.
That's
it's
the
weird,
left.
but I think it's a bit like a swastika, just like less significant, right? Like people like, you know, identify stuff with certain types of clothing and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, but people also like don't understand history. That I mean, I did talk about this
Yeah.
on many podcasts. You know, like how
Yeah.
people think Fraktur, like black letter, is a Nazi thing.
That is something that pisses me the fuck off.
The
Like, back
Nazi
in
hate
my-
that font.
charging.
They banned that font. So the modern fonts we have in the Antigua fonts, the Nazis
Right.
introduced those.
Right. So that's one that I actually in my young and dumb DeviantArt days, right, where you make like
Yeah.
Engage.
take a picture, you think it's really deep and thoughtful, you put it on DeviantArt and stuff. Anyways, I made a picture there which was like just some typography, which was like fucking Nazis occupying my favorite fonts and stuff like that, because they have the the old font for all their fucking t-shirts and stuff. And basically making a point out of that
Fuel
they
scoping.
don't get to claim.
Yeah, I
Pieces
love
of culture.
that. Pisses me off because those fonts are beautiful.
Yeah.
Fuel
And what
scoping
pisses me off, the
complete.
Nazis, is like fucking even Rammstein. They can't do it. Like they do the Deutschland.
I saw that because
they do
they
it Deutschland
didn't
in
use- they didn't
Fraktur
use
font
the
and
right
they
S.
don't use
Yeah,
the
yeah.
long S. Like how I mean, of course they can't because they're idiots. Nazis are all idiots. But it's like, Jesus Christ! You just have to look at like an old picture and
Well, I also wouldn't
Fuck's
describe
sake.
Rammstein as Nazis. I mean, they're
yeah, they're
Frame
idiots.
shift
That's,
drive
that explains
charging.
it. Still, it kind of pisses me off. I love Fraktur. So.
I mean, so personally, I mean, I wouldn't call myself the biggest Rammstein fan. It was a really great concert we were at, and I think they do a lot of really grim, dark stuff that is like really
3,
blunt.
2,
Um,
1. Engage.
but I mean, it's not the worst. Like, it's
My-
not the worst text. Like,
My
a lot
problem
of-
with Rammstein is, so in Australia, right? People in Australia love Rammstein. It's like in the US. And people are like, oh, you're
Right.
from Germany, you must love Rammstein. I
Right.
fucking hate Rammstein. So my problem with Rammstein is, I like lyrics.
Yeah.
And if you speak
Fuel
German,
scoping.
Rammstein
Well-
lyrics are just
Systems
fucking repetitive and boring.
Yeah, that's true. I mean,
Fuel
but it's not,
scoping
that's not the only thing
complete.
about music, right? Like sometimes, like
Yes, it
Rammstein,
is.
For me, it's great for running. Like there's sometimes where you enjoy music without lyrics when you just want to listen to.
Yeah, but then
to,
you can
like,
listen to
classical music
Sabaton.
and
You've
stuff.
got the same awesome music, and they actually have actual lyrics that
right,
talk about things.
right. That is true. But it's not like Rammstein
Otherwise,
doesn't-
it's a
doesn't talk about
slippery
things.
slope. You start with Rammstein, and the next thing you do is like Gucci
Frame
Gang,
shift
Gucci Gang,
drive
Gucci Gang,
charging.
Gucci Gang, Gucci Gang, Gucci Gang, Gucci Gang.
I mean, it's not like
Gucci gang,
Rammstein
Gucci gang, Gucci
isn't
gang.
talking about like stuff that actually happened, right? They have like they do have like some very grim. That like it's not as detailed as the Sabaton lyrics, right? They're way longer. But for example, they have like a song about the cannibal and the guy who locks his daughter in a basement and stuff like that. So they pick up on
Yeah,
all
I
these.
just don't like their
Fucked up
stylistic
things, right?
delivery.
No.
That's all.
I get that. That is also like very like not the most refined or complex way of doing that.
Well, I think it's their thing. I
Fuel
don't think it's
scoping.
because they're dumb or anything. It's just that works
Yeah.
for them. It's their brand.
Yeah. And
Fuel
I mean, I
scoping
personally like it. I
complete.
don't like it's
No,
certainly not
it's
the coolest.
I'm not
you
saying
know.
it's you shouldn't like it. It's completely okay for you too. I'm now, by the way, I'm now OCD and I'm now self-conscious about putting the cursor in the middle of the thing, like exactly in the middle,
Frame shift
because
drive
Khalifa said
charging.
that.
Thanks, Khalifa. You ruined everything now.
Thanks, Obama.
I think we should blame Khalifa for more things. Like, the single person in the world doesn't have any evil
Thanks,
in mind
Khalifa
ever. You know,
4,
She doesn't have any
3,
evil,
2.
it's like she's like the
Engage.
best person I know. Like,
but she
honestly.
must have
That's,
some evil. Like everybody has evil.
Yeah, well, you know, but that still remains to be revealed. It's really
Wow.
fucking hard to find. Jesus
Okay.
Christ.
Snowman emoji. I think thanks Khalifa
She's-
is,
Fuel scoping.
thanks woman would work much better. Thanks
Right.
woman.
Thanks, woman.
Fuel scoping
Um,
complete.
but yeah. Oh, so the other thing about Rammstein is they had some beginnings in like the skinhead scene, right? I think that's what a lot of people
Really?
on
Frame
the
shift
left side of
drive
the spectrum still
charging.
hold against them because they never really like clearly distanced themselves from it. And I think they do a really good job of breaking taboos and provoking, and actually what I mentioned earlier, to drive some discourse and to at least have people talk about it. Like half of the
3,
the Bildleserschaft won't get it and will just like,
Engage.
yeah, you know.
I still
But I
think
think-
they didn't do that Deutschland Fraktur on purpose.
No, that was just
I think
the
some
guy who was in
PR
charge of the
Yeah,
they just
some
fucked that up.
graphics designer was dumb.
Yeah.
Didn't do his research. I mean, lots of people don't know what the long
Fuel
S is, to be
scoping.
honest.
Yeah. Or how to pronounce it. I mean, that was also fucking confusing when I learned that, to be honest. But yeah.
Fuel scoping
I had to go to
complete.
university to figure that out.
Okay, wow.
No, seriously, we didn't do that in school. Basically, it started when I, started reading Bismarck in
Yeah.
first edition, and it's like Fraktur. Oh, Lifa puts a heart emoji
Frameshift drive charging.
because she's the perfect human being.
I mean, she's pretty cool.
Okay, that's good. Then we
Sometimes she
can-
falls off skateboards, but that's so
That's
cool.
also a endearing tree.
Right.
4,
Endearing
3,
at-
2,
attribute.
1.
So what actually was my point with this, or like what I don't know how to really do, is to like how do you signal that you're not a Nazi, basically, even though like
Just have a big like a bandana that says "not a Nazi."
yeah
Totally
yeah,
not a
maybe-
Nazi.
But that again, that's
Fuel
kind of a shitty
scoping.
thing, right? That's kind of where you also say, oh, can we just treat all humans like
Yeah. Like
humans?
they're not Nazis.
You know,
Fuel
I shouldn't have to
scoping
wear a shirt that
complete.
says not a Nazi.
See,
to,
I
to, like,
my approach to
signal
this
that.
I came out of this whole Dreadlocks experience is I just don't give a fuck.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
Fuck those people. Fuck them. Like you can't fix them either. Like it's not it's not gonna change.
Frameshift drive charging.
And for my greatest weakness, I fall off skateboards. And for the as for the police that pulled me over, it's like
Four,
I completely
3,
understand.
2,
Like
1.
I don't even think that I don't think that prejudice is wrong for them, right? If they patrol the streets and they want to find people who smoke weed, if they pull over everybody with dreadlocks, they probably have a good hit rate. You know,
Yeah.
there's truth to most prejudice.
Fuel
at some
scoping.
level.
Right.
It just depends on what level, but I think people with if you
Fuel
look at
scoping
German people
complete.
with dreadlocks,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
amount of those who smoke
I think
weed
the
towards
point is that
normal-
you shouldn't base it on like skin color, right? Pull
Well,
over
I
people
think
with- don't know.
I think the police shouldn't go around looking for people smoking weed.
Yeah.
They should
that's
go
enough.
around for people who break into houses.
Yeah,
Maybe they can solve that problem.
Frameshift drive charging.
absolutely.
We have, like,
I
a
think
clearance rate
Denmark is
of-
like relatively liberal in their like. I don't think a lot of people get stopped for smoking weed, to be honest, because you can smell weed all over the fucking city, right?
You know
It's
why
like-
that is mostly? I think because it's just too
1.
much paperwork.
Engage.
It's not worth it.
Yeah.
Like
Also,
in
we
Ger-
have like in Germany, we have a threshold for what is for own consumption and what is for redistribution.
The
right?
hilarious
So you
thing
have,
in
like,
Germany is it's not illegal to smoke it. The possession is illegal.
Right.
So there's actually a lot of stories of people running away from the
Fuel
police
scoping.
smoking. I think that changed because I think now they basically have
Fuel
to see you
scoping
in possession,
complete.
and that's enough.
Right.
But I think for a while they actually had to confiscate some weed, and so people would just like.
Is that like chugging the bottle of vodka before you get on the airplane?
Well, but if you chuck the weed out the window, they'll get it and then they have it. But there's like people that were just smoking a joint who
Right.
were running away from the
Frame
police,
shift drive
smoking the
charging.
joint and just finishing the joint, and they're like, hands up, don't have any weed and left. Can't do anything.
It's all gone, officer.
It's all. I think the downside is at some point you're
3,
like, why am
2,
I running?
1.
Yeah.
Engage.
Yeah, I'll go to jail. It's
Oh, I
okay.
probably wanted the pizza. Yeah, I'm really hungry.
So the thing is, when I started smoking weed, it just doesn't make me really mellow. So I really felt like it, for the longest time I thought it didn't have an effect on me at all, like smoking
Right.
it.
Yeah.
And then we were in
I could feel that, like literally, like a nicotine high, like when you
Fuel
inhale a
scoping.
cigarette for the first time. So I used to smoke cigarettes in
Yeah.
my 20s, and now I'm like all on the
Fuel
vape
scoping
exit
complete.
drugs.
Okay,
But
yeah.
for me, it was really like getting a nicotine high, where you get this tingly
Yeah.
feeling and stuff like that.
No, I didn't. Maybe it was from the nicotine in the.
Oh yeah. But then I actually also had this like as if somebody like turned down the time dial so everything was slower and stuff like that.
Oh god, I never had that.
I was feeling not not angry and not eager to like go do the next thing, and I was like, no, this sucks. That is not me at all.
Yeah, that would be a problem for me. Although I had this, so I really don't like flying, and we had some edibles in the US when we were in
Right.
California. And the first thing was, okay, we watched the completely
Frameshift
wrong
drive
movie.
charging.
So we're like eating the stuff, and like I did the mistake. So I asked the guys like how I mean, they explained it very well. We went to a dispensary and so on. And they were
Right.
like, so you eat like this much,
Three,
and then you wait
2,
1.5 hours, and
one.
if you don't
Engage.
feel anything, you can eat more, right?
Right.
And I did that. I didn't feel anything. And then 1.5 hours are over, and I think I gave it like almost 2 hours.
I bet your slow metabolism was like, yeah,
Yeah, and then
releasing
I was
that
like-
until he chucks the next thing.
Exactly. So I eat the next thing, and like 5 minutes later, I'm like, shit, I'm feeling it now.
Tripping
Well,
balls.
it can't be the first dose, right? It can't be the second dose yet. It's like, and then I was
Fuel
completely
scoping
fucked.
complete.
And then we watched like completely. We're like, what movie we're gonna watch? We watched just. I don't know how this turned out, but we're like in our Airbnb. We're watching like Airbnb. Sorry, I always say Airbnb. I don't know why.
Frameshift
RB.
drive charging.
And we're watching.
Stop
like,
the cultural appropriation of your rental
Yeah.
services.
My roommates told me about that. Need to have an empty kitchen when you smoke weed. Yeah, true. Yeah,
Four,
you get like
3, 2,
yeah, you do get hungry.
1. Engage.
So we watched this movie. I think it's with Matt Damon. It's called. Called The Informant.
Right.
It's like a true story about this guy who works like in the pharma industry. He's like basically a double agent, right?
in the farming industry.
Farmer. He's like,
Oh, sorry. I was thinking
Medical
cows, not
Fuel
meds. Okay, got it.
scoping.
or like I think it's food supplements. Anyway, the whole movie is made. So
Fuel
he's an
scoping
you figure out
complete.
he's like at some point he becomes an agent for the one company, and then he actually becomes a double agent, and then he actually don't know if he like if he's like a triple agent, if he like turns around. The only drugs I know is alcohol, says Olivia. Yeah, I used to be like that. Anyway, the whole movie is set up to make you paranoid.
Frameshift
You don't
drive
know if the guy's a
charging.
good guy or bad guy or what's going on.
Right.
That is the wrong movie to watch when you're really stoned. Because you're like, you're thinking like 18 levels ahead. You're like, I was really driving myself insane. And then I can remember we were lying in bed,
two,
like in this like
one.
American, like in the
Engage.
middle of LA, right?
Right.
In like 2 blocks away from where like the really bad LA starts. And we're lying in bed, and there were like people on the street, and I think they stopped and talked, and we thought they were like right under our window, and we thought they were talking about us or something. Like we got really paranoid. But the most
System
amazing
scan
thing is,
complete.
so the next day we
Fuel
were flying,
scoping.
and we had to get out of the house early, and then
Fuel
still
scoping
had some time for
complete.
the flight. And I looked up where you can go, and there's like this beach relatively close to LAX where you can, and we went to the beach. And I was so out of it. I literally sat on
Frameshift drive
um,
charging.
on like one of these benches on a pier, I think for 2 hours, and I think Katie walked off at some point. I was just sitting there, and I was like, I slept the whole flight back.
3,
Right.
2,
Like I
one.
basically slept in
Engage.
line at the airport on my feet. I sat down in the plane. I fell asleep. So I slept like, I don't know what it was, like LAX to Hamburg, like one flight. I don't know what that is. It's like,
It's like 10 hours.
so it's more. It's like 14 or something.
What?
Yeah, it's pretty. It's well, you fly over the whole of the US, right? It's like,
Yeah.
It's-
But
it's
I
a long
think
flight.
my...
Anyway, I
shit,
slept all of
my-
that.
My flights were shorter because I flew to London or something.
I slept all of that. Then I went home, and I
Fuel
slept 10
scoping
hours.
Complete.
And then I woke up, and I think I still slept like a day after that,
Yeah.
and it was so great. Like, if I could, I would do that, like edibles before every flight, like completely stone out the evening before, and then just sleep. And I remember waking up on the plane and going like, "Oh man, I feel so relaxed. Usually I'm
Frameshift
afraid,
drive
right?"
charging.
Yeah.
And then I thought, and asked my inhalers, and then I thought, wow. Like I would, if I looked out the window right now and like the engine would come off the plane and
Three,
start
two,
and everything start
one.
burning, I wouldn't care.
Engage.
Like I was so zen. I was like,
Yeah.
if the plane crashes now, I'm fine. I had a good life.
Yeah. But I mean, I think that's kind of the, or for me, that is the baseline attitude for a lot of stuff. But then, I mean, I also get like, I do get
I never like that.
freaked out about
Fuel
other stuff. But,
scoping.
I'm never like that. That was interesting. That
Fuel scoping complete.
that is good. You're like B.A. Baracus. You know?
Yeah.
It's like,
basically.
give that man an edible. I mean, you know.
Yeah, and then well, the thing I haven't tried, but people was like who have done it say like, you know, I
Frame
think I
shift
could
drive
really
charging.
use speed at some point.
Right.
Like, so I think it's really good if you wanna like just get a lot of work done and don't sleep for like 3 days.
Right.
I mean, it'll catch up with you. Then you have to like sleep 3 days. But I could definitely like, you
3,
know,
2.
do some speed
one.
and then just actually get
Engage.
some work done on my novel.
Yeah.
Just go there, sitting there writing for like 20 hours.
Well, I mean, I
should try
actually know
that at
somebody
some point.
who got diagnosed with ADHS relatively late in their lives, like they're in their 20s. That is a very atypical time to be diagnosed, because usually you get diagnosed as a
Fuel
kid, and
scoping.
then that's, you know. And they actually said it's kind of like speed, the drugs you
Fuel
get
scoping complete.
for ADHS. It just has the opposite effect on the brain. So you basically get like a mini dosage of speed, and they were like, I can, you know what? I don't get tired. I don't want to sit down on my couch or just slump away at my computer. Like I want to, you know, get out, go swimming,
Frame
go out,
shift
meet some
drive
friends. Like
charging.
there's basically you got your full batteries all the time, right?
Sounds kind of fun.
Yeah, right. I mean, but they were also like, it's kind of scary though, because you know it kind of it changes a little bit who you are, and you don't know
3,
what
2,
like
1.
if that has any long-term effects, if you don't have the thing you usually do to like calm down and stuff.
Yeah, maybe you just keel over with 60 because you've
Right.
you've worn through your heart or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. And they basically got diagnosed because they were studying information, like informatic in Germany.
Fuel scoping.
Yeah.
And they were like, I couldn't focus. This is all like, this was getting really bad. Like they had to repeat a semester and stuff like that.
Fuel
And
scoping complete.
they were doing like pretty good in school before that, but there was just like for them hitting a cap where the meds actually helped them to remain functional through like all these exams and projects and stuff.
Frame
like
shift drive charging.
You know, there's like this animated kids movie I once saw. It's called Over the Hedge or something.
that. Oh yeah, yeah,
you
with
know
the
the
fucking
squirrel?
squirrel. It's so adorable. Yeah,
The
yeah, yeah.
squirrel who's really fast, and then they give him like an energy drink, and he's like in the Matrix. Like everything
Yeah,
just
yeah.
completely slows down. Oh, it's so
Engage.
good. That fucking.
Yeah,
squirrel.
but so with the speed, basically they were like, okay, I'm gonna get off the meds, right? I'm gonna get off the meds when I can. This is like,
So
I
take-
know this is
it's like
temporary,
I don't need speed. I just need not take the meds.
right?
Need to get some work done. Let's get to leave the meds out for today.
Fuel
No, but the meds
scoping.
basically make them also like full of energy, right? They both increase
Alright.
the concentration and they even boost the energy
Fuel
level. So it's
scoping
just like that you
complete.
don't get like super jumpy like other people who would maybe usually do speed, you know?
I sometimes wonder, like, I wonder what like our society would be like if we just didn't have this prejudice against drugs and didn't outlaw it. Like, you know, it's really weird because like you see like there's
Frame shift
there's
drive
some.
charging.
I mean, it's kind of weird, especially in English because it's both called drugs, right? It's not the same in German.
That's
It's like
funny because
there's-
it is kind of the same thing. I think that is very fitting actually because I think
Yeah,
people should
because
be
like
as,
some medicine, like, you know, has some really hardcore effects. on it.
3,
yeah.
2.
You think like, okay, why is that allowed, but this isn't?
Exactly. I
especially
think
if you-
people should be as cautious consuming. Well, I mean, depending on if their doctor prescribed it or not, right? But they should not abuse prescription medicine.
Yeah, but some
either,
people are like not cautious with drugs, and some people are not
Right.
cautious with prescription medicine.
Right.
Right. I think it's
Systems
kind of at some
scan
point it's kind of just
complete.
like it's like a
Fuel
spectrum, right?
scoping.
But we're just
Yeah.
going like society always going like black or white.
Fuel
Like,
scoping
this is
Yeah.
allowed,
complete.
this isn't.
Yeah.
Like weed isn't allowed, but like this fucking I don't know.
And why is it not allowed? Because it's illegal. Listen to the politicians, Fabs. Come
Yeah,
on.
I'm just not
Drive
German
charging.
enough, right? If I feel like maybe Australia has just gotten me out of the Germanness. If I was just German,
Right.
it's like you just don't ask that question. It's not allowed.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah, and there's so many studies that basically say alcohol is at least as dangerous, right? And
I'm
it's
sure it
like,
is.
well, but that is, we need it as Oktoberfest.
No, if anybody outlaws alcohol, right? I'm on
Yeah.
I'm getting an
No,
AR-15.
that's not what I'm saying, right? I don't think we should outlaw alcohol. I
I'm
think people
armoring
should be
the
allowed
truck. If anybody
have-
starts to, if the Green Party starts to outlaw alcohol, I'm gonna
scoping.
armor my diesel truck,
I don't think anybody's planning.
and I'm gonna arm it.
I think everybody,
Fuel
or I think a lot of
scoping
people are
complete.
relatively happy with the like with the efforts that are being made against alcohol addiction, or also basically binge drinking, whatever, right? Or you know.
Come on, that's just being kids.
Frame shift drive charging.
Well, I mean, it's that I mean, I'm not sure. I mean,
Seriously, kids do all kinds of stupid shit. It's like teenagers.
kids will do stupid shit all the time, right? But I'm mostly thinking about like parents with kids that drink a lot. I think that is like
They don't do,
that is not a dumb choice to make.
but they don't do binge drinking, right? Not in Germany. Not generally, no. Sometimes.
I mean,
mean-
but I think I haven't
Any
heard
British
of
guy
anybody
who goes to the pub after work, right?
pushing- Yeah.
Their normal, just like standard alcohol intake is
Fuel
basically binge
scooping.
drinking in German standard.
In Denmark as well. Denmark has one of the highest beer consumption rates per capita.
You with your
Fuel
fucking like
scooping
Scandinavia
complete.
and their fucking tax on alcohol is so dumb. It's the
I mean,
dumbest
I
thing
don't.
ever.
I mean, maybe I don't. If I
Frame
made
shift
less money, I'd
drive
probably
charging.
care more about that. But also Denmark is like the least restrictive with that, right?
Yeah, compared to like Sweden and fucking.
Norway is like super expensive. Like the people from Norway go to Sweden, and the people from Sweden come to Denmark,
But
right?
it's just like it's so idiotic. Like
Engage.
you do that right with the tax, and they did it because they're Scandinavian countries. They want to make the state wants to make its citizens better, right?
Yeah.
But they create this whole industry, right? Every Scandinavian country, like they have supermarkets in Germany that only Danish people
Fuel
can
scoping.
buy it. Like how?
Denmark has a real problem with that. Actually, they
I
don't
mean,
like it.
You know what they?
Fuel
What I want
scoping
those
complete.
fucking. Oh yeah, the Scandinavian countries are so great and climate change, and we won't have cars like the Norwegians won't have cars. Like, calculate the fucking climate change impact from Danish people
Driving over the
driving to
border.
buy alcohol in Germany. So I'm like with the or generally just driving alcohol around. I was like with the Danish people when
Yeah.
I went to Sabaton Open Air, right?
Frame shift drive
And
charging.
they were packing the car in the morning, right? And
Yeah.
they took an hour just to pack the fucking alcohol in.
Yeah.
And we're driving over like from Denmark over the bridge to Sweden, right?
Yeah.
4,
And they're
3,
they're
2,
all the cars
engage.
were so laden on their back axle.
Yeah.
Like in Germany, the police will pull you over.
yeah.
You weren't allowed to drive
Absolutely.
like this, and all the cars were like this, and they're stopping. And like I'm obviously riding a motorbike, and the first time we
Right.
stopped, I'm like, what the fuck's going on with the cars? Like,
Yeah.
do you put like gold
Fuel scoping.
bars in the back? And they're like, no, it's all the
the
alcohol.
beer.
I'm like, just imagine
So
what the climate
legally,
change. What
okay,
the, what the,
legally, wait. Before you pin this on the climate changers, there is actually a legal limit for how much alcohol
Yeah, I know.
you can bring over the border.
But nobody
it's just
fucking
that nobody
cares.
fucking cares.
But you're creating this is all artificial because you put taxes.
No,
on
Frame
well,
shift
no,
drive
sorry, I don't
charging.
agree. Because the point is that you try to finance the drawbacks you have to fund your whole health infrastructure.
Yeah,
for
but
the
you don't
people
need to
who
do
get
that. That's just
fucking liver
idiotic. Like
cancer.
Norway doesn't need to do that. You know how much money Norway has from like
3,
oil?
1, engage.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Then-
you know.
No, that's not
Sweden
what
and
they're
Denmark
doing.
at least
That's
do that.
always the excuse you finance it. No, what that is the state trying to better the citizen. They try to do that with taxes. That never
I think
works.
that's fair. I think that's fair that I need to pay
I don't
an
think it's
insane
no.
amount of money
Fuel
compared to how
scoping.
much it costs to produce a cigarette
It's not
in
about
order to buy a
fairness.
cigarette.
It's not about fairness. It's not about fairness. It's about
Fuel scoping
this is a
complete.
policy that works, and it's not a policy that works. It doesn't.
I don't
work.
think we can that easily say that.
I think it's
I don't
proof-
think based on a hunch we have on how many people go to a festival with a bucket full of beer.
No, that's not what I'm
know?
like. What I'm telling you is that the Danish people are not drinking less alcohol because the alcohol is more expensive. Because they're driving to fucking Germany in droves to buy the fucking alcohol. Like every
Well, but the
weekend.
Danes make tons of money on the alcohol at least.
Yeah, they do. I'm just saying it's idiotic.
Right. I mean, especially that border regulation is idiotic because you, as a German, you can't buy it, right? Because
Yeah.
there is
taxes.
no what's it called?
It's tax free.
Uh,
It's like
Yeah, it's
tax
tax free,
status.
but the it's something
Frameshift
with the
drive
cans.
charging.
You can't give them back because they're not.
yeah,
actually
but it's
for
not
this
because of the
return
cans.
system or
It's
whatever.
not because of that. It's so they sell they don't pay German VAT.
3, 2.
You have to
One.
prove that you're Danish citizen because you're basically buying. It's like duty free, right? You don't pay the German taxes on that.
Right, but also you can buy a lot of other stuff. You can buy all the wine. It's not like the store is only for Danes. It's that you
Oh
only
yeah,
can buy
yeah. No.
certain-
There's stores in Flensburg that you can't. Well, you can go
Fuel
in,
scoping.
but when you pay, they ask for your Danish passport.
No. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, I have never seen one of
Fuel
these stores, and I've been in a
scoping
lot of them.
complete.
And the thing that I need to do in there is to write down my driver's license number because that is the only, or that is one of 2 Danish IDs that I have that they accept, right? So it's specifically for the cans because the cans are targeted towards the like you can't buy cans otherwise because of some regulation. I need to look this up, but I'm
Yeah,
pretty
because
sure
of
that
fun.
you can
But
buy
the
the rest
stores,
of the stuff.
the stores, you can't buy anything legally. You can't buy anything in that store as a German.
Frameshift drive charging.
Yeah, you can't.
But I mean, okay,
It's
if you
also
look
not the cans. It's also taxes. They don't pay German VAT on this stuff.
Okay, I've never seen any of those stores. Like basically, the only thing I need.
No, it's a
to
it's a
prove that
Danish
is
company
all of it.
selling to Danish people
Three,
outside of
two,
Denmark, so
one.
they don't have
Engage.
Danish taxes, but they don't have
Right.
German taxes either. It's like
Right.
duty free on an airport.
Right.
And because in Germany, legally as a German, you can't buy anything without VAT. They can't let you buy anything
Right.
there as a German. Because
Right. It's because
doesn't
the
have
only
VAT
times
on
I've
it.
had problems there was basically when
Fuel
I was buying
scoping.
cans because that was a special thing for them.
Well, Kansas is it's probably an extra thing. Yeah.
Fuel
Yeah, because there's
scoping
something with the
complete.
return system that
It's
they
just the
can't
whole
figure out
system
how
is
to do
insane.
across borders, right?
They don't do whole day trips to just buy alcohol in Germany. They do whole day trips just to buy alcohol in Germany. You need to pack smartly, set in a little golf on the back seat with pillars of beer around me. I mean, they were packing smartly, the Danes. It was just like it took an hour because they were packing smartly. Because they were packing 5 people, and the
Frameshift
amount of
drive
beer cans that
charging.
5 Danish people need for a weekend into a car that only basically fits 5 people. That's why it took an hour. And all the luggage. Do Germans do whole day trips just to
3,
buy alcohol? Like,
2,
who does that?
1. Engage.
I mean, my German. So I was in an apprenticeship as like an IT supporter. That was the first thing I did after school. I had no idea what to do with my life. It was a terrible decision, but I got to know some very cool people. And basically, they went to a festival and they basically gave me a case of beer for going
Fuel
to
scoping.
one of these like border stores with them. So I could
Okay.
basically say, look, I am a total Dane here, and this
Fuel
bus out
scoping
there is totally
complete.
mine. We're gonna go buy some beer now.
Grill,
Right?
grill,
They
mit
bought
grill,
beer
grill,
for 500
grill.
euros,
Öl. I need öl.
right? But they were all Germans, right? And they kind of hired me in as like the fake.
But
Dane.
that's like a border thing. Like other
Right.
Germans, what you do as a German is you go to like a Getränkemarkt
Frameshift drive
and
Yeah.
you buy like the really cheap beer. Like the beer that for a while it was, I don't know if that still exists, that just says what's this say? It's like 5% on it. It's like in German flag colors and it
3,
just says 5%.
1.
Right.
Engage.
Yeah.
It's the alcohol amount. It's like an Aldi thing or something. I don't know.
So I think it's the fund that is missing on the price.
Yeah, yeah,
I'm not
that's-
sure. I'm not sure the VAT is actually an issue. I think. I
No,
think
it
in a
is.
lot of
They,
stores
it
you
is
can
not
totally-
only
totally buy
beer.
stuff.
It's like everything. You can't buy any. You can't even buy. So the thing
System
is,
scan
lots of Germans would
complete.
love these stores because
Fuel
they have lots of
scoping.
like they don't only have alcohol. They have lots of Danish products which you
Right.
only get in
Fuel
Denmark.
scoping complete.
Yeah,
and-
they have like all the candy and shit like that. Yeah.
Yeah, but you can't buy them because you can't. As soon as you go with anything to the cash register, they check if you have Danish ID because there's no VAT on that, like German
Right.
VAT. It's like Danish VAT on it probably, but
That would be
Basically-
more than German actually. We have
basically
25%
what they-
on everything.
yeah, but that's not the point. They're not paying VAT to Germany.
Right.
So you're not legally allowed as a German in Germany to buy something from a store that doesn't have VAT on it.
Frame
So they
shift
have a
drive
special
charging.
thing with, I guess, the German tax office where they're like, we are a Danish company. We only cater to Danes,
Right.
so we don't have to pay German VAT. But to do
Right.
that, they have to check that you're Danish
Yeah.
Or-
Okay.
or a
so
Danish resident, I guess.
maybe that's changed. Like maybe that's changed since I was
Engage.
in a border shop the last time. I only remember. I distinctly remember that there was a can issue. At least when
Maybe it
when I
wasn't
was-
the same kind of specific store.
I mean, pretty well. One of the biggest chains is like Fleckor down there. That was basically where I was. And I mean, my parents also go over the border
Fuel
shop, right?
scoping.
And that was
Well, I'm talking about the Scandi Park in Flensburg
yeah,
that has like
Fuel
like
scoping
several
complete.
stores that you can buy anything
yeah,
in
yeah,
for
yeah.
German.
Yeah, they're like a shopping mall for alcohol, basically.
Yeah, just across the border.
Yeah.
Jonathan, you've never been in a border shop? Ah, you have. I think you're not allowed to buy anything, but the driver's license you only need to hand in when buying cans. Ah, okay.
Frame shift drive charging.
It's a German, you're not allowed. Yeah, so basically you have to, I think you have... And I think you don't have to be Danish, right? You just have to be a resident. Wow, that was amazing. Oh, look at that. That's pretty cool. Sorry, I got
Look at that
distracted.
shadow.
What?
That looked amazing. The ringed. planet.
Yeah, that was great, wasn't it? Wow.
Oh, I meant to ask you. Have you done
Frame
deep
shift
core
drive
mining? maybe?
charging.
No.
Oh, that's a fun thing we could do. But I need to. We need to gear up Halifa.
Yeah,
I
we're
guess.
not Danes. We can buy in border shots. Yeah, that's the point. Yeah, that's the thing. You need to be resident. Basically,
Right,
you
but-
need to live in Denmark. That's why it's a
3,
VAT
2,
issue.
Yeah.
1. Engage.
To prove somehow that you actually have your main residence in Denmark, or that it looks like.
Yeah.
I don't think you technically have to.
Yeah, I don't think they.
I mean,
like,
if you, I think if
they
you live
take
in
every
Germany
shady
as a
proof
Dane,
they
if
can
you have a
get because my
Danish
driver's
passport,
license
you can.
counts, right?
Sorry, what?
My driver's license counts, so I guess they're a bit
Yeah.
lax on the.
Scoping.
No, they're just like if you live in. So if you live on the German side of the border as a Danish person, but you have a Danish passport that's
Fuel
valid,
scoping
I think
complete.
that's enough.
Right.
Because I guess there's no other way they could actually check that. I mean,
Yeah.
it's just that whole thing exists. It's just weird. Like we don't have that at the Dutch border.
You don't? Because I just found a
Frame
forum.
shift drive
No.
The
charging.
Segel Forum says that you
The
can
what?
still buy cans in segelforum.de. But the posts are from 2018. So
I never got that. Like, so the cans, right? You're not saving that
4,
much money. That's just
3,
idiotic.
2, 1.
yeah. I think
I
for
know
people
that
it's also
all
like
the
you can put them
Turkish-
in the trash instead of returning them because
Yeah.
in Denmark you cannot buy a can that you do not need to feed into a machine to get your money back, and it can't be compressed, right? It needs to be like in mint condition basically.
So I know that in Germany, pretty much all the Döner kebab stores import their cans from
Fuel
Turkey, like
scoping.
their Coke cans
Right.
are always from Turkey.
System scan.
'Cause I guess they save on the deposit as well.
Fuel scoping
Right.
complete.
Share a Coke with Uzum.
Yeah, I do regularly. I love those guys. Oh, the one of the okay. Before I said I have to go leave in a second and get another wine, but like, so the most amazing thing I had, one of the amazing experience to go back to racism, was like my local Döner
Frame
store in
shift
Hanover.
drive charging.
Right.
In Isernhagen, we called it the Präsidenten-Döner because the former president of the Federal Republic used to be from there, and apparently that was his döner store.
No way.
So unofficially it was called the Präsentendöner.
4,
So I was in
3,
Hanover, living there,
2,
and going there quite
1.
regularly.
Engage.
You know, Katie was in Hamburg, and I, come home late from work, just eat a döner. And so I got to know the guys quite well. And when the immigrant thing kicked off, all the immigrants coming into Germany, these guys were constantly bitching about all the immigrants.
Fuel scoping.
And we're talking like second generation Turkish
Yeah.
people. Like, oh, the fucking immigrants are coming in. They're gonna
Scoping
take all our
complete.
jobs. And I'm sitting
Yeah.
there like, should I
Dude.
tell you that we used, like, and we in air quotes, right? That, like, all the people here used to say that about you guys, like, 20 years ago, 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Dude. And that's the same thing. Like, there's the
Friendship
thing in the
drive
US
charging.
that fascinates me to no end, where, like, Mexican people living in California actually support Trump at the wall
Yeah.
because they fucking hate other Mexican people coming in now. Because they're now American,
2,
right?
1.
They're
Yeah,
like
yeah.
second
Yeah, yeah.
generation, they're now American, and it's hilarious. It's like actual Mexicans hating the Mexican immigrants. What? No, I know what I'm talking about. I used to be one of those guys. They're actually really lazy. They
Fuel
steal everybody's
scoping.
job. How do you think I got my job?
System scan complete.
No, they're really like that is
Fuel
always a
scoping
hilarious thing,
complete.
right? If you're worried they're gonna take your jobs, Maybe.
But that's the Germans. It's like all
Yeah.
these like, what jobs? Like toilet cleaner? What jobs are they actually doing? Like, oh no, yeah, they're gonna go to technical university and become a car special engineer, right?
Well, I think so. I think
what
in
they're
Germany
gonna
that
do.
is less likely, right? But I mean, in Denmark, everybody, or basically, there's some gated stuff where you need like the right grades to get in or whatever, right? But in general, the ratio of the population that goes to university is quite high, right? It's like Denmark is like doing relatively well in distributing knowledge. So I mean, it's not unrealistic that somebody
What I'm saying is that, I mean, that goes for like the current immigrant crisis in air quotes, like the
Right.
2016 thing. Yes, those
Yeah, what are
immigrants
the
were quite
chances
young.
that somebody
But we're
makes that in
talking
the
about
first generation, right?
Sorry, what?
What are the chances that somebody makes that in the first generation, basically, right? Like,
Yeah, but they're higher. Like if you come in and you're like 16, and a lot of these
Right.
people were that age, like that's even conceivable. But we're talking about the original stereotype of they're seeing our jobs from like the 80s, right?
Right.
When people that were immigrants from Turkey or whatever, they were like 40 or 50.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna go to technical university, become automotive engineers, right?
Yeah.
They're gonna work for Thyssen and Siemens in the in the engineering department. Yes, definitely. Wait, I'm gonna put you guys. in
I'm gonna
standby.
get a drink as well.
Let's synchronize it. 3, 2, 1. Get drinks on my mark. Mark.
Go.
Well, I'm back. I guess Jonathan isn't yet. But got some wine. This is going quite well. Wow, more than 4.5 hours.
Frameshift drive charging.
So I'm more than half the distance I wanted to do, like the first. So it's half the my. Oh God, I can't talk. The
3, 2,
destination I've plotted
one.
is half the way to the bubble, and I'm more than half that. So I guess more than a quarter of the trip already. It's quite good. Well, it's almost 5 hours. Will you jump all the way today? I don't think I'll manage that, but I'm kind of happy with what we've achieved so far. I think having Donathan,
Fuel
having Donald
scoping.
Trump on the line. Sorry, I mean Jonathan on the line actually kind of works. It helps passing the time. It's definitely less.
Fuel scoping complete.
Jump all the way. 82nd all the way. Ooh.
Frameshift drive charging.
I have a name for this show, by the way. It's Elite Conversations. Hee hee. Work. Let's see what Jonathan thinks. Let's see
3,
back.
2,
What's he doing,
one.
Khalifa? Why is he taking so
Engage.
long? He's going on the longboard into the kitchen. I have an image of like Jonathan the hipster just like longboarding around the house now.
Fuel
I'm gonna get rid of
scoping.
that. That's stick with me now. Forever.
Fuel scoping complete.
Wait, Trump is my boyfriend? No. I think he's as far away from Donald Trump as you could get, both visually and in mental capacity. Although, you'd have the best boyfriend. She's an amazing boyfriend.
Frameshift drive charging.
I has returned.
I called you Trump by accident.
What? What
Anyway.
the?
I also
Fuck.
said I now have a mental image of you
What?
just longboarding around everywhere.
3,
Well, I
Well,
said Tronathan.
1.
Tron.
Engage.
That could also be like cool ancient movie Tron.
I have like Trump on. By the way, I have a name for the show. It's Elite Conversations.
Elite. Oh, can we call it elitist conversations?
Elitist, yeah.
And we'll just mock ourselves as the.
Hello.
Fuel scoping.
What are
Welcome
we?
to Elitist Conversations, where
We're
we
the
travel
what
the
kind of
galaxy.
elite are we? Are we the political
Fuel
elite, the
scoping
gaming elite?
complete.
All of it.
Okay,
I mean, I am the PC master race.
that's not very PC.
I have a
You
widescreen
just said
monitor.
master
I have a
race.
HOTAS.
You
I
said
have
a white screen? That's racist.
Yeah, a widescreen monitor. I have a clicky
Frameshift
keyboard.
drive charging.
Ah.
The white screen. White
Oh,
screen
oh.
monitor.
I have a thing for you. I read something on Twitter. What was it?
Okay, before
you're
you
not
say
supposed
that,
to call it.
Give me a
Okay.
second.
4,
Right.
3.
So we
2,
did more than half
one.
of our
Engage.
goal today. So I'm
Right.
a quarter of the way there now. By the way.
You're a quarter of the way there. That's amazing.
Yeah. Also, we've been doing this for 4 hours and 45 minutes. But yeah. Sorry, you read on Twitter.
I read on Twitter that you're not supposed to call it blacklist and whitelist. But
I read
something
that
else.
too. And slave and master is
Fuel
also.
scoping.
Can't do
Slave,
that.
no, slave and master I knew, but I didn't actually think about. So I'm always thinking like,
System
oh,
scan
Jonathan, you were
Fuel scoping
Totally.
complete.
totally racist on that one, or not knowingly. But what was it we were supposed to call it now, or what was it that is
Yeah,
the
did
proposed
they have an-
rename?
I don't know. Did they have a suggestion?
It was called it was called something with block list. That's easy to remember, but the other one I do not remember. It was
Love
not called
list.
a loud list or good list.
Love list.
Love list, love lust,
That's
lust
probably
list.
sexist or something. You know, that's
Frameshift
just
drive
idiotic.
charging.
That's just. I mean, that's how language works. Come on.
Right, and I think so. The initial, like the black and white, that has like so for me that's a bit weird because that has ties that is much older than race.
3, 2.
Right? It is the black is dark and evil and stuff like that.
Yeah,
That's
I mean, that's just.
many culture thing.
No, that's just because dark in the night, and that's where I mean, the thing is just yes, that gets used to prejudice black people, but I mean that's
Right.
I mean still.
I mean, so personally, I.
So what are you
like,
gonna use
Fuel
instead of
scoping.
what are you gonna use instead of black?
System scan
A block?
complete.
I mean, block list or what is it? What was
No,
the
no,
master slave thing? That was
No, when you're not supposed to call somebody a black person, what do you call them?
high melatonin skin. What? I
No,
don't know.
I mean
no.
the political correct term is person of color,
Right.
but that is not the same thing. That's not
Frame
specific.
shift drive charging.
And there's people, especially in the US, where they're like they specifically they have black identity, right? They want to that's like
Right.
their identity. They're not people of color.
Right.
Some people are even like they go further. It's this
But
whole
I mean,
ADOS
that's not the
thing.
same as
Three,
recoining
two,
technological
one.
terms to make them less
Engage.
racist.
But that's idiotic. I mean, the term isn't racist. Blacklist and whitelist isn't racist. That's just it's.
Well-
No, it's not. I don't believe that. That is blacklist. The term blacklist existed long before IT.
Right, right. I don't think. Well, I also don't think that's like that's racist for you or racist meant by you or something like that. But
Fuel
if for me, if somebody like is pissed off by that, or if that supports any kind
Fuel
of prejudice,
scoping
I'm okay
complete.
with just calling it something else. Right? It doesn't. For me, it doesn't have to be black or white. Like I
Well,
can
I'm
relearn
okay
a
with
word,
them being
doesn't
pissed
matter.
off. They can be pissed off. I don't have to change my language because they're pissed off. If I changed my language every time somebody's pissed off, I've got nothing else to do than change my language.
Well,
I'm pissed
okay,
off about lots of
okay,
things.
Sorry, I'm not saying every time somebody gets pissed off, but for example, if you grew up in, I don't know, Nazi Germany,
Yeah,
that
okay.
then it would obviously be an acceptable thing to change your language because you don't want to be
Frame
having the
shift
process
drive
of Nuremberg
charging.
and stuff like that. and
Well,
it's
if
now
there's
not
okay to say
specific
them. Historical reasons, yes.
That-
But blacklist and whitelist, there's no specifically historical reasons.
Well, okay, so the point of the terms is
Three,
to distinguish
two,
between two different
one.
technological things that don't have anything to do with black or white, right? But
No,
yeah, I
they-
get
no,
that
they
there's
are-
no correlation with the skin color for us, right?
No, there's no correlation with the skin color because it is based on saying something is bad and something is good. And in our culture and in pretty much any culture,
Right.
black is
Fuel
the bad thing and
scoping.
white's the good thing.
Right. Except in the black scene, there black is the good thing, which makes it even more confusing.
Well, I don't think
Fuel
it is.
scoping complete.
no,
think
I
it
mean,
is.
sorry,
Not
in
in- not-
the
no, not
music
in
black,
European-
not black.
What?
Sorry, music black, goth scene.
Well, could be. Yeah, but like not in general like European. Like, what are you gonna do? Change
Right.
the wedding dress as well?
No, I think. Well,
Frame
I think
that's
shift
the same
drive
thing.
charging.
It's not the same thing. That's like
Yeah.
a celebration. That's like people having fun and enjoying whatever they want. That's
No.
not a technical term. That's not used to describe something. It's like calling a
But
CPU
it's the same-
the white power unit.
Yeah, but it's the
Three.
same.
No.
Two.
It's
One.
the same.
Engage.
It's the same societal phenomenon. White in the European tradition-based society, white is pure
Right.
God, the good side.
Yep. Yep.
And black's evil. Black's evil. Black is
I completely
tainted.
agree.
Fuel scoping.
The difference is that weddings are like a personal, cultural thing and not like an absolute technical
Fuel
term.
scoping
Well, that's
complete.
naive. Why? I
What?
mean, if weddings are a personal thing, why does every wedding, like 95% of wedding dresses are white? Why?
I think
Because it's
they
not. It's
conform
an,
with,
it's,
like,
it's an
Christian
institutionalized signal.
Yeah.
So
And
it's,
I don't-
it's,
for
it's
a
a
good point,
convention.
I don't
It's,
want
a,
a
it's the same
technological
convention as
term.
your blacklist and whitelist thing.
No.
Yeah,
I
it
think
is.
so.
Frame
Of
shift
course it
drive
is.
charging.
How? How is it the same thing?
Because society has God, I can't talk anymore. This has been going on for too long. Society has agreed on a certain convention,
3.
and
Yes.
it's the same as if it's a technical term, as if it's like how we're gonna dress up when we marry.
Right. But so I'm just asking, like, or I'm just like fine with the question being asked, like, is this the correct term? Can we just use another term? Like, if that
Yeah, of course we can use
reinforces
another
the
term,
stereotype,
but
you
the
know?
point being is,
Fuel
it's actually the
scoping.
term is not that way because somebody had racist connotation.
No, that's true.
So And
Fuel
if we
scoping
go
complete.
on changing technical terms every time some group has like a problem with a technical term, we're going to just change terms all over the place. I mean,
Right.
it's idiotic. I mean, you have to divorce yourself from the fact that certain things just happen, and then they are set that way. And you know,
Frame shift
I mean, that's
drive
like saying
charging.
we should get rid of the eagle as a symbol for Germany because the Nazis also had an eagle.
I mean, they did redo that one. They did not keep the same eagle.
Yeah, I know, but it's still an eagle.
Yeah, I mean, it's still an eagle, but it's not the
3,
same
2, 1.
symbol in a way.
Engage.
It's the same thing.
Yeah,
though. It's
I
an
see.
eagle.
I
It's
see.
just-
I see what you mean.
Yeah. I mean, it's you can
Except
go.
that's like the identity of a country. That's not a technical thing.
What's
right?
it? Why are you so fascinated with technical? I mean, it's the same thing. It's a convention in society.
I mean, so I think that is maybe
Fuel
because that has
scoping.
like a connotation of correctness, and not as in political correctness, but like when you have mathematical
Fuel
correctness,
scoping
right?
complete.
You can write a mathematical formula and prove it, and you know it's correct. Like you can write a program and test it, and you know it's functioning correctly. So with that, it's also like when you have scientific language, you describe things as one thing, or you give one thing a designation, then it is that, right? You can for sure all agree on that.
Frame
it's
shift
the
No,
same
drive
thing.
this
charging.
completely,
Right.
this completely shows that you are a an IT guy.
Well, it is.
Have you
it
looked
is-
into taxonomy in biology?
4,
No.
3.
Yeah, well, you should. It's just basically all arbitrary bullshit.
Engage.
What?
I mean, it is science is not like you designate a thing doesn't mean it makes that's correct. Like it changes all the time, right? Just look at
Right.
like certain animals and what like genus they belong to and what family, and they change all
Right.
the time because
Yeah.
like in what you're thinking about like a
Fuel
deterministic
scoping.
science like mathematics, which is like not really, it's not a fact-based science. It's based on a
Fuel
construct of
scoping complete.
things. It's not where you have to look in actual nature and then
Right.
then sometimes things change, right? And then you see that the names you've given things actually
Frame
wrong.
shift drive
Yeah.
charging.
You were wrong, and then you have to change them or not. Like sometimes you don't change
Yeah,
them,
yeah,
you
yeah.
just agree that they're wrong.
Yeah, like with the that's why I what I thought about when we were looking up the llamas and stuff, like that, right? It's like they may have the same Latin like
3, 2.
Name, but
family
yeah,
name,
that could
and
just be
they're
historical.
still not actually related.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That happens a lot actually because they never change they don't change the name, and then they have the name. The name would suggest that they're the same family, but actually we figured out later that they weren't, and no, they're not.
Exactly. Yeah.
And
So
you
I
don't
think- I
go
think-
and change that. Then you just agree that it's
Yeah.
wrong.
Fuel scoping.
Right.
System
But for example,
scan
for
complete.
so both for math and for technology, I think like
Fuel
that of course
scoping
is from my
complete.
like development background, right? That you could call things just the thing. It's like having a variable name. So you have this thing that lets a list of IP addresses
Frame
connect to
shift
a server.
drive charging.
That is your whitelist or your I don't know whatever other term we give it. But the name of that is just a placeholder to describe that thing, which is why I'm not attached to a specific word for that.
I have a thing for you.
3, 2, 1.
We should get rid of binary
Yeah.
because binary purports the idea that things in reality are binary, and that obviously purports the idea that gender is binary, and we can't have binary.
Well, great. No, I mean,
Fuel scoping.
that's not how math works.
System
Why?
scan.
Math is
complete.
just the construct you make up. Like you could,
Yeah, okay, that's
Fuel
true. That's true.
scoping complete.
I
you
mean,
could remove the zero from everything and then just have different mathematics.
we'll just insert a space instead of a zero. Will still work.
No, just you can also do away with completely with the concept of zero. I mean that means you
Frame
can't do
shift drive charging.
a lot of advanced math you can't do anymore, but okay. I mean, who invented the zeros? Like the Arabs. Before
Yeah.
that, like the was it the Persians? Anyways,
Yeah, I have no idea. I have no
before
idea
that you
what
could
came
do
up with.
math.
It's very handy.
1.
just you couldn't
Engage.
build certain things because I think we should get rid of the zero.
Well, I was just saying it's just a descriptor for a thing, and I don't care what it's called.
I
right?
know what you're saying. I'm saying yes, we could change that, and yes, we could do that. We could also do the mature thing,
Fuel scoping.
and as a society, recognize that every term we use has historical
Fuel
baggage,
scoping
and
complete.
just be aware of the baggage. I mean,
Well, easy for you to say. You didn't get driven out into the fucking cotton fields, now did you?
no, but like, is there anybody who's black who said, okay, I'm not gonna study like
Frameshift
IT
drive charging.
because I come across the term blacklist and I find that offensive?
I don't fucking know, but it's not.
You know
I'm
how
saying
much,
it's not,
how
probably
many
not up to me
fucking,
to decide.
how many
you know?
fucking stereotypes from American people I find offensive
4,
because they don't understand
3,
Germany and then they
2,
don't understand World War
1.
II and they think all Germans are
Engage.
Nazis.
Yeah, I get
Like,
that. I get
I
that.
could be offended all day long with Americans if I wanted to. Fucking Americans think they won World War II. If I was a Russian, I would be fucking.
That was
offended
hilarious.
by
I saw your tweet reply recently. Like,
God,
oh,
I
because
fucking
the
hate
US
Americans.
came and saved us.
We won World War II. Yeah, right. Tell that to the guys. Tell that to the Red Army guys who died in the mud
Yeah.
because they actually won World War II. But okay, you might read a history book and you might learn how it actually happened. No, that's too much work. Just be snarky on Twitter.
Right. I'm just
Frameshift
like I
drive
don't
charging.
think that it's a thing that doesn't exist, right? Like that some terms carry baggage, and I don't mind replacing them. I don't think we need to replace
3,
every software project.
2,
Like I'm personally not
1.
bothered by it, right?
Engage.
I'm just trying to like look beyond what personally bothers me because I couldn't, you know. I couldn't
I'm not
care less.
bothered by anything. I think if people would be more like that, we'd have way less problems.
Right.
So don't be bothered by words. They're just words. I mean, that's seriously a thing I learned when I was bullied in schools. Like, they're just words. Words don't hurt you.
System
Words,
scan.
words
complete.
only hurt you if you let them
Fuel
hurt you.
scoping.
It's a psychological thing in your head. Getting hit in the
Yeah,
head hurts
I mean,
you.
we're also like very lucky that we
Fuel
arrived at that
scoping
conclusion. I think a
complete.
lot
I
of
mean,
people
I'm privileged
were
as
a lot
fuck.
less lucky. Right.
Yeah, true.
And I
Frameshift
think a
drive
lot of
charging.
people do unconsciously very racist things. So like but again, maybe it's like it's a divide thing again, right? Because they all go like, oh, but now the foreigners also want to rename our computer terms, right? It's, you know, God damn it, like.
It's not the foreigners, it's fucking American. They're white as the people who want to rename the computer terms are white as fuck. They're just fucking millennials from Silicon Valley. They're probably more privileged than I am. It's just hard to pull off. But
System scan. complete. Fuel scoping.
Yeah, that was good. Somebody did a report on
Fuel
how
scoping
much
complete.
the average income per family was in the areas where computer companies got invented in a garage, right? Like Microsoft and stuff. It was like rich suburbs.
yeah, of course.
It's like it was in a garage, but you know, like.
So I have a
Frameshift
question for
drive
you.
charging.
Right.
Kanye West, right?
Yeah.
Is Kanye West more privileged than me?
I don't fucking know.
Or is like he rich because he worked he worked, right? And so he's not
3,
privileged, or he just
2,
got that money because he's
1.
really good.
Engage.
I have no idea. I have no idea who Kanye West is apart from that.
Well, he's
he
fucking
makes
rich. That's the
badly
point.
tasted pop
He-
music, right?
He's black and he's rich. So at this point, he's like, it's probably not privilege because he worked to get that. But at this point, if he does anything,
Right.
like that should count for more privilege
Fuel
than,
scoping.
you know, what I have here with my Twitch stream.
System
Right.
scan.
Yeah, yeah.
complete.
But I
Fuel
don't think it does. I
scoping
don't
complete.
think that's how it works. But that's how it should work.
Well, if he gets
I mean,
pulled,
he isn't
if he
getting pulled
borrows
over
your
by the
car
police
and he gets
killed.
pulled over by a cop, I think you would be more privileged. You know what I mean?
I think the cops would know who Kanye West is.
Yeah, you would think so, but I mean,
I'm pretty
have you
sure.
met the cops in Germany?
No, we're talking about the US. I think
Right.
some guy in Minneapolis pulling over Kanye West would know who Kanye West is.
I'm not sure about that, to be honest.
I am pretty sure.
You know,
Everybody knows who Kanye
They
West
all
is.
look the same, right?
Yeah, except for the like the you know, the diamond earrings.
Frameshift
Right.
drive charging.
But so I'm thinking if you get in the same, I think that's what privilege is, right? You
And
get
also
in
he's
the-
driving around
the
in a
same
fucking
situation.
Maserati.
No, okay, look, if you're in the same car, in the same clothes, you know, would
Yeah, but I'm
who
not,
would be
that's
more
the
likely
point.
to get into the stuff?
I don't have a Lambo.
Engage.
No, but that's not my point. You know exactly what I mean.
I know what you mean, but it's just not reality based.
Yes, it is.
It's like, what
Oh.
if? Yes, if I had a Lambo and if Kenny had a Lambo, I'd probably be more privileged than him.
No, okay. Of course, like material, yeah, that is a part of privilege. But like, if you look at
Fuel
like,
scoping.
what if you were in the same situation, right? Who gets picked on the sports team or whatever?
Kanye.
Fuel
because he
scoping
looks like
complete.
he's fit.
Right. Okay.
I'm not getting
that
picked on
was
any
not.
sports
That was
team.
hyper literal.
I'm a
see it, I see
nerd.
it.
I know what you mean. I'm just being an asshole.
But yeah, I
Frameshift
mean, I think that's
drive
also what a lot of people easily ignore, especially in the US. If you say, well, everybody is the like everybody creates their own luck, right? It's about how hard you work, and it's
3,
about
2,
you know
yeah,
you can do
unless
anything.
your dad's rich.
Engage.
And I think that often comes from people who've had real estate in their family, or who have had, you know, very fortunate social lives and families that took care of them. And not necessarily bailing them out of jail. It doesn't have to be that extreme.
Fuel
But
scoping.
for example, I've been very lucky that I've had, basically, I didn't only have my parents. I had like grandparents that were alive.
Fuel
and I
Wait,
had
scoping.
were you
people that-
bailed out of jail?
I've never been in jail actually. I don't know how I've managed that.
We're
but,
so privileged.
you know, my,
Also, you
my,
never
my
go to
lawyer
jail in
uncle could always
Germany.
get me out. You know.
To be fair, you never go to jail in Germany. It's not like the US where like you do something that put you in
Yeah.
jail.
Frameshift
In
drive
Germany, they
charging.
write down your name, and then I mean, the things you have to do in Germany to be picked up by the police and then actually put in jail are quite extreme.
4,
Yeah.
3,
I mean, you
oh,
can,
2.
Didn't we have a case in Germany where somebody was planning a terrorist attack or something, and then he was ratted out by his countrymen because they didn't want that?
Really?
There was,
Wow.
I think there was a Syrian guy, and he was ratted out. by
the other
his-
Syrians are like, "What are you doing?
Yeah.
I
Fuck
have a
no, we're not having
restaurant. I have a restaurant. You can't go blow up shit."
that. Yeah.
That's hilarious.
And so I'm pretty sure that was in Germany, where basically the guy tried to kill himself, like in his cell, and then they basically put him off suicide watch because they estimated that there was no more danger, and then he obviously hung himself in his cell.
Oh,
And you're like,
Frameshift drive
would that have
charging.
happened?
well,
If
that's
that guy, you know.
police is just sometimes really dumb.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is you gotta find out if it's dumb or malevolent, right?
Well, but I kind of think like if it wasn't malevolent, then it was just like
2,
they were
1.
just like, okay, he's not in danger, and like they were probably thinking as far as if he kills himself, then just this Syrian guy has killed himself, right? What's the harm in that? And
Yeah.
they weren't thinking as far as, well, that's a really bad look for you guys.
Yeah. And I mean, that's, you know, that's like
Fuel
that's almost like,
scoping.
you know, throwing him out of the building and throwing him in the hands of people who want to kill him.
Well,
right?
I have to say one thing here, that you know I have some people who are in the police, and this will not make me friends.
Fuel
But nobody's
scope
watching this stream. and
disengaged.
Seriously, who's gonna watch this on YouTube? We are 5 hours in, right? Nobody's gonna find this
Yeah.
point. But you know, you also got to keep in mind that the people who become policemen or women are not the smartest people in the
Frameshift
room.
drive charging.
I get that. I get
They're
that.
never
I
this,
just
like if you're
no.
this, if you're really smart, you don't become like, you're not getting paid that well. Like if you really want power, there's better ways to get power, right?
yeah.
4, 3, 2.
You know, sometimes they're just
Engage.
not the smartest eggs in the basket.
Yeah, and I think that's a really scary thing to think about as well, right? I mean, it's like
Nah, not really. I mean, it's also not scary because those are the people you want in your police. But because at some point they gotta take orders, right?
yeah.
Can you imagine me in the
Fuel scoping.
like? Okay, not like I probably be like I could do like crime investigating probably, but like imagine me in like a normal
Fuel
police. Like,
scoping complete.
I just wouldn't take certain orders. Like at the point where the corona thing
Yeah.
happens, right? And the government goes like, you have to stop people now when they're like 3 on the sidewalk, right? I'd be like,
You
seriously?
fucking what?
I'm gonna quit. Like what? What are you fuckers talking? Did you think this? Like, sorry, what? I'm like the worst paid guy in this whole building, and I'm the guy figuring out that this is like an
Frameshift
idiotic
drive
idea.
charging.
That's
Yeah.
what, like if I was mandatory military service in Germany, right?
Yeah. Is
so
that
I-
still a thing, by the way?
No, it's it's still the law is still there. It's paused,
4,
so
What?
nobody has to do
3,
it, but they never get
2,
rid of the law. So at any point, they
engage.
can start up.
God damn. Okay, fine.
So I would have gone civil service, right? You can go civil
Right.
service. I got actually what do you call that? Musterung. I didn't pass my physical. That's
Right.
what you call it. So I was out of it. I didn't even have to do the mandatory. I didn't have to do the civil.
System scan.
But I would have like signed up for the civil thing. I actually did before I passed my didn't pass my physical. And you know why? Not only because I
No.
didn't want to be in the military. I mean, I would have been like in jail like that,
Frameshift drive charging.
right? The first day they go, okay, you're gonna put on this backpack, and then you're gonna run through this mud for 6 hours. I'd be like,
Yeah,
no,
yeah, yeah.
no. I mean, seriously, that's just idiotic. I mean,
4,
how does that even
3,
prepare me for war?
2, 1.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
give me the
Engage.
fucking gun. I mean,
Look, you
what-
need to
this
take
is-
orders. That
No,
is what you do. You
I
are
would
an
be like-
instrument.
I would be
Watch
like
some
this-
Full Metal Jacket.
this isn't like the 18th century. Like, we're not gonna run to the fucking front. We've got tanks. We've got like armored personnel carriers. Like, we don't even need to be in physical shape, right? I mean, if you're in the front
Fuel
line, chances are you're gonna die right away anyway, and then you still have
Yeah.
a chance to develop a physical thing if you actually make it past the first 2 hours.
Yeah.
I mean, have
Yeah.
you actually read some?
scoping
Like, I would be
complete.
going like, have you actually read some studies on like
See,
infantry?
I
warfare?
think you've made quite a clear point why you would be absolutely misplaced in the military.
No, I had a history teacher who taught me about this. Like, so he was in the, obviously in the service
Frameshift drive
when he was
charging.
already like when you couldn't say no.
Right.
And he was like, he basically did the same thing. He was like, on the second day, he was like, this doesn't make any fucking sense. And they basically put him in the brig. He spent 10 months in the brig, and they give you stuff to
3,
read.
2,
Right.
1.
Right? It's just like you get the same food. You just have to sit there like in this jail cell, which wasn't even that small. It's like I was the only guy there. There was one guy watching me, and I could like get any book I wanted. And I just read for 10 months.
Yeah.
Actually, quite nice. And then he said that, like after half the time, like the base commandant,
Fuel
came in,
scoping. System
and he was
scan.
basically like, "We got a proposition for you. We've got everything you did. You can come back out. You do like
Fuel
some stuff,
scoping complete.
and then you get an office job." And my history teacher was like, "Dude, why would I do that? I've been reading like really good in here. Like the food is the same. Like seriously,
drive
have you
charging.
thought this proposition through?" It's hilarious.
Yeah.
But I think I would
Yeah.
actually do quite good in the military. I would have to like that have to give me like basically start me as a colonel.
3,
Yeah.
2.
You know what? I'm not sure that's the way it works. Like
I know
the
that's
thing
not
you
the way
can
it works,
join
but
as an
I'd
officer,
be
right?
I'd be good at ordering people. you
Yeah.
know? And
but,
I'd be probably
you know,
good at like grand strategy and shit like that.
You would be horrible. Like you would break the chain of command exactly where you are, and then you would promote people who are basically not doing what you tell them to.
That guy's great thinker. You are now a captain.
It's like that's not how the military is supposed to work.
I've
Fuel
promoted.
scoping
Yeah,
complete.
I'm. You know what? I would disrupt the military.
Oh,
I'd be like, like O'Neill in Stargate.
Oh no.
I'd
God.
always like break the chain of command, but I would do it with respect. I would say like with all due respect, sir.
Yeah.
Frame shift
That's-
drive
yeah.
charging.
With all
Exactly.
due respect, that's a terrible idea.
That's the dumbest thing you've said all day. Okay.
This
I'm
will
gonna go
never
now.
work. And you say a lot of dumb things. Let's be honest here. How did you become a general?
Four,
Damn it.
Are you just
Three,
old?
two.
Did they
That
just
guy
make
looks
you
so
general
angry,
because
like
all the
General
other
Hammond.
people died? Be hilarious. But I'd be
Well-
good at grand strategy.
Well,
I'd be like, okay, we're Germany, so the first thing we do if we go to war, we never do a two-front war. Right?
Fuel
First thing we
scoping.
do is we play nice with Putin. Right? Historically speaking, if it was us against the Russians, it
Fuel
never went
scoping
well.
complete.
yeah.
So I don't care about anything. I don't care about anything they want.
You're gonna fucking Ukraine us. You're gonna have Mecklenburg-Vorpommern become the next fucking Crimea. You're not getting
Yeah.
in the fucking military.
I mean,
Fuck off.
if they want, look, if they want Mecklenburg-Vorpommern, there's fucking nothing there. They can have
Frame shift
Mecklenburg-Vorpommern.
drive
They can have Brandenburg. They can have Berlin with all the hipsters. We don't fucking.
Okay,
need
I would like
Berlin.
I would like to keep Berlin, but maybe we can give them Sachsen-Anhalt.
Yeah, and Sachsen.
Four,
Basically, they
you
can
know.
have. But basically, we're gonna do the old
one.
border again.
Engage.
This is the final neo-Nazi solution. This is how we get rid of them.
Yeah, let's
We
have
give
that.
them to
let's-
Russia.
Right, we do a bit of like, okay, I guess we need to bargain a bit. Okay, we have the old border, but we get all of Berlin,
Right.
and I want Danzig. That's just like a
Wait.
historical reason.
That's
for
called
Fuel
Gdansk
scoping.
nowadays, and it's a really nice city.
me. Well, if yeah, it's a really nice city. That's my point. And if we have a deal
Fuel
with
scoping
Putin, it's gonna be
complete.
called Danzig again.
Oh God.
We don't really need the corridor. That's idiotic. I mean, they just need an airport.
It has
shift
an
drive
airport actually.
charging.
I have been there. There was a freaky work trip I had. I don't know, when was that? 1.5 years ago maybe. And we flew to Gdansk, and then we went to Gdynia, and then we just checked into this high-rise hotel, right?
One.
So
Gdynia?
Engage.
Gdynia.
What's the German name for that?
I have no fucking idea if that ever had a German name. I don't think it's very important.
If it's near Gdansk, it had a German name. We looked that
Well,
up.
it's like an hour.
How
or-
do you
well,
spell
maybe
that?
half. Gydinea.
Wait, G-Y?
Fuel scoping.
G-Y?
Yeah. Or
D?
GDY. Yeah, GDYNIA.
Gdynia.
I don't know.
Fuel scoping.
Just let autocorrect
complete.
fix it. What the fuck?
Yeah, I'm working on it. Where,
And then, so you check into this. We checked into this hotel. It was all horribly dark. I immediately passed out. Really
Gdynia,
obviously, right?
German Gdingen,
Right.
1939 to 1945, Gotenhafen. Well, if you had said Gotenhafen, I would have known which city it was.
Okay, I would not have fucking known that. I never
Anyway,
knew
sorry.
what that was. Okay,
Continue.
anyways, I wake up the next morning. It's some kind of fancy hotel, right? And
Shift
then
drive
I look
charging.
out the window. There's this giant fucking warship. I was like, what the? That's amazing. So there's some kind of museum. I didn't manage to actually go in. That
Oh,
would have
cool.
been really good.
Yeah, Gotenhafen.
But there was like a
yeah.
giant warship museum. It was super cool.
That was a huge
3,
uh,
2,
Navy base. Right?
1. Engage.
I mean, so it's like a, I don't know what type of ship that is, but it's really big and it looked really cool.
Cruiser?
And it had camo and stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's like it looked bigger than one of these huge Russian.
Were you in the
submarines.
sea towers?
I don't know. I
It's
was
like a
there's
really
like a
freaky looking, modern looking high-rise building.
yeah.
Yeah, the
Fuel
Gdynia sea
scoping.
towers.
Systems.
So
And
this
they have
is
like a really fancy.
so this is in
restaurant.
Pomerania. This is where my
Fuel
where my family
scoping
is from.
complete.
Really?
Yeah. So that all used to be Germany,
Right. Okay.
and my grandmother was from really close. Let me see what warship is. moored
My,
here.
my grandmother actually also comes from Schlesien, so there was like
Yeah.
previously German.
Well, that's the other.
or not my grandmother, but her parents basically.
Silesia. It's the ORP Blaskivka.
Right.
That's a Grom-class destroyer, which served in the Polish Navy during World War II. Well,
It looked very fascinating. I wish I had the time to go in there.
I can tell you the Polish Navy did not see much.
Yeah.
That
I
wasn't a
imagine.
long naval war.
But yeah, that was.
Oh,
that
it
was very
served from.
fascinating.
It was commissioned in 37 and decommissioned in 76. Wow, that's a long
Alright.
career.
I mean, it looked relatively modern, but maybe they just had the
Oh, it was
aesthetic
built-
down, you know, from the
Built in
start.
England.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, destroyers from World War II look quite modern.
Maybe it's
Oh.
just like that they all still look like that, but they're actually not that modern, you know.
Well, not yeah. I mean, they look kind of the same. All a lot of ships looked kind of the same until like about
Frame
10
shift
years ago
drive
when they went
charging.
with all the these square-looking things, which are like
Right.
radar stealth,
Like super stealth, yeah.
and you don't see the guns anymore because they're all retractable and shit like that. Yeah. Well, that's cool. Well, that's coming back when we have a deal with. Anyway,
Engage.
I draw a
Look
line.
forward.
We'll
Oh, we're
not.
defining the war goal on stream. That's not going to be suspicious
Yeah.
for anyone.
I mean,
know?
nipples are not allowed, but this is completely terms of service.
Yeah.
What we're not gonna do is give anything to the fucking frogs.
Yeah, they tried to fuck us with their
Fuel
Maginot line. We're
scoping.
not going to have
Yeah.
that.
At some point, Khalifa said
Wait, what?
it attracts a certain kind of people. I don't know when that was in response.
That was with the police force, I think.
Ah, okay, yeah. Or maybe our stream. Oh. Actually,
Maybe
it
our
should be
stream. Yeah.
when we're talking this. I should be playing like Hearts
Fuel
of Iron. Or
scope
something.
disengaged.
I actually have Hearts of Iron. I don't understand how it works.
Yeah, me too. Welcome to the club.
You know,
That was the famous
it took
thing-
Slippers like 50 tries, so it will take
Yeah.
us like 500 or something.
That was the famous thing on Geek News Radio when I said, I understand Hitler now. Because
What
basically,
the fuck did you do
well,
now?
if you play Hearts of Iron, right, and you actually try to
two,
like win a
one,
world war, man, I mean, I could have said Churchill, but I'm German.
Yeah. Right.
It's fucking hard. Like, try to plan a naval invasion. It's fucking hard. And it's hard in Hearts of Iron.
mean,
Just
I
imagine
blame
how
their
hard it
user
is in
interface.
reality.
As the programmer, I blame the user interface, you know.
Yeah, do you think like the Wehrmacht had a better user
Fuel
interface?
scoping.
They had like
I fucking hope
pencils.
so.
They're like fucking pencils and maps.
Well, they better have some
Fuel
people who can
scoping
fucking draw,
complete.
because that shit isn't making any sense, I mean.
It always cracks me up in Der Untergang when he has like the colored pencils.
Frame shift
Yeah,
drive
yeah, yeah.
When you saw,
charging.
and that's historically correct. Like Hitler used to love colored pencils.
Really?
Yeah, he did everything.
He would like
his-
color code his fucking maps and shit? It's
Yeah,
like
yeah, not even the maps,
painter
like-
he never was, you know?
Like there's like the notes that survived,
4,
and it's like he
Three,
like
two,
so he'd get like a proposal
engage.
in from somebody, and then he just
Right.
like well when he would censor things personally, he would just like with colored pencils, color code, like write notes in different colors.
Unbe-fucking believable. Jesus Christ, okay.
Well, the guy was a bit OCD
Yeah! Particularly about, like, people and stuff.
and food
And food as well.
Fuel
and washing. I
scoping.
Is he
mean,
only, like-
yeah, washing hands.
Vegetarian?
System scan.
Yeah, also like
complete.
really weird vegetarian. He like
Fuel
really ate
scoping
really weird
complete.
stuff.
Like, only plants that eat flies?
It'd be like salad. He just like eats salad without anything.
What? Okay.
It'd be like really weird that like people over like for dinner, and he had the special cook, and then people were like, so this is people were like thinking so this is the great leader of our empire, and I'm here now, and he's eating a fucking plant.
But would he like at least serve other people their preference, or would
Yeah,
he
yeah.
be like a
But it'd be like
super-
you'd eaten a steak, and you're sitting across from the Führer, and he would be like eating raw
Frame
salad.
shift drive charging.
right? I mean, you know.
And you're like a general from the Eastern Front invited because you won some award. You're like,
Yeah.
imagine like in the 30s, like just a fucking vegetarian in the 30s. It's just like
4,
that'll throw you a
3,
curveball.
2,
Eh,
1.
I mean,
Engage.
you know, that's some big dick energy. You know, imposing, just going like, yep, fuck it. You know what? I do what I want.
Yeah, except the guy wasn't big on dicks at all, like or
Yeah.
having sex.
Or having testicles.
That is actually not a that.
Is that not a thing? Is that a myth? Is that a Hitler myth?
Yeah.
the amount of
Well,
testicles?
it's
Fuel scoping.
Or is
so
it
he
just
had
dis-
several
disputed?
doctors, right? And one of the
Right.
doctors claimed that,
Fuel scoping
So I read this
complete.
Hitler biography a few years ago. Kershaw. It's pretty good. And
Right.
one of the doctors claimed that, but there's no. So the thing is, he claimed that after the war, and it's like a.
Frame shift drive
So if-
charging.
There's no notes about that in any of the magical FD
Magic.
medical exams of the Führer. Let me get my
His
tinfoil
magic
hat.
cards showed no sign of testicle.
4,
And
3, 2.
it doesn't.
One.
There isn't any notes, and then the argument was like, yeah, well, they wouldn't have written that down, but they wrote down a lot of like disgusting things about him. Like
Right.
he was quite deformed in other ways, and he had like some other problems. Like he
Right.
had like this leg problem and all this kind of shit. Like he had like wounds from World War One and
Right.
Fuel
some weird
scoping.
stomach shit, and they wrote all of that down.
Right.
And he had some very
Fuel
thorough
scoping
exams anyway, so
complete.
they kind of would have. I think that's not a. I think that hasn't been. The scientific consensus is that didn't happen.
Right.
And
Okay.
it's also so convenient, right? It's like, oh yeah, that was his problem. That's why he was so fucked up.
I mean, I also don't think that is a general like symptom of whatever.
Yeah, I think the guy was just fucked up. Like if you read about
Yeah.
like World War One, like I think that pretty much.
Frame shift drive charging.
I mean, there's this whole thing in the biography about him, like in World War One, and he wanted to have an Iron Cross,
Right.
and he was a bicycle courier.
4, 3.
So he
Two,
actually got like detached to like a general
engage.
staff, and he would just ride his, well, I mean, you'd ride his bicycle around behind the front, but you'd actually get like shot at with grenade shells
Right.
and shit like that. And he got gassed. I mean, that's why he got out of service because he was in the gas bombed the general staff, and then he was out of commission.
Right.
But he really, really wanted an Iron Cross, and he kept like. Basically, he got an Iron Cross because he kept bugging his superiors,
Seriously.
who were generals, and he was like a private, right?
Right.
So you have like a
That
private.
sounds
who-
like the most annoying employee in the fucking
yeah,
world. Jesus.
I mean it's Hitler. Just imagine Hitler as a like a young guy.
Frame
my
shift
God.
drive charging.
You know why he had the weird mustache?
No.
He used to have a Kaiser Wilhelm mustache, like a full
Is
mustache.
that like the really broad one?
Yeah,
Okay.
and they had to cut the
4,
the sides off
2.
to wear gas masks.
Engage.
No way.
Because if it sticks out at the side, it destroys the seal of the rubber mask. They
Yeah.
have like these half masks, and that's why a lot of the guys on the picture, you can see them. There's actually some pictures with mustache in World War One, and then later they all have like, but basically all the other guys shaved off the mustaches.
Right.
Fuel
But I think he
scoping.
was like,
System scan
I don't-
complete.
I still want to have my mustache, and that's the way I can have my mustache. And then it became a brand, of course, but it was originally probably
Fuel
because
scope
of the gas mask.
disengaged.
I did not know that. One of the things I heard was that him being a courier, right? He had to like get into the bunkers and like say the
Frame
secret
shift
password
drive
and get into the
charging.
fucking bunker and stuff like that. And that apparently he had an influence on how bunkers were built because him being a courier in World War One, like he was being shot at and the bunker door usually was not protected or whatever. So
two,
that the bunkers in World War II usually were
engage.
built to have somebody in cover in front of the door. So you would have like a different arrangement of the outer walls so that you couldn't get shot at if you were a courier or something.
Wow. Didn't know that, but that kind of makes sense, yeah. Wow. I know he was really OCD, so that would be like he was like
He had some very
Fuel
particular
scoping.
yeah, very
inputs,
particular
you
about
know.
like
System
certain things.
scan
Like
complete.
you can't have this uniform that way because it needs to be that way because this is really
Fuel
like that.
scoping complete.
Yeah.
And the other people was just like basically face palm, like why is the guy who's supposed to run the country caring about like the buttonhole on his uniform?
Yeah.
And then they were like, we have people for that.
Frame shift
People
drive
for that,
charging.
I'm the fucking I'm in charge. I'm telling you how the uniform is. And that's obviously how he fucked a lot of stuff up as well, because you always saw he was like a great general.
Yeah.
And they were that's basically how that's why
Three,
they, you know,
two,
that's why
1.
the Nazis lost the
Engage.
war. That's why like the Eastern Front went to shit, because basically the generals were like, it started with like, we can't attack this year, we're way too late. And he's like, no, we're gonna do it this year. I know they will crumble.
Right.
Well, didn't really work.
Well, I mean, it's also questionable to like. I mean, I don't think we would have won it a year later. Or I say we. It's
No,
not like I'm on
but
the Nazi
yeah,
team,
I
right?
always say we
But
as
yeah.
well, and people get upset, but you know, it's owning it. Like it was Germany, so.
Yeah.
Frame shift
No, but
drive
if they had
charging.
attacked, like so there's a good historical argument for the fact that if Barbarossa had proceeded on schedule and basically happened a month and a half earlier,
Right.
they would have made it
3,
to
2,
Moscow.
1.
Right.
Engage.
And the question is, would they have actually taken Moscow? But there's a likelihood. I mean, the other problem was the supply train. But a lot of the problem with the supply train was actually that it was so late in the year and they had all the mud and the fucking rain and snow
Right.
and the fucking problems. And then also, like, the other big factor is they were
System scan complete.
not prepared.
Fuel scoping.
So the argument is, so they were basically not prepared for the Russian winter, right? They didn't have
Right.
enough warm clothing for the soldiers, for example. And the argument is,
Fuel scoping
what would they have
complete.
done if they had just taken Moscow? Right? They would have
Yeah.
needed clothing for the soldiers, like would have just like worn like Red Army stuff.
Yeah.
I mean,
Frame shift drive
there
charging.
was some actual really fucking planning issues. But let's be happy there were planning issues.
Yeah. I mean,
Who
absolutely.
knows-
It's not
who
like
knows
it's not
what
like
would-
we're cheering on. You know, it's just like.
Who knows what would have happened if
3,
if
2,
they had actually
1.
fucking won.
Engage.
Because I think if
I-
they beat the Soviet Union, that would have deterred. I mean, basically, I mean, there would have been no point of the U.S. getting into the war. Because at that point, if they like this, we're talking 41, right? So if
Yeah.
they're
Fuel
taking
scoping.
let's say they're taking the Soviet Union by the end of 42, it could have shifted everything to the
Fuel
Western
scoping
Front.
complete.
You know, Japan would have basically controlled China,
Yeah.
and they shifted everything to the Western Front, and then there would have been no point in actually just having like even trying. to
Frame
get-
shift drive charging.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what was it I was thinking about? Oh, hypothetical. If Germany had won the war, the man in the high castle.
Yeah, I've never read the book and I've never seen the TV show, but I probably.
I've seen some of the show. I accidentally skipped some seasons and I didn't even notice because of how the Prime interface works. It was just like, oh yeah, okay, now this happens. Oh yeah, okay. Apparently a bunch of shit happened. I bet that's going to be resolved sometime soon. But apparently I just skipped the season or something. So that probably doesn't speak for the show
I'm a bit
or
of-
for my perception of it.
I'm a bit afraid because it's written by an
System
American.
scan complete.
Right.
Even the
Fuel
book,
scoping.
like, and Americans usually don't understand
Fuel
how
scoping complete.
Germans work.
See, that is the case of racism against, well, Americans. Okay, well, I get that.
Frame
Prejudice.
shift
Let's
drive
call it.
charging.
Let's call it prejudice.
So one of the some of the criticism I've heard about the show is basically that they were like, it's just an excuse to display the servitude of black people or the suppression of black
3,
people.
2.
And I'm like, it's a
1.
bit like,
Engage.
I mean, it's a bit like people who like to watch crime shows and they like, oh, you know, is the victim gonna be killed or whatever, or to see some people kidnapped and stuff like that, right? And I think there's probably people who enjoy like shows for that kind of stuff, right? Who really enjoy the whatever the fear or stuff.
Fuel
But it was a
scoping.
book before, so
Right, but I mean, you get to do make a lot of decisions when
Fuel
you
scoping
turn something into a
complete.
TV show, right?
I think what it is, it's just American writers being really
Frame
lazy.
shift drive charging.
Because
Yeah.
if you want an enemy, you can do anything to. Where you don't have to have any moral qualms about what you're doing to the enemies. Basically, you go with Nazis.
Right. I think that's not necessarily what the show does, by the way,
3,
because they actually
2,
have Hoover
1.
as a character? Sorry, I hope it's okay. I'm spoiling this a little bit. Because
yeah, probably never gonna watch it. I don't know. Are we talking
I
J.
think you'll
Edgar?
still find it interesting.
Are we talking J. Edgar?
Yes.
The guy who likes
And-
to wear dresses? Or did like to wear dresses?
Probably not part of the show, or not part of the show that I think.
Fuel scoping.
But about the surveillance,
System
basically,
scan
it's not
complete.
necessarily shielding the American
Fuel scoping complete.
characters of the time, because it's basically saying like, oh, they're gonna be as much a part of this, and they're gonna just switch sides and still do what they do best,
Right,
just
yeah.
for another.
That's actually a
regime.
good observation. That's how the Nazis generally work. I mean, that's what they did with France, right?
Yeah, and I think
Vichy
that is a
France.
really good
Frameshift
thing to
drive
display in the show.
charging.
That's one of the things I liked. I was like, yeah, it's not like you would have done it any different, or sorry,
Yeah.
it's not like some stuff would have been substantially different under different rule.
I think it's just a general.
4, 3, 2.
I think if the Nazis had won the war, they never tried to take over the US.
Right.
That's just like idiotic. That's just not something you'd do. You'd like that'd be some like maybe vassal state kind of thing, but I don't think even they would have like started a war.
That is also kind of some of the stuff that
Because
Fuel
like
scoping
the US at the
neutral.
time just
Yeah.
generally is very has very
Fuel
isolationist
scoping
tendencies,
complete.
yeah
and you could have just pushed them into being completely isolationist and don't care.
yeah
And also, they wouldn't have been the technology hub, right? If World War II had ended differently, then Germany would have probably been the.
yeah. I mean, it's still a huge landmass. I think it's difficult to predict what would have happened, right? Because landmass is generally very popular.
Yeah, but you
and
can see that
everybody wants that.
aside from the
Frameshift
landmass,
drive charging.
Germany would have had Russia, like biggest country on earth. How much land do you want? I mean, that was the Lebensraum im
Yeah.
Osten thing, right? But aside from you can see that the whole way
4, 3.
the U.S.
2,
economy
1.
developed is the
Engage.
complete outgrowth out of World War II.
Right.
It's a huge the whole armament industry, which is a huge part of the U.S. is just and also the other industry. I mean, the way the Ford, the industrialization, a lot of that got hugely accelerated by having to produce
Fuel
even before the
scoping
U.S.
complete.
entered the war, they were
Right.
producing ships for the British in new ways and shit like that. And you can see it's the same thing in Germany, right? The same thing, the German economy, even though everything.
Volkswagen and
Frameshift
stuff like
drive
that.
charging.
Well, yeah, but even everything got bombed to shreds, and then they rebuilt the country completely.
Right.
The way the industry worked
Yeah.
was basically a straight continuation
4,
from Nazi
3,
Germany.
2.
I mean, not the way it was organized,
Engage.
but the way it actually, the technologies.
Yeah.
Just a lot of the technologies came from armament building.
Yeah.
Wow, are you still playing World of Warcraft, by the way?
Oh yeah.
Fuel
I am.
scoping.
So I was doing some battlegrounds, and now I'm back at basically the hardcore. So there's some parts of the
Fuel
game right now where you
scoping
basically
complete.
You must be
can't
level
manage to do
60
it.
million by now.
Sorry, what?
You must be level 60 million by now.
No, so you hit a level cap, but then you just gotta make your
Frameshift drive
your gear
charging.
better, because
Oh,
otherwise
it's like
you can't do the
you
hard
reset
stuff.
everything. It's like the legendary or whatever.
Yeah, it's a little bit. It's like you need to collect cooler pieces of equipment and armor and stuff, otherwise you
3,
die in the
2,
things you attempt to do.
1. Engage.
It's a bit counterintuitive. And they put some very frustrating things into the game where basically you need to try it again and again, and always you get a little bit further. It's basically a bit like the old arcade video games, right? Where you start
Yeah.
from the beginning every time you die.
Procedural.
Yeah.
Yeah.
System
Or like,
scan
like Super Mario.
complete.
You get kicked back to the beginning of the level and stuff.
Yeah.
And for me, that's one of the really, really fun things, because you can really feel the progression, right? You get a little bit further, or you fuck it up and you actually end up a little bit shorter than you were last time.
Frameshift drive charging.
So, That's what my lovely little dwarven paladin is doing right now.
Salifa gone to bed.
I think she might have napped off on the couch. I have the door closed because otherwise it's confusing. Like when she's watching stuff on the computer.
Salifa, are you awake? Contact report.
I could just hear that from the living room computer.
Hello, Jonathan. I'm in your house. Woo!
that is terrifying, but true.
Come on, that would be fun.
That would yeah. I would have to buy some fancy
Barely,
wood
she
here.
says. She's there. It's great.
Oh, barely, right.
I'm really tired as well. I'm gonna stop this in a bit. I mean, with 5.5 hours I've been doing this.
Fuel scoping
Yeah,
complete.
see, it's because you talk so much. You know, it doesn't matter who you have as a desk. It can be somebody as silent and as unopinionated as me, and you still make a 5-hour show.
I must admit, I can't keep up with your stamina. Oh my god. that just gave me huge testosterone hit. And I'm not even the one talking. Yeah, well, that's... I have
she's
one
probably been working on
qualification.
that joke for a while, though.
Sorry?
She's probably been working on that joke for a while, though.
I have one thing, I have one real talent. I can just talk and talk and talk and talk. Just imagine my poor parents back in the day.
4,
God.
3,
I would, as a kid, I would get up really early in the morning and start talking and then just stop.
That sounds terrible. And like, that would have been a real reason for me to get more television channels. You know what I mean?
Do you know why I'm an only child, right? I mean, that's pretty clear.
Same here. I think they also got like really sick of that after
I put them off for good.
fuel
they were like,
scoping.
oh shit.
Anyway.
Okay, yeah, nope, not trying that again. You know.
I'm gonna do 2 more jumps, and then we have
Fuel
120
scoping
jumps left.
complete.
That is pretty good. How much? Like in total? Not in total, right?
No, to basically roughly the middle of the.
Roughly the middle. Okay, that's.
Wait, I'm gonna.
I always get confused because when you say I have 2 jumps left, for me that's like, oh, it's back in the bubble, you know. But no.
I'm gonna show you a galaxy map now. Wait. Okay, so we are here. And that's the bubble. So it's about a third of the way now.
Right.
I would guess. It looks like it's a little.
That's pretty good. Did you
little bit-
repair? Can you actually do some neutron jumping and stuff like that? Or
I could do new. I'm scared of that. I just like
Yeah,
the
that
thing
can
is.
also really easily fuck up your.
Yeah, I
ship.
need to think, and the thing I'm doing here right now is just basically on autopilot.
Frameshift drive charging.
Yeah.
Just 2 more, I promise. Just 2 jumps, Mom. Yeah, that's me. God.
It's like Minecraft. Just 1 more block. We just need to find 1 more diamond.
I remember as a kid, like I'd spent like the whole Saturday, like I'd just come down for breakfast and then go up
Engage.
on my PC, and then I'd just like come down for dinner,
Yeah.
and I'd go back up, and I just like basically, my parents were amazing. I mean, they allowed me to play like video games for like 15 hours a day. They're like, as long as you do your homework,
Yeah.
Fuel scoping.
basically don't care. Maybe go out a little bit, but
My parents were really amazing as well. I mean, I was
Fuel
mostly playing like
scoping
console
complete.
Nintendo stuff and everything, but they were really cool about it. I think that's actually a huge part of
what
why
were you playing? Sorry.
Nintendo.
Frameshift
it's
drive charging.
console games really. But at some point I got a computer. I mean I had some fights with my parents about basically like not sleeping enough, right, or oversleeping, not going to school. But I mean,
Yeah. Okay.
still
I
kind of
got
graduated
you.
and stuff.
4,
My
3,
parents were really anti-TV. I never watched
1.
TV. The only reason I
Engage.
got a TV is when I got a Nintendo 64, and I basically
Exactly.
needed a TV.
Yeah.
I
And that
was
was
what-
awesome. That is like such a powerful. Video games are so powerful for connecting different people and also across generations, right? I could play video games with my dad, and it would be like a fair fight. But if you play football with your
Fuel
parents, they're
scoping.
obviously like twice as tall as you and shit like that, right? But
Yeah.
video games are like such a level playing ground to a certain
So
extent.
the first
Fuel scoping
games,
complete.
the first game I played with
System
my dad
scan complete.
was Silent Hunt. No, it was called. What was it called? Wolfpack.
Yeah.
It's like a
Is that the
DOS.
Super DOS? Yeah.
DOS
Yeah,
submarine
I remember
simulation.
that. My dad had that.
And now you know why I'm so screwed up and love submarines so much.
I was like, I remember that. I think I was barely 3 years old, right?
But it also
And
taught me
was-
like history. Like this is why I'm interested in history. Actually, so the story I always tell about video games. Let's talk about that before I quit the stream.
Right.
It's like, so we learned about all these epochs, like all these different times in history in school.
Yeah.
Like because they were in the curriculum, but they were completely disjointed. Like you would do Egypt, and then you would do like the Renaissance, and then you would do ancient Greek, and then you would do like 3 years of Nazi Germany, right?
Right. Yeah.
And I shit you not, the concept of like what went into what, and like just history as a continuous thing in my brain was made by civilization.
Okay, yeah, that also makes a lot of sense because that is some really grand theme shit.
Yeah,
right?
it's
And
and
that
it's not
makes sense.
historically correct or whatever. But like the first time I played through a civilization game must have been like Civ 2. I mean, I played 1 and 2, but like really when I could think and was in school, it's like Civ 3 or something like that. And I played maybe even Civ 2, but I played through like the whole time, and I was like, okay, so the Greeks are here, and then the Romans. This is happening here, and then then you have like Jesus, and Middle Ages, and like Renaissance, and then the first time that clicked was literally a video game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, also Age of Empires 2, I think, did a great job at teaching history
probably.
for a lot of people.
Yeah, I played that as well. Wow, God, I'm tired now. What is it now? Oh, it's 1:30 already. The wife's been already sleeping. She's getting up very like. Oh, we're both getting up. Shit, we're gonna go to breakfast tomorrow. Oh God.
Ha! Suck it!
I'm getting suck it, Jesus. I'm getting up at 8, so that's like, oh God, that's like 6.5 hours. Suck it. Suck
Oh
it.
shit! I just managed my first full clear of this harder and harder. Like gets harder with each step you take thing. It's like that was really good.
Are you
Love
sure
that.
you don't have like ADHD speed disease? Because Halifa basically said yesterday that you don't sleep, and that's like your superpower.
I mean, I got like one of these fitness watches, right? And I stay away from that app as much as I can, unless I want to check my
Landing
run
gear
times. Or
deployed.
whatever. But it actually records how
Landing
much I
gear
sleep,
retracted.
which is a bit annoying. I actually slept 9 hours
That's pretty good.
last night, almost.
I basically need 8 hours. Although that
Can see that.
that was always true. Maybe it's not anymore. I'm realizing I'm getting older.
Shields offline.
What's happening?
Silent running.
What? No.
Thermal
So
signature
it says
restored.
6.5
Silent
hours
running.
average total sleep. 6 minutes. 6
Thermal
hours 40 minutes.
signature
right?
restored.
That is not enough.
Who are you,
Because
my
it's
mother
the
or my
weekend.
doctor?
I am Dr. Fab.
Yeah.
Oh shit! What did I do now? So I just
I don't
want
even
to.
know.
I just want a nice picture to end on here. You only sleep long on weekends, Jonathan says the woman.
Damn it. The woman is still awake. Damn it.
The woman is still correcting. Look, I can do Morse code.
God. Have you
It's
found that to a key? Or is
Thomsen!
that,
Thomsen, der alte Himmelhund. What? Sorry.
have you bumped that to a key, or is that somewhere on your hotels or something?
No, that's actually L on the keyboard.
Right.
I'm doing conspiracy theory messages now.
Right. Oh, that was a really good episode, by the way. I told Halifa to listen to it. The Crypto AG one. That was
that's a
really good.
great
That
story,
was so
isn't it?
good.
So, I mean, that's like, wow. That's like a conspiracy theory that is actually true.
Yeah.
So great. Alifa's going to bed. I'm going to bed as well. Thanks for doing this, Jonathan. You saved
you.
my bacon, and we did a lot of progress today. This is amazing. I'll be
Well-
in the bubble soon.
Amazing. Yeah, let us know when you want to do this next time. I can totally do all the boring World of Warcraft stuff that Halifa doesn't want to do with me. And yeah,
We'll do. Let's do more.
need to set a different
elitist-
theme than black and white for next time.
Okay. Socks.
Socks. Red Sox. No, wait, shit.
5 hours on socks. See you next time. Thanks, everybody. Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Yeah. Ja, ein wenig spreche ich noch, ja. Mach ich. Alles klar, vielen Dank. Und, ja, ne? Ja, genau. Ja, so lange wird's auch nicht mehr. Bis dann. Tschüss.